ઋષિભાઈ મારો અવાજ આવે છે? ઋષિભાઈ ઋષિભાઈ હું આ લિંકમાં કનેક્ટ થઈ છું, તમે બોલશો અંદર એટલે હું મારું ઓલું સેટઅપ કરું છું તો મને સંભળાય છે કે નહીં. ના લિંકમાં કાંઈ જ નથી સંભળાતું.
હેલો માનસીબેન, હવે તમને સંભળાય છે?
Namaste everyone. May I request all the participants to please take the seats. Namaste and good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to Ahmedabad and to this very important partners meet. I'm Smita Bhatnagar, Senior Coordinator at SEVA, and would be moderating for the day today. At SEVA, we start all our programs with a all religion prayer. May I request the prayer team to please come and offer our gratitude to the Almighty.
ईशु पिता प्रभु तू रुद्र कृष्ण तू राम कृष्ण तू रही माता हो रही माता हो वासुदेव गौरी स्वरूप तू चिदानंद हरि तू अद्वितीय तू आत्मलिंग शिव तू आत्मलिंग शिव तू ओम श्री नारायण तू पुरुषोत्तम गुरु तू सिद्धबुद्धतु स्कंद विनायक सविता पावकतु सविता पावकतु औज़ु बिल्लाहि मिनश शैतानिर रजीम बिस्मिल्लाहिर रहमानिर रहीम अल्हम्दुलिल्लाहि रब्बिल आलमीन अर्रहमानिर रहीम मालिके यौमिद्दीन इय्याका नअबुदु व इय्याका नस्तईन اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين सत्य अहिंसा चोरी न करवी वण जोई न वसंगत ब्रह्मचार्य में जाते मेहनत कोई अड़े ना बढ़ाओ अभय स्वदेशी स्वादत्या सर्वधर्म खावणवा ज्ञान व्रत समजी नम्रपणे दृढ आचरवा क्षमता समाज शांति विस्तरो ओम शांति।
Thank you to the prayer team. May I now request our guests to come to light the lamp? Maybe Rima Ben, our director, Jashi Ben, Esther Behan, Dr. K.S. Vara Prasad ji, Carlo ji, Alessandro ji. Okay. So. Kapila Behan. She's there. Okay. Can you facilitate? Can you please facilitate the lighting? Thank you, everyone. So we now officially start this important meeting. Can we give a round of applause to all of us, please? Very important discussions are going to take place in this 2.5 days, and it's going to be a very tight schedule. I'm reading out some of our administrative rules. There are masks in our welcome kit. Request you all to please put them up. We do not have packaged drinking water as we wish to reduce waste and our footprint. We have water in glasses. You can please refill and have the same. For Wi-Fi use, the guests who are staying at Fortune can use their own room Wi-Fi. For the rest of us, there's the stickers on the wall, which you can follow and use the Wi-Fi. We have notepads in your welcome kit, which are made by our sisters from the recycled paper. There's a packet of cookies also, which is made out of forgotten food. There's a packet of cookies in the bag. Please collect your name tags from the registration desk after lunch. We have simultaneous translation happening. When we speak in English, it would be translated in the Gujarati language for our sisters. And when sisters speak in Gujarati, it would be translated in English. So these are some of the simple rules that we need to follow. And we all need to be strictly following the timelines that have been assigned, because at the end of the day, we want to have our plan in our hands. So shall we start? So may I request for the first session guests to please come on dais. Jashi Ben, Esther Ben, Rima Ben, Shri Nitin ji, Vara Prasad ji, we have guests online virtually joining us too. Welcome to Alessandro Bhai. May I now request Reema Behen to please give the welcome remarks? We would like to welcome our guests and request our leaders to please come and welcome our guests on the dais. આપણે આંટી પહેરાવા મહેમાનોને પ્લીઝ આગળ આવીએ. हम में से कुछ बहनें आगे आए, हम मेहमानों का स्वागत करें. We need to have more clapping. We are welcoming, please. So we also virtually welcome Pierre Bhai. Thanks for joining us. May I now request Reema Ben for the welcome remarks?
Namaste. A very warm welcome to all the distinguished guests who have come from far and wide. I just heard somebody has come from Kenya, someone has come from Rome, from Philippines, from other parts of India as well. So a very warm welcome to all the partners for our today's workshop. First and the foremost, our dear friend, our guide, Esther Ben. The millet bread and the earthly aroma that, it used to bring. And she can still feel that but no longer they can have that millet bread because they were a small farmer. The family's needs started growing, the land size dwindled, and therefore they had to move to cash crops, and therefore the costs kept increasing, and the family now has to survive what they get in the public distribution system. So if this is the reality of the farmers across the globe, more so in the global south, in Southeast Asia, in South Asia, in Africa, in Latin America. Therefore, I think that today's workshop is very, very important for us. I think we have forgotten the farmers in the haste for development, in the haste for having very high GDP for every nation. And therefore also, I think, let us try and remember the small farmers, the women farmers, the family farmers in our 3 days planning that we will be doing. We've forgotten the knowledge and the skills that these farmers have, the traditional knowledge, the traditional skills. How do we integrate new technology? But it doesn't mean that you displace the traditional knowledge and skills completely. And I think we have forgotten the lands on which the farmers, the family farmers, the small farmers, in the coastal lands, in the highlands, in the forest lands, in the dry lands, how were they doing farming and sustaining themselves? I would also end by saying that our late founder always told us about the 100 miles principle, that how do we cut down the distance between the farmer and the consumer? And that how do we build local decentralized supply chains through the cooperatives, through the enterprises, through the companies which are owned and managed by the family farmers, by the women farmers themselves. And this would generate ample employment opportunities, but it will also ensure the 6 basic needs of the communities and the households, which is food, clothing, and shelter. We call it roti, kapda, and makan, and access to basic healthcare, basic education, and financial services. And last, but very important, is that innovation is the coping mechanism for these small farmers, for the family farmers. That is how they survive. That is how they make their farming viable and also sustainable. So therefore, I would look forward that we together, the amount of the wealth of knowledge, the wealth of resources, the wealth of experiences that we will bring into this room, I'm sure we will come up with a very good project design where the kinds of innovation which are led by the farmers, by the women farmers, by their own cooperatives and enterprises, and how do we bring back the coarse grains, the forgotten foods, the tubers, the fruits, the grains, the herbal plants and medicines back into the mainstream. So a very warm welcome once again to all my fellow panelists here, to all the distinguished participants here, and to all the farmers. I must sincerely apologize that I will be traveling from this evening, and therefore I may be going in and out of the meeting. So I sincerely apologize for that. But I'm sure my colleagues and our farmer sisters will definitely, make good of my absence. So I keep learning from them. So I think they will definitely bring their knowledge and their resources. I will also be leaving in another 5-10 minutes. But again, a very, very warm welcome. It's a real privilege and an honor for us to host this workshop. If there are any shortcomings, then I sincerely apologize on behalf of Seva and my colleagues as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Himabin, for the welcome remarks. And Thank you, Rimaben, for the welcome remarks and for setting up the context of this important discussion. And thank you for taking time out since you're traveling, you're still coming. And so this shows the real importance for all of us, for all the farmers. May I now request Jashi Behan, who's Seva and AFA board member, to please give welcome remarks.
Namaste and very good morning to our respected guests and my sisters and brothers. I am happy today that the esteemed guests from our government, UN agencies and research institute are gathered. Today we will hear the voices of the small and marginal farmers like me. This workshop will make us equal decision maker and bringing back the forgotten food. We on behalf of 2.5 million women farmers warmly welcome each of you. We will collectively deliberate on bringing back the forgotten food. We are thankful to each of you for taking time and coming long way for these 3 days. We are very happy to organize an international deliberation meeting on the grains and fruit that our forefathers used to grow, but we have forgotten now. These crops withstand all kinds of adverse conditions. This has been considered by indigenous communities and especially the women in these communities. This is at right time when our government is also celebrating Year of Millets. It is the dream of our beloved Sri Ilaben to address the biggest challenge of why does farmer remain hungry. She has developed a concept of 100 miles Anuban to fulfill our basic needs for food security, developing local economy and climate action. Forgotten food is the Anuban between our food and us. We dedicate this workshop to her and believe that this workshop will be a step towards her dream shared at the Seva's 50th anniversary and will be a tribute in true sense. We welcome all on behalf of our partners, European Commission, GFAIR, AFA, APARI, MSS, RF, Biodiversity International, a dialogue, and IAT for continuous efforts towards fostering collective action. With this motivation and the kind support from all of you, we open this workshop and look forward to the fruitful deliberations to make. Thank you.
सेवा संगठन सेवा संगठन हम सब
Thank you, Jashiben. Jashiben is a example for all of us sisters who are wanting to learn a different language. She's been learning English and has always been wanting to represent herself on her own words. Thank you, Jashiben. Thank you so much. May I now request Sri Nitin Shuklaji, Joint Director, Department of Agriculture, Government of Gujarat, to give us the opening remarks. Welcome.
Thank you. Good mornings to all. Dignitaries on the dais and all the participants, I welcome to this deliberation meeting. I first congratulate Seva to take our needs point regarding the forgotten foods. If we look at our ancient history, and Rima Ben has rightly said, what we are growing, that we are not eating, and what we are eating, which we are not growing. Our Asian peoples are using the foods which is locally grown and very nutritious. But in the westernization or in the modernization era, we have shifted to the foods which are not made for us. At the time of independence, we recall we are not food sufficient one or self-sufficient in the food grains. And so every agriculture stakeholders has started to work on that. And proudly we say, due to the Green Revolution, our nation surely became a food self-sufficient as well as exporter also. But simultaneously, at the same time, we have forgotten our local foods and we have switched over to the wheat and rice. And in ancient era, or our elders are using the bajra, makai, or ragi as their staple food, working very hard, and they have no health issues. But nowadays, when we have switched over on the wheat and rice, or more towards the processed food, in India, we have a very ample quantity or time or art to cook and eat the food. But nowadays we are switch over to the pizzas and all that things which is not needed in the India as per my opinion. And we are inviting the disease which is not earlier at that much prominent one, which is very rarest. If it is somewhere diabetes, we say, so it's a king's disease. We are saying, but now is everyone has that disease. Cancer is apparently happens to very local peoples also, and number of hospitals are emerging everywhere, which is only due to our change in food habits. And surely we have to go back to our Asian food habits or older food habits to maintain our health also. And looking to that, our Prime Minister has proposed UN to celebrate the International Millet Years, and UN has accepted and rightly said by our earlier speaker that we are celebrating International Millet Years 2020 through these years. In one of the global millet summit 1 month back, our Prime Minister has coined a very good terminology for our forgotten millets, and that is a Sri Ann. He has rightly said, when in a traditional Indian people, we use the three words for the prosperity and integrity. And when we have said it as a Sri Ann, it's very, very important one. It's one type of superfood which is very helpful, which contains protein, fibers, minerals, and rich in antioxidants and everything. It is climate resilience. Today we see the climate change effect. We have a number of unseasonal rainfalls in the last months. And in such era, it's a hardy millets which can grow in any situation. It's a tribal people support, as well as per the Khadir Ali, a man of millets, it's rightly said it's a positive millets, which is very helpful for our health. And I have already told that I have to put some schemes which is run by the government of Gujarat as well as of government of India to promote the millets or to again recall the use of forgotten foods. Our Prime Minister has already worked and initiated the use of millets, and in that era, National Food Security Mission, under that they have coined Nutri cereals and entered the sub scheme for the introduction and promoting the use and cultivation of the Nutri cereals that we say millets, and in which we are supporting the farmers by giving the demonstration, distribution of seeds, micronutrient, biofertilizers, and training them regarding the cultivation of various Nutri cereals workshops. Similarly, in the contest of International Millet Year 2023, state government had introduced 4 new schemes for the promotion of forgotten, we can say forgotten foods, or promotion of the millets, and creating the awareness in the farmers or in the people regarding the use of various millets. In this contest, we are going to distribute a number of demonstration kit of 10 crore rupees during these years. Also, we are organizing 8 metropolitan cities workshop or exhibition where farmers who have produced the millets can come and sold their produced in that place. As well as we are also organizing 52 block levels exhibition come training seminars during the Rabi season to promote the millets and its uses. And similarly, when there is a production, it will be the value addition is also needed. And for that 10 crores has been kept to promote the value addition on the basis of project proposal. So government also keen interested to promote more and more millets and its uses, its awareness and health benefits to the people, which is already forgotten. I think I have taken enough time. I thanks organizer to invite Directorate of Agriculture and put our schemes and thoughts against the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitin Bhai, for stressing the importance of slow food and the government's support and priority to this very important aspect. मुझे मेरी हमारे किसान बहनों से कहना है कि इसका ट्रांसलेशन चल रहा है, आप लोग लॉग इन करें लिंक पे और हैंड्स फ्री अपने कानों में लगा के आप लोग सुन सकते हैं, नहीं तो आपको समझ में अगर इंग्लिश आ रहा है तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, पर नहीं समझ में आ रहा तो प्लीज आप लोग उसमें जुड़ जाए, ट्रांसलेशन चल रहा है. Thanks to Reema Ben, Jashi Ben and Nitin Bhai for the welcome remarks. May I now request Alessandro Bhai, who's joined us virtually, to give us opening remarks. Alessandro Bhai is the Senior Innovation Systems Advisor from Global Forum on Agricultural Research and Innovation based in Rome, Italy. Sorry, we don't have him right now joined us. May I request Aster Ben, who's Secretary General, Asian Farmers Association for Sustainable Rural Development, AFA, which is based in Philippines. Aster Ben.
Thank you, Smita. Thank you, Smita, and namaste to everyone. So friends and colleagues from the farmers movement, especially the dozens of small-scale women farmers in India, civil society and non-government organizations, the agriculture research and innovation institutions, state agencies, international development organizations, and for all of us, in behalf of the Asian Farmers Association for Sustainable Rural Development, or AFA, we welcome you all to this partners meeting for a collective action on forgotten foods. The first word that matters most to us right now is partners. And we are pleased that we are amongst partners here whom we believe we have established what we can call a positive emotional trust account. With SEWA, our member organization in India, our champion for women's empowerment, who hosted our first ever Asia Pacific Women Farmers Forum in 2017, resulting to the formation of 10 National Women Farmers Committee and 1 Regional Women Farmers Committee in AFA, with Jashi Ben as currently our Regional Women Farmers Committee Chair. With GFAR, with whom we encountered first up close and personal in a global conference on women in agriculture hosted by ICAR or ICAR, also held here in India in 2012. And after that, for some time, joined its governance structure as farmer constituency representative, where we spent some years in a reform process in 2017 that led to the idea of GFAR doing collective actions, and with whom we piloted with some degree of success the grassroots foresight exercises, and in the process built friendships with Alessandro and Shantano, who are here with us today. With Apari, whom we first encountered in the first years of FAO South-South Cooperation meeting sometime in 2010, after which we became reciprocal member and then served for some time in its governance board and participated in many policy fora on agriculture research and innovations, articulating the Asian small-scale family farmers' perspectives in these consultative mechanisms. With the Alliance Biodiversity SIAT, who is currently hosting the Coalition of Agroecology, of which AFA is also a steering committee member. This coalition is an offshoot of the Food System Summit processes that we all got involved in 2020. And with MSSRF, whom we first met in 2014 when it organized a global conference on family farming, and where we first heard about their passion for the promotion for neglected and underutilized crops. With FAO, who we are collaborating closely for the implementation of the UN Decade of Family Farming and Agroecology in South Asia and East Asia, and with EU, who has been supporting our efforts for empowering farmers' organizations to deliver economic services and engage governments in policy reforms since 2015 under the MTCP2 and now the Farmers Organization for Asia, who are supporting the Farmers Forum Network that we have the banner here. So this history of good cooperation and engagement with the co-organizers of this meeting brings hope and excitement to what we are jointly embarking on since 2021, a collective action on forgotten foods. We are together as GFAR members and partners in a common desire to unlock the potential of local, indigenous, yet climate resilient and nutritious crops, because these are currently underutilized and neglected and forgotten by mainstream agriculture science. But we all believe as partners that these are crops of the future, as it will contribute to achieving our goals of biodiversity promotion and of ending hunger and poverty. And we are together in also trying to set a new paradigm in agriculture research, knowledge, and innovation systems for a farmer-centric, farmer co-led research and innovation that ensure equitable sharing of risk and benefits for small-scale family farmers. At this point, I would like to ask all the farmers who are with us here today to please stand up. Can Smita translate in Gujarati or Hindu?
આપણે બધા ખેડૂતો જે અહીંયા છે એ બધા ઊભા થાય એવું એસ્તરબેન કહે છે હમ वो खड़े हो जाएं एक बार.
Let us clap our hands because they have been trying to promote local, traditional, those we call neglected and underutilized. They try not to forget these crops. Thank you very much for all your efforts. And let us be reminded that this collective action is for them, with them, and led and managed by them, supported by us, for other farmers organizations, government, international development organizations, research and innovations. Together, we are for the promotion of a farmer-led, farmer-centric promotion of neglected and underutilized species in Asia and in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther Ben, for giving this background and also sharing with all of us the role of all supporters of all our partners, including our farmers. Can we give a big round of applause? Let's have energy in this room. May I request Dr. K.S. Varaprasad ji, the Senior Technical Advisor from Asia Pacific Association of Agricultural Research Institutions, APARI, to give us opening remarks.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you. Morning. Namaste, namaskar, namaskara, vanakkam, sastrikal. All the diversity of the group sitting here inspires. The diversity which probably very rarely sit together. The international research, regional research, the farmers themselves, and the government, state government, सब मिलके आगे जो ले जाना चाहते हैं उसका एक अनोखा opportunity है. We feel we are privileged to work with this diverse group. I represent APARI. I convey our best wishes from our Executive Secretary, Dr. Ravi Khetrapal, who unfortunately due to his prior commitment is unable to physically participate here, but he will be with us during the meetings online. And then this APARI, just to have an introduction, it is a member-based organization. 21 countries are part of this APARI. More than 80 research institutions, farmer associations, and NGOs are part of this particular APARI, Asia Pacific Association of Agricultural Research Institutions. We have a very good strength in implementing the projects along with the farmers, along with research institutes, in the innovation, in biodiversity. I also would like to submit that on the same subject which we are talking today, 6 years back, we conducted a regional expert consultation on underutilized crops. The name may be different. You call it as NUS, neglected and underutilized, or just underutilized, potential crops, future crops, or you can say many things actually, forgotten foods, forgotten crops, so many things, but ultimately it is the diversity of the food which we are missing today, want to bring it back, and diversity with the traditional and cultural values respected. That is the most important thing. And in this, I must say, Jashi Behanji, last meeting जो मोडासा में हुआ था, मैं उधर था, एक बहुत अच्छा हार्ट टचिंग कविता उन्होंने सुनाया फार्मर्स के बारे में, एग्रीकल्चर के बारे में. It's so nice to, I hope we get opportunity to listen to your kavita sometime during these next 3 days. Kabhi na kabhi, bahut acha tha wo. And then I also would like to say that whatever that has been going globally as well as in India is that the farmers' involvement in research is limited. We must admit that it is limited. Always the research has been top-down. The top-down where we say that we know what to do, we give you the technology, you adopt it. This is a unique conference where we say we work together with equal partnership, with co-leadership, co-partnership, co-designing the project. That means you are not involved. After we design the project, you come back and help us, or we will tell you what to do. No, we are designing the project together. And the experience of APARI is very rich in the implementation of the development projects along with the farmers in the Asia Pacific region. And we have several projects from the global funded also, and beyond the region also we have been working. And this, we see that this co-development, co-design of the project as a great opportunity to work with the farmers along with the researchers and governments. And we would like that government also should play a key role in taking forward the whatever the research results that come out of this project that should be sustainable, it should be taken forward. That's an extremely important thing. And we are also extremely happy that the GFAR has facilitated this project today. Thank you very much, GFAR, for your vision in supporting this particular project and making it happen. for the collective action and then co-designing the project. AFA, you are leader in this project. We are privileged to work with you, and then we hope we will take forward the objectives which we are setting for it. Seva, thank you very much. And as far as I know, this is the biggest woman farmer organization wherever. I have never heard that number, what you are really managing the network. So, and then I am also thankful for making these excellent arrangements and facilitation in Ahmedabad. And MSSRF, my mentor, my guru, Professor Swaminathan, so our organization very well connected to the farmers. And then they are part of this right from the beginning in the co-designing, doing an excellent job. And hope they have also brought some representatives, farmer partners also here. And hope it's MSSRF is not just Odisha or the Tamil Nadu. It has an influence throughout India and globally. Many of the organizations like FAO they are privileged to work with the MSSRF. Biodiversity International, thank you very much. You have a very, very key role in this organization. And then it's the last biodiversity which is valued globally now to bring it back, mainstreaming. And in mainstreaming the biodiversity, I'm extremely happy to say Odisha is the leader in India certainly, and I believe globally also. The land races, what we have forgotten, in the forgotten food crops, they have come up with a policy to mainstream it. They have standard operating procedures to mainstream the land races that are coming. The government, not only for millets, it extended to all the agricultural crops. So this is what inspires that the mainstreaming biodiversity led by the CIAT Alliance Biodiversity International CIAT is the leader, global leader, and we are privileged to work with you. And we hope in the region will make difference. Thanks for the European Union also joining this meeting. And I would like to end my talk by saying that this is a forgotten objective. It's not only forgotten foods. This forgotten objective bringing back with the diverse leadership of the research and innovation, putting the farmers in the front and then taking their real input in research. See, so far research is a domain of the educated people. So the intelligence is not limited to educated people. They have their new needs and they have their methods. There is a framework required for making this kind of new partnership with the farmers in the front. And then we will be very happy that we are partners here who have the capability to develop certain guidelines for this new kind of relationship with the farmers. We'll be able to do that. And I thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And I thank APARI also to give me this opportunity and wish you all the best. I'm sure we will get the best global project for implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Varaprasad Bhai. You have touched upon on a very important aspect, the research, the practical action research with the farmers. And I'm sure we are going to have much better planning when we incorporate the research aspect there. Thank you so much. May I now request Carlo Bhai, who is the Director of the Research Area in Biodiversity for Food and Agriculture in the Alliance of Biodiversity International, and CIAT, also an adjunct researcher at Scuola Anna Pisa in Italy. And currently you are based in Kenya. Please welcome.
Yes, thank you and good morning, everybody. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. And when I say esteemed colleagues, I also mean the farmers, because I've been lucky enough to understand the importance and the value of indigenous and traditional knowledge very early in my career. And so when I finished my PhD and already when I went in my postdoc, and I'm not going into the details for the interest of time, I ended up understanding how powerful and how important traditional knowledge is. And that lesson was driving my career throughout where I am now. I think I would like also to bring this forgotten food in a little bit in the context of the global challenges, because the world is facing multiple and enormous challenges. The climate change that we all know, And agriculture is not only affected by climate change. There was reference to millets being very well adapted to climates, but is also causing climate change. In fact, almost 1/3 of all the greenhouse gas emission comes from agriculture. So agriculture is self-inflicting big damages to itself. We have the loss of biodiversity, the forest. Agriculture is responsible for 80% of deforestation, and it's responsible for more than 80% of species losses. And so agriculture is destroying our environment. When you think at the forest in Borneo, or the forest in Congo, or the forest in Latin America, they are mainly destroyed, mainly cut off because of the need to expand agricultural land. And that leave behind degradation. 40% of the soils are degraded. And that again is because of unsustainable practices of agriculture. And last but not least is the nutritional crisis. Of course, there are the poor people, the one that cannot afford to eat enough, to have enough intake of calories. But then there are also those that may have the means to consume better, but they're not. And so this makes them obese and with associated cardiovascular and non-communicable diseases. And that makes more than half of the global population. It's not a small minority. And within those, there are people that are affected by residues of dangerous chemicals, pesticides, etc. And they amount to 600 million people. So agriculture is responsible for a lot of things. And of course, it has the task of feeding the people and feeding the world. And so it needs to change. It needs to change significantly, fast, because those crises are already eating up our planet and the people. And it has to happen. And forgotten food are one of the important pieces of the puzzle that will make agriculture more sustainable. We've been saying that for many, many years. First with IPCRI, the International Plant Genetic Resources Institute, Bioversity International. We've been working with some of the esteemed colleagues here, Shantanu, Oliver, from IFAD, from Swaminathan Foundation, to promote millet many, many years ago, when people were kind of even laughing at us, saying that that was not a relevant research area. And in many other parts of the world. And we've been we've been promoting and advocating for the importance of using that biodiversity. But the science was not really prepared to listen at that time. And so that knowledge remained with the farmers, with the million of smallholder farmers, women particularly, but also men sometimes, that were managed to conserve for the sake of their tradition, because they knew that that was the good food, the healthy food, rich in nutrients, safe to eat, that people needed. And it's now thanks to them, to the efforts of conserving and keeping that material for generation, that we now have a chance to correct our agricultural system and make greater use of this diversity, thanks to the knowledge that is embedded in the farmers that have been protecting it. And that is why I think it's very important that AFA is leading this project, because we recognize that that knowledge is with the farmers, that science doesn't know so much about these crops. And that's why they're called forgotten. That's why they're called neglected and underutilized. And so farmers need to work with us for, we need to work with the farmers to actually bring them back and to make them more mainstream. I'm sorry if I'm giving too much numbers, but I think numbers are important. One of the problem is that the farmers, I mean, one of the good things is that the smallholder farmers manage a relatively small portion of agricultural land. But when they manage that land, they are more productive than the big agricultural monocropping farm. In fact, they manage about 12–13% of the total agricultural land, and they produce more than 20% of the food. That means that every piece of land that they manage is more productive than the rest of the piece of land. But why I'm saying that is because a lot of the things that farmers know on how to manage those systems and make them sustainable, make them nutritious, it's something that also the remaining land needs to learn if we really want to address this global crisis. And that's why it is so important to mainstream it, because we also need to be able to propose alternative solutions to make the global agriculture more sustainable, not only the smallholder setting. And I would like to close with, and so that mainstreaming part is really important. And I would like to close with why we are here and the importance of research for being here. And thank you for raising this point, because I think that sometimes when we say traditional knowledge, people think that we need to go back to how agriculture was in the 40s and the 50s. And at that time, there were still famine and hunger, so it was not always good. And I think science has advanced also in the process of having more sustainable agriculture, technical solutions that can complement what the traditional knowledge, the traditional practices have been doing. So that somehow we need to go to develop, as it is common to say during these days, traditional farming system 2.0 that complement the traditional knowledge with the new advances in agriculture, the new system for digital agriculture, for monitoring the state of environment, for advising how that sustainable system can be managed. And I think that's where I see my role. And I'm really humbled in thanking AFA and SAWA for inviting me here and for having me as a partner in this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlo Bhai, for sharing about the sustainable agro practices and also linking up with nutrition and again highlighting the importance of research, incorporating with the farmer-based research. Thank you so much. We now have Alessandro Bhai who has joined us virtually. May I request you to please give opening remarks, Alessandro Bhai? I hope I'm pronouncing the name properly.
Yes, thank you very much. You're pronouncing the name perfectly, and my apologies for connecting late. There was absolutely no technical problem. It was my own problem because I got wrong with the hours and the time differences. So apologies for that. So I'll yesterday evening when I was trying to prepare for some opening words, I thought back of the initial times when we were working some 30 years ago, more than 30 years ago, on research for development. And at those times, I was working at IFAD, and what was really, becoming an obsession was the issue of adoption. So basically, research was not providing the responses that were expected, and the whole effort was geared towards convincing farmers that the solutions developed were appropriate for them. So we went on for years in these dynamics of supporting insistence of messages that were repeated on and on, until we discovered that the problem was more with research than with farmers, and that we had to overcome this notion of adoption and start looking at what farmers were already doing, And that's where we started an alliance with maybe the first thinker in this area, who was the NGO ENDA Graph Sahel, who was working at the time on the notion of farmers in bare feet. And the notion of farmers in bare feet that became the notion of researchers in bare feet was quite astonishing in the scientist environment, where one could not believe that the farmers were researchers. And that was the beginning of a long journey. And I will, of course, not tell you the whole journey, because 30 years of time are a bit long to tell in a meeting like this. But I'd just like to mention maybe three important contributions from three important personalities that have brought us here and that were always in our mind when we were working on this notion of farmers in bare feet. The first I would like to mention is the very famous president of the United States, John JFK. In a very famous speech he delivered in 1960 JFK mentioned about the new frontier. What was the new frontier? The new frontier and the speech was connecting the future with the past. JFK said that the US had to be looking at the stars, had to look at programs that were fostering the idea that there was another world than the world we were living in. But at the same time, he said, the US had to look at their own situation, their social situation, look at poverty, look at education, look back, look at those that were left behind. So I think that was an important notion. Look at the future, and I could say, look at the frontier technologies. If we look at what we are doing today, we don't disregard the frontier technologies, but we also have to look at what is in our past. And the forgotten foods are in our past, but they can also be our future. This is the reason why one of our important partners that started this dynamic, along with others I will mention, is Crops for the Future, a center that was created transforming the crops of the past into crops of the future. And this is fundamental for us. So the first idea is, transforming what is in the past into the future. And that's why I mentioned this important speech of the new frontier. The new frontier is being able to recover what we have left behind and what we have neglected in the past, and recover it with its potential for the future. The second important personality I would like to mention in this opening speech is, of course, Amartya Sen. I say of course because being Indian, he has been a star for me and for many of us engaged in poverty alleviation. Amartya Sen, as you know, talked about capabilities. And not the Nobel Prize economist articulated this notion of capabilities in such a way that for us, it really gave us light in the way ahead. And why I'm saying this? Because he highlighted the fact that farmers don't only need resources that project give them, they need the capacity to believe in themselves, to be sure that they have the capabilities to use those resources fruitfully. And here I will connect to a third author, and the last for this morning, who is Spinoza, who talked about the importance of three elements in knowledge. The first element is know that I know. The second element is know what I know. And the third element is know how I know. And these are the three important dimensions that we can support in our activities in favor of forgotten foods, in favor of farmers that hold this knowledge, so that farmers themselves acquire security, self-confidence, self-esteem in what they hold. As I said, in view of using this knowledge and these important resources for the future. And these are the capabilities that we want to support. So I'd like to end here just these three brief citations, only by, and it's not only, of course, it's the main part, saying that everything we have done would have not been possible, even the place we reached today, the very conference where we are today, if people from different organizations had not believed in what we're doing. I mentioned before Crops for the Future. I'd like to mention, of course, APARI. I'd like to mention, of course, AFA, who's leading this initiative, and it has been underlined the importance of a farmer organization leading this initiative. I'd like to mention SEWA, of course, and all the great work done in India. I'd like to mention all the Indian partners that have worked in the 4 states, and I will certainly not know all the names. I'd like to mention our international partners. I see Dr. Rida from Arinena and many other partners from the regional networks that have worked out the regional and the global manifestos with us. So FARA and others. I like, of course, to underline the presence of biodiversity and CIAT, who's fundamental, because we want still to remain in the realm of research and innovation. And we want, as I was saying at the beginning, research for development. We don't want separate words. We don't want farmers on one hand and researchers on the other hand. We want a co-design of this whole process. And I like also to thank the Indian government for participating actively and hosting this conference, which is extremely important for us. We want India to become a model, an example of how we can co-design activities in a way that puts every knowledge at the same level, on the same footing. So with these words, and asking you forgiveness if I have forgotten some important partners, which I've certainly done, I would just like to thank you for allowing GFAR to be facilitating this activity. And I underline this, we have been just facilitating. Our role is only this and will only be this. Let me conclude by saying that I was in Brussels yesterday at the European Commission, and there is big interest for what we are doing. The wind is changing. The wind is changing. So those forgotten foods now are becoming of great interest. We just have to fight to see that they are not hijacked again by some important entities, whether they are private or public, it really doesn't matter. We just want to see that the high tide that is coming will serve the farmers and will not end up in the usual in the usual way where, the fashion of the moment fades away, and then the benefits are ripped off by entities that have nothing to do with the interest of farmers, of women and men and children and elderly people and young people that are the protagonists of what we're doing. I thank you very much for this. I salute also the presence of FAO that I see on the screen, and I thank FAO for hosting GFAR. And I think many of the connections that we are making will probably also be discussed with FAO Innovation Office, and I just sent the presentation of today's workshop to Vincent Martin of the Innovation Office. And so we are very happy also that we will be able to collaborate. And I also hope we'll collaborate with IFAD. I don't know if the representative of IFAD is there, but certainly we will also keep informed IFAD, who's also financing important work on forgotten foods in India and elsewhere. Thank you very much. And I really hope that this meeting will end up with a successful project, and we will support the project marketing, so to speak, among the donors that are interested in supporting it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alessandro Bhai. We now have Pierre Ferrand, who's Agroecology Officer and focal person for the UN Decade of Family Farming of the Food and Agriculture Organization, Regional Office, Asia Pacific, based in Bangkok. Thank you for joining us virtually. May we request you to kindly give us an important message for this workshop?
Thank you. Distinguished guests from the government, estimated partners and representative of family farmer organization and CSOs, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all and greetings from Bangkok. So it is my pleasure to join you in this partner meeting to design jointly a project fostering collective action on forgotten food. And on behalf of FAO, I would like to thank in particular AFA, SEVA, MSSRF, NESFAS, GFAR, and APARI for inviting us to this important event. So echoing what Carlo mentioned earlier, global food system live approximately 828 million people, so which is 1 in 10 of the global population affected by hunger, and more than 3 billion people cannot afford a healthy diet. About 2/3 of extremely poor live in rural areas where most food is produced. And there is an urgent need to build sustainable food systems that are healthy for people and the planet, as put forth by the UN Secretary General convening on the first Food System Summit in 2021. So forgotten food have a critical role to play in this effort to transform food system towards more sustainability, inclusivity, fairness, and resilience. As we are all aware, and as it was mentioned in previous opening remark, 2023 has been declared by the UN General Assembly as the International Year of Millet. And this was made possible thanks to the strong commitment by the government of India toward combating food insecurity and malnutrition, and firm showing of India leadership in the promotion of millet. The participation of FAO Assistant Director General and FAO Regional Representative for Asia and the Pacific, Mr. Jongjin Kim, to the Global Millet, the Sri Anna Conference in New Delhi in March 2023, reiterated the strong support of FAO to this initiative. So the International Year of Millet 2023 is a unique opportunity to direct policy attention to the nutritional and health benefit of millet, promote its sustainable production, stimulate demand, galvanize interest in millet among producer, processor, and consumers. And millets are an important food source that should be on our agenda and at our table. It is the kind of plant-based food products that are good for people, good for the planet, and good for farmers. This is equally true for all the forgotten food to which millets are part of. And forgotten food, also named minor crops or neglected and underutilized species, orphan crops or poor people's crop, are characterized as nutritious, climate resilient, economically viable in the right setting, and adapted to local conditions, especially in marginal areas. They can be called hidden treasure that offer tremendous opportunity for fighting poverty, hunger, and malnutrition. In the past, and this was highlighted also earlier, this crop have been ignored by agricultural research, not included in agricultural extension curricula, and did not benefit from organized value chain. However, due to their adaptability and nutritional qualities, many of them could make a major contribution to increase food availability, affordability, and nutrition security. Indeed, forgotten crops have high nutritional values and can be an essential source of micronutrient, protein, energy, and fiber, which contribute to food and nutrition security. Apart from their superior nutritional qualities, many of these crops do not require high input, can be grown on marginal land, and easily intercropped or rotated with staple crops, as well as fit easily into integrated practices such as agroecology. Because they are frequently adapted to marginal conditions, many have the unique ability to tolerate or withstand stresses, and forgotten crop can make production system more sustainable and climate resilient. So this is why FAO fully supports the idea that forgotten crop can contribute to some of the biggest global challenges in addressing nutrition and health needs, hunger eradication, mitigation and adaptation to climate change, poverty of smallholders and marginalized farmers, loss of biodiversity, and agri-food system transformation. They offer an excellent illustration of how FAO mandate under the strategic framework is structured around the 4 betters on production, nutrition, environment, and life within the agri-food system transformation umbrella that leave no one behind. So under better production, forgotten crops offer the possibility of greater food production diversification and enhanced food system resilience. Under better nutrition, the many health and dietary benefits of forgotten crop are sure winner with enhanced balance and nutritious diet. Under better environment, they have many advantages from low water footprint, soil quality improvements, lower greenhouse gas emission, and improved biodiversity and climate adaptation. Lastly, under better life, improving forgotten crops productivity and broadening the consumption base will contribute to improve livelihood of smallholder farmers and enhance decent job for women, youth, and rural folk. So partners and colleagues, as rightly highlighted in the Global Manifesto on Forgotten Crop, smallholder farming communities, notably family farmers, particularly women, youth, and the indigenous people, must be put at the center stage. Being producer and custodian of forgotten food and related knowledge, agent of change and co-producer of new knowledge and practice, they are at the heart of their conservation and sustainable use. This strongly aligns with the work we do under the UN Decade of Family Farming and from promoting agroecology as a holistic approach to transform agri-food system. So regarding the UN Decade of Family Farming, its global action plan, which need to be contextualized in each country, strongly encourage a bottom-up approach to implementation through participative and inclusive processes, placing family farmers at the forefront. Several of its pillars are highly relevant and connected to the promotion of forgotten food. One can mention in particular the pillar 4, which insists on the importance to provide tailored support to organization of family farmers. This is not only to enhance and amplify sustainable food production practices, or to strengthen their capacity to access and generate economic opportunities, but also to empower them to better access necessary resources, services, and markets, and to bolster their collective action to participate meaningfully in negotiation and policy processes. Pillar 5 on improving socioeconomic inclusion, resilience, and well-being of family farmers, rural households, and communities, as well as pillar 6 on promoting sustainability of family farming for climate-resilient food system, are equally relevant to the promotion and development of forgotten food. Lastly, I cannot end these remarks without mentioning that the promotion of forgotten food and the approach put forward in the Global Manifesto very much align with the principle of agroecology. Beyond the importance of forgotten food for diversifying food production system and increasing resilience, as mentioned earlier, I would like to stress the critical need to foster co-creation of knowledge through the appreciation of the importance of indigenous knowledge, the integration of farmer knowledge and scientific knowledge, the support to farmer experimentation and problem-solving research that address the need and priorities of farmers. In that regard, we need to ensure more participatory, farmer-led and farmer-centric research to promote forgotten food. So to conclude, I would like to first apologize since I will not be able to stay with you during the whole workshop due to conflicting commitments. However, I really look forward to the result of this important collective working session, in particular the refined project proposal, which without any doubt will find takers among the donor community given its high relevancy and urgency. So as a regional focal person for agroecology and the UN Decade of Family Farming, I will be very much interested to explore further collaboration on how FAO can support this initiative and better connect it with our organization mandate and strategic priorities. So I wish you all a very successful workshop, and thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak in the opening session.
Thank you so much, Pierre Bhai. We are glad to have the reassurance and the support from FAO, and we thank you for joining us in spite of all the commitments, and we'll surely be sharing with you the proceedings. So now we have we'll be moving to the next round where Professor M.S. Swaminathan, I'm sure all of us know him. He has been acclaimed by the Time magazine as one of the 20 most influential Asians of the 20th century, and one from the only 3 in India, the other 2 being Mahatma Gandhi ji and Rabindranath Tagore ji. Swaminathan Bhai has been a plant geneticist by training, and he has contributed substantially to the field of sustainable food security. We have a signed letter which will be read by Israel Oliver Kingji, who's here with us. He's Director Biodiversity Program of MS Swaminathan Research Foundation. May I request you please to read the message from Professor Swaminathan ji.
Thank you. Very good morning to all of you. I'm so happy to be here to read Professor Swaminathan's
Sorry to be
special
interrupting me. I
message.
request you to please hold the mic a little closer.
Yeah, thank you. Dear all, greeting from MS Swaminathan Research Foundation. I'm happy to learn that in the last 2 years, Global Forum for Agriculture Research and Innovation, Asia Pacific Association of Agriculture Research Institution, Asian Farmer Association for Sustainable Rural Development, Crop for the Future, Biodiversity International, MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, Self-Employed Women Association, and Northeast Slow Food Agrobiodiversity Society have jointly facilitated the development of Global Plan of Action on Forgotten Foods and Community of Practices as a part of GFAR Collective Action on Forgotten Foods. This global manifesto for forgotten foods will inspire a radical shift in our agricultural production paradigm towards sustainability and concern for agrobiodiversity, and not just focus on production efficiency. Countries are endowed with hundreds of nutritious and resilient food crops, many of them locally developed and cultivated. Inadequate research and development attention to these crops, however, has reduced their market attractiveness and hence competitiveness in comparison with major commodity crops, contributing to their gradual disappearance from production systems. The consequence has been growing homogenization of global food production and a serious loss of diversity in our agricultural genetic resource base with multiple negative effects on people's lives. Production systems are more vulnerable to climate change and other shocks. Farmer asset development and income generation options are reduced, and consumers are left with fewer choices for nutritious and healthy diets. Furthermore, smallholders are increasingly dependent on production chains that do not benefit them, while their knowledge of genetic resource conservation and use is marginalized. The Manifesto of Forgotten Foods provides a framework of shared values, operational principles, and concrete strategies. A, to help smallholder localized action and contextualize policies within their own communities and countries in their collective interest. B, to guide research and innovation strategies on agricultural crops that are pro-poor. And C, to serve as a public declaration of intent to accelerate the use of agrobiodiversity for healthier diets. The manifesto should be used to strategically align ongoing local and global perspective on sustainable change in food systems and to harness and connect and enable such a vision to become a powerful influencer of public policies. The farmer organizations with their knowledge and tradition about food, genetic resources, culture, and practices need to be the key agent of change for realizing the required paradigm shift. They must be better appreciated, celebrated, and sustainably supported to play this role. Government, research, education, extension, private sector, civil society, NGOs, and other stakeholders needs to actively support farmer-led processes of innovation in harnessing forgotten foods to meet 2030 agenda, with special reference to SDG 1 on eradicating poverty in all forms and SDG 2 on fighting hunger and malnutrition. Creating a community of practice, a space for collective action to empower farmers to adopt underutilized crops is much needed to turn this vision to reality. The manifesto, the community of practice, the global plan of action, and the co-design process of developing a program for forgotten foods in India, jointly with stakeholders from Tamil Nadu, Odisha, Meghalaya, and Gujarat over the past few years, is an important steps in empowering smallholders farmers to gain both self-awareness and self-confidence of their knowledge and capacities and better organize their collective skills, energies, and resources to alter their condition of poverty and deprivation. I am sure this initiative will guide change towards better integrated, more effective, resilient, and equitable agri-food research and innovation system based on twin pillars of biocultural and knowledge diversity. My best wishes, Professor M.S. Swaminathan.
Thank you, Oliver Kimbai. This brings us to the end of the opening remarks, and let us have a round of applause. So the background has been set. We are all ready for this important workshop proceedings. May I now request Irish Bagwillet, AFA Coordinator for Sustainable Agriculture and Women Farmers Agenda. She's based in Philippines. May I request you to please introduce us to this workshop?
Yes, thank you, Smita Ben, and thank you so much to our speakers who delivered really inspiring messages. And also, of course, thank you to all participants for being here, making time to be here in this very important workshop. So for this session, before I would share what happened, what happened in the past years. And now we are here today, or why we are here today having this workshop. Before that, I would like just to acknowledge our partners, the participants. It's really, as mentioned by our earlier speakers, really multi-stakeholder workshop. So first of all, as mentioned, we have colleagues from other regions. So we have a representative from the Association of Agricultural Research Institutions in the Near East and Northeast Africa. So we have Dr. Rida Shibli, and also we have participants also from from GFAR, of course, advisor of GFAR. We have also Shantanu Matur, so he's there on the sides. And at the national level, we have diverse institutions here. I want to just mention, I hope I can mention all. We have here a representative, of course, from ICAR. If you can raise your hand, the researchers. Yeah, thank you so much for being with us. And also at the national level, we have here Bioversity, CIAT at the national level. So thank you so much for being with us. And of course, their partner, we also have here representative from BIF, Development Research Foundation. Thank you. And we also have here from YPARD, the youth organization. Yeah, thank you so much for being with us. And also we have here, of course, our colleagues from A Dialogue, two of our colleagues. Thank you. And also colleagues from NESFAST. Yes, thank you. And we also have here from the university, so the Department of Nutrition from Meghalaya. So they will be speaking later, but I want to acknowledge them. And also we have here from Odisha University Department of Anthropology. Yeah, they can introduce themselves later. And Bond Technologies also, thank you. And of course, the Farmers Forum, we have here from IMSE and NICORD. Thank you so much. I hope I was able to mention everyone. Also farmer groups, we have here from the different region, Bamande Producer Company. Thank you so much for being here. And we also have Center of Excellence on Millets. Thank you. And yeah, we have other farmer groups who will be whom we will be interacting with later. So thank you so much for really being with us in this workshop. So let's show the next screen. So as mentioned earlier by the speaker, we want this collective action not just to focus on potential forgotten crops. So it's really a collective action of multiple or diverse actors. And in this collective action, I think it was mentioned multiple times that we don't want to focus only on the crops, but we want to focus also on the custodians of these potential crops, and also on the associated indigenous knowledge and farming systems that they have developed through decades. So we want to unlock all these potential game changers so that we can contribute to food security and other development goals as mentioned by the previous speakers. And we have invited different set of actors because we want to build on and learn from past as well as existing initiatives. And of course, our journey, the outcome that we want are really big outcomes. That's why we want to do this in a collective manner, because it's a long way for forgotten crops, and we have a very different environment now. So we are hoping that as we go through the strategy that we want to do, that we will learn from what partners has been doing in the past. So on the next slide, you will see what we have gone through. We started not just even in 2021, but we started the discussion in 2020. So a small number of organizations, as mentioned by Alessandro, came together and discussed this collective action. And then we keep on expanding, and now we are in this workshop together. So in February to April 2021, we have conducted, with the support of GFAR and our regional partners, we have conducted a farmers' perception survey. So in India, we were able to do around 2,000. No, we have interviewed 2,000 farmers, and that helped us start the process. So that the farmers' perception survey within AFA, we have used that to develop our recommendations for this collective action. What are the things that we expect from the government? What are the things that we expect from our research partners? What are the things that we expect from the NGOs? And what are the things that we expect from the consumers, no, who are benefiting from the public good or the food that we are producing? So we were able to develop the Asia Pacific Farmers Declaration through the Farmers Survey. And that Farmers Declaration, it was used to develop a regional manifesto on forgotten food. And we had a consultation in, I think that's May 2022, no, not 2023. So after having that regional consultation, we produced the Asia Pacific Manifesto on Forgotten Food together with APA-ARI, with MSSRF, and with all other partners, no? And then that regional manifesto, it helped develop the global manifesto on forgotten food, which we will learn more in the next session. So, you know, we have gone through this process. There's a lot of discussion on what are the aspects that we should include in the demands in the global manifesto on forgotten food that we hope to implement at the national level. And then, as mentioned, we want to implement them. We want to give life to the global manifesto. And so there was this interest, no, to do or test the process in India. How are we going to bring life to the principles and to the approach that we have written in the global manifesto? So in early 2021, each of the partners with the leadership of APA-ARI, they have developed their individual proposal, what they want to do. On the next slide, you will see that. So each partner gave their recommendation, what they want to do on forgotten foods, how they want to do co-innovation with farmers. But then we said that we want to do a collective action. So we integrated the individual proposal into one proposal. And it took us really substantial time, series of meetings, consultation before we come up with an integrated draft. And then we said, for us to be able to identify specific activities, methodologies, we need to identify states, no? So from the individual proposal, we integrated the proposal into one, and then we said we need to be more, specific, put the context. So through series of meetings, we identified 4 states, which we will see later, and then 4 districts, no, in 4 states. And then we said that we have to go through a consultation process with the farmers so that they can provide input into this draft proposal. Not just with farmers, but even academic institutions were invited, also representative from KVKs, and of course the state government. So this consultation process, it was done from January to February of this year. And we have produced a draft project proposal that we will be reviewing tomorrow. And so now we have this partners meeting, and we have invited several institutions at the national level and state level so that we build on the knowledge and the capacity of the different partners. So for this workshop, while some of you are new, maybe you were not involved in the initial process, but we hope that through the discussion that we will have, we can really identify ways to collaborate. What can we bring, no, as different institutions into this collective action? And we want to learn from the lessons that you want to share, the recommendations that you want to share. So we will all together review this draft proposal. So we have this workshop so that the new partners and of course existing partners, it's important that we have a common understanding of the principles of the Global Manifesto. What are the principles that we have agreed? What are the approach that we said that we will do? So it's a reminder to all the partners in the collective action. And as mentioned, we hope that after this meeting, we can really have we can identify concrete collaboration. I have noticed that in the local level consultations, I'm very delighted to see that there are already potential collaborations that has been agreed during the collective actions. I have seen that I have read that governments at the state levels have already committed to supporting the initiative at the state level. So this workshop, we hope that we can really put concrete ways how this collaboration will happen moving forward. And so we also invited the Farmers Forum because we want to reach more states, while we zeroed in just 4 states, but we hope that the other representative from the other states will learn from this process, and you can also initiate the process on your own. And as mentioned, tomorrow we will really spend the whole day going through the activities. And we also hope that the partners that have been invited here, we hope that we can create synergy. We can identify how we can collaborate with similar programs promoting NUS and forgotten foods. So basically, for this workshop, we hope to already have a near final project design. And then we will have agreements how we can facilitate this collective action at the national level and regional level. What will the regional organization bring in? How can they support this collective action? So you have the schedule with you. So as you can see, our schedule is really full. We are, I think, ending 5:15 until day 2. So we have for this workshop, we have 5 sessions. So session 2, later on, we will learn more about the collective action, the framework. We will listen to perspective from public and private institutions. And then session 3, we will learn from the initiatives that are already being done to support NUS, support custodian farmers or forgotten food. And we will also, for session 3, we will also hear from the farmers. What are the innovation? What are the intervention that they are doing to solve the challenges related to NUS or forgotten food? So if you can see on session 3, we have 3 sub-sessions. Multi-level session. So we will hear from regional research institution at the regional and national level, but also we will hear from the other, other actors who are also producing knowledge, like the farmers. And then for session 4, this is for tomorrow. So it will be a workshop style. So we will give more information how we will do this. But there will be like 4 working groups, and then we will have also breakout sessions. And then, of course, in between, we will have special sessions to learn from other global initiatives and other regional initiatives from the Pacific as well. We will allocate time for open floors and also contribution from each and every one of us. We will have question and answer portion. So we hope that our sisters here, farmers, can you can freely share your ideas, and if you have questions, we hope that you can articulate them comfortably. And we will have field visit also in this workshop to see what is already being done and how we can build on it. No, so for us on the screen, as you can see, the schedule for the field visit will be on day 3. On day 2, we will visit also Kamla initiative of SEWA. So we have really designed this workshop, to learn from past initiatives, to be interactive, and also to see the actions in the community. So with that, I hope you are excited to share your initiative, your insights, and feel free not to ask questions. So we don't want to make the atmosphere very formal, but rather a more interactive manner. So thank you, and back to you, Smita.
Thank you so much, Irish Ben, for sharing these details of our 3 days interactions. I think we are doing quite well in terms of time management. We are just half an hour behind schedule, which is as per Indian Standard Times, it's quite okay. We have so much of skill in this room, farmers and supporters of farmers. Can we give a big round of applause to all of us? And the credit goes to our guests here who have managed the time and helped us to be on time. Thank you so much. We would now take a small break. But first, we'll have a group photo done, and then we'll go for the coffee. Is that fine with everyone? Is the cooling comfortable? No? It's too cold? Too cold. Okay, so we break for a 20 minutes break. What time should we do that? I don't know. Okay, so we'll all be back at 11:10. And before that, let's all come here for the group photo. We are going there, moving this there, and we'll have a group photo at that point. Can we quickly assemble, please? Before we go for tea, coffee, please let us have the group photo.
Hello, hello,
Hello,
hello.
everyone. Can we start rounding up, please? Join us in the sessions. કુલિંગ ઓછું કરો.
Hello.
ઠંડી લાગે છે બધાને. મારો અવાજ તો Hello again. Can we please take our seats? Are we all here? I can see lot many big empty chairs. Okay, let me welcome everyone to this next session, session 2. Before we start the session, may I request everyone to please stand up. Our colleague is going to do small energizer with every one of us. May I invite Mittal Ben?
सब लोग हम खड़े हो जाएंगे. हम
Please stand up, you young.
everyone please stand up.
आ रही, आ रही.
हम एक एनर्जाइजर करेंगे. उसमें 3 वर्ड होंगे. मैं जो बोलूंगी वो आप लोगों को करना पड़ेगा. इसमें 3 वर्ड है, जैसे कि एक स्लैप हो गया, एक क्लैप हो गया और तीसरा पैट. एक क्लैप, ठीक है, दूसरा पैट और दूसरा स्नैप. ठीक है, मैं जो बोलूंगी वही करना है आपको. अगर क्लैप बोला तो आपको क्लैप करना है.
So whatever she speaks, all of us have to do that. If she says clap, we clap. If she says snap, we snap. And if she says pat, we pat.
Okay.
Let's start.
Okay. Clap. Pat. snap, clap, pat, clap, snap, clap, pat, 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 snap, clap, clap.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. So while we go to the next session, I'm introducing my co-colleague Bhartiben Bhavsar, who's going to moderate the session too. Bhartiben, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Smitaben. Now we have a welcome everybody and setting the stage. You have to say something about the session 2 is the collective action on forgotten food. Collective action on forgotten foods as relate to Agenda 2030 and other global action. We will invite the speaker on the stage, Alessandro Miseli. Online, okay. So may I request Alessandro to provide your speech on session 2. Alessandro is an innovative advisor, collective action for forgotten food, global forum on agriculture research and innovation. Please.
Yes, thank you very much. If you could please show the PowerPoint first slide of my presentation. Yes, thank you very much. So I would like to speak, as was mentioned just now, to the connection between what we are doing and the Sustainable Development Goals. And I would do this in the wake of what we discussed before, the connection between research and development and the need for research to have an impact on development. So we all know that the reference, the internationally agreed reference now for defining development impact are the SDGs. And so this is what I would like to use as a reference. And of course, relating it to what we're doing, which is investing on pro-poor and by-poor innovation in a co-research logic through forgotten foods. So can we please move to the first slide? So there is currently a report that is being prepared for the UN Social and Economic Council. And this report will be presented in July at a session, at the 78th session of the United Nations called Progress Towards the Sustainable Development Goals, towards a rescue plan for people and planet. So why a rescue plan? Next slide, please. Well, a rescue plan, because if you read this report that for the moment is confidential, and I hope it will not remain confidential, I hope it will also be released to the large public. Well, this report reveals that according to a preliminary assessment done of the 140 targets with data, only 12% of the SDGs are on track. About 50% of the targets aimed by the SDGs are moderately or severely off track, and 30% have either stagnated or regressed below the 2015 baseline. Now, I don't know if you can appreciate the extent of the failure, because there is no other word, of what we had been setting in front of us. This means that most likely we will not achieve by 2030 the objectives that the international community had set. And this, of course, calls for a complete change of action. We will probably not manage to recover, to rescue much of what has been lost, but at least we can try to get on the right track. Next slide, please. Now, in this report, you have a section, actually not a big section, but a section that is called Revolutionize Science, Technology and Innovation Capacity and Exchanges, in order to tap this huge potential of science, technology and innovation that has not been mobilized enough to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, can you please, yeah, thank you. I'd like to just reflect a moment on the word revolutionize. We heard the letter of Professor Swaminathan, and I thank very much the Swaminathan Foundation for all the work and for bringing us this letter. And we know the word revolution is a very loaded word. We think, of the French Revolution and all the achievements that were carried out from that revolution. We think of the Green Revolution. We think of the Evergreen Revolution, of which Professor Swaminathan was the father, one of the fathers. But the question we have to ask ourselves is what makes a revolution succeed? And what makes a revolution succeed is the bottom-up approach at the end, is the fact that the people are embracing the revolution. Sooner or later, even if the revolution can start from an elite, from a garage in California, but still it is about people embracing the revolution. Now, in this report that I'm referring to on the SDGs performance, the solution to the problem of not reaching them is substantially more of the same. So reference is made to transfer of technology approaches, which we have used in the past, especially in the Green Revolution, which is totally underscoring the need for a new role of science and for a new way of generating technologies and solutions based on what we call co-research and co-innovation processes, which is very much what we're doing with the collective action on forgotten food. Let us remember that co-research and co-innovation processes are not an ideological stand. They are there because they ensure enhanced wide-scale adoption, and more even than adoption, adoptability of innovations. And why those innovations are more adoptable? Because they are more profitable for the poor, because they are more accessible for the poor, because they are more acceptable for the poor since they were developed by them and with them. And most important, they're more sustainable for the poor, so they don't depend from external intervention or from a high level of external inputs. Next slide, please. So I would like to propose to this meeting a new equation. And this new equation starts from, of course, valuing forgotten foods for all the good reasons we know and that we will discuss at length, but goes beyond valuing forgotten foods. It goes to the second element of the equation, which is recognizing forgotten knowledge based on farmers' experimentation, the famous researchers in bare feet that I was mentioning before. And the third element of the equation that we should never forget is empowering forgotten people. And I will dwell a little more on this notion of empowerment, which, like participation, has become very, very vague. So this new equation goes beyond, and forgive me the word merely, I'm not downplaying the role of forgotten foods per se, but I want to highlight that we go beyond enhancing the production and marketing of traditional crops by the poor and for the poor. We go beyond, and that's really the heart of the message I would like to deliver, in order to favor 3 dimensions of change, with placing small farmers at the center, and in order to support Hu people's 5 fundamental masteries of development. And I like to be provocative and go as far as proposing a new SDG that would be SDG 0, the starting point of all SDGs. Next slide, please. So what do I mean? What do we mean in GFAR when we talk about favoring 3 dimensions of change around popular research, around local innovation and popular dynamics? These 3 dimensions are the personal dimension, so changes at the level of people. We often disregard the fact that when we are talking of a new mode of conducting research, we are talking of a new researcher. We are talking of a new way of generating science. We are also talking of a new attitude from farmers themselves that are not in the position of passive recipients of technologies, but become active in the relationship with the researchers. So that means deconstructing and reconstructing one's own identity. And I would never insist too much on this personal dimension. If we forget this, if we forget that my training in the Minnesota University in Wageningen or in Ouagadougou or in Ahmedabad or in New Delhi has to be overcome because probably that training, that technical training, didn't include enough social skills, life skills, and the attitudes to engage into co-research. If I forget that, I will not tackle a fundamental dimension of our work. So reconstructing one's identity and asserting, this is really very much for the farmers, asserting oneself, growing through creativity, unleashing one's creativity instead of, again, being subservient to a project and to a proposal coming from outside. So that's an important dimension of change that we need to consider with the appropriate support. The second dimension of change that we need to consider is the changes at the level of the institutions, all the institutions, from the local to the international one. We need to break free from the prison of models. We need to get organized differently, which means favoring new dynamics like the one we are supporting today. And I like just to mention as an example that in most cases, research projects don't take enough time to build the partnerships, don't take enough time to support innovative ways, even financially wise, through grants, to prepare, to set the stage for actors to come together. We are all entrenched in old models of building projects and building research projects. This of course needs to change with the related incentives for proceeding in another way, which might use more time, but is more effective. And finally, the third dimension of change, which is of course correlated to the other 2 dimensions, is change the practices of power at the level of society. We need to address the asymmetries that exist within society. And when I say we need to address, again, it's not a top-down way of addressing them. We need to empower the key actors of innovation to carry out the change they want. So this is a fundamental issue. And if we don't tackle this dimension, the changing of the practice of power, and also the change in managing resources, starting from one's own resources, we will not tackle the other changes that we want to see. So this is a first dimension. These are the three dimensions that we would like to see considered in any research that is supporting local innovation. Next slide, please. Let me turn now to the 5 fundamental masteries of development by the poor that I was mentioning before. The first mastery that we need to consider is the mastering of reflection. What does mastery of reflection means? We are, of course, not saying that the poor do not reflect, on the contrary, but we are saying that we need to support a capacity of the poor to question the established order, to question the origin and the why things are in a certain way. The setting of society is not, there for nothing. It is there for good reasons, and we need to be able to question those reasons and to have a new way of thinking and of thinking oneself in the context of the relationship we establish. So we want to support mastery of reflection by the poor. We want also to support the mastery of initiatives. The poor have to know what are the strategic areas of action in which they have to engage. We believe that forgotten foods are a strategic area of action. This is why GFAR, among many areas of intervention, supported forgotten foods for their interest in themselves, but also because, as we have said, and we will still continue saying, forgotten foods are a domain where the farmers are the knowledge generators. So that's a strategic area of intervention. So mastery of initiative, choice of the strategic initiatives is something fundamental we need to support by the poor, using their own resources as a starting point. A third mastery we need to consider is the mastery of regulation. So what do we mean by regulation? We mean, on one hand, the rules, which is, what is being decided on what we can do, what we cannot do, and what we should do. So the poor need to decide whether those regulations that are in place are adequate or not to their development. If not, they have to be changed. But more important, when we talk about regulations, we talk also about values. We talk about personal and cultural values. We need to keep those values under the control of the poor. So I'm not talking only of economic benefits. I'm not talking about material values. I'm talking about symbolic values as well, cultural values in particular. These need to be and remain under the control of the poor, of the smallholders. A fourth dimension is the mastery of decision. What does mastery of decision means? In particular, I would like to highlight the co-decision, the capacity to decide collectively. We don't want two separate words in which we have on one hand local innovation, on the other hand scientific innovation. So the smallholders deciding for themselves how to cope with their situation, and in another word, the scientists taking decisions. We want smallholder farmers to get into a modality of co-decision. And you learn, of course, this modality. And this workshop is also about learning this co-decision. It is not easy to decide collectively, but this is also a practice we have to learn together. It's a new process. And finally, the mastery of negotiation. How do you actually establish relationships, new partnerships within the community, within the village, between the villages and with the external intervenants. This is also fundamental. The ties you establish and how you manage those ties. And I'll just refer to some partnership principles that we also would like to propose and see that those are embodied in the work we carry out. Next slide, please. So to conclude, as I mentioned, to be provocative, we should talk about a new SDG, SDG 0. And that SDG has to do with something more than improving material conditions of life, health, nutrition, habitat, education, infrastructure. These are, of course, fundamental. I'm not questioning, the poverty alleviation. I'm saying that we haven't addressed what is at the root of poverty alleviation. And at the root of poverty alleviation, we have this SDG that hasn't been considered, that is made of these 5 mastery. Mastery of reflection, so question the established order. Mastering of initiative, valorize own resources in strategic areas, such as the forgotten foods. Master regulations, manage the production of rules and norms in the poor own advantage. Master decision, control the processes that build society and that foster development. And master negotiation, manage internal and external ties. So if there is time and if you bear with me, I'd like just to show you, and if it's available, the partnership principle framework that we are trying to promote and that we offer also to the project that is being developed as a new way of supporting some key masteries in development, and in particularly in co-development, co-research, and co-innovation. So if you do have the slide available, I'll just speak to these few points. If not, it's not a problem. I think they can be shared later. Can we move to the last slide? So I'm thanking you for listening, and I wish you a successful co-design process, bearing in mind, if possible, these points that go beyond the SDGs and maybe contribute to a new view on what we should be doing between now and 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And your virtual PowerPoint presentation on collective action for forgotten food, as it's relate to Agenda 2030. Now I request another speaker, Martina Speci. Hi. So Martina is a strategy and innovative coordinator of the Asia Pacific Association of Agriculture Research Institution. Martina is a coordinator of Paris Knowledge Management and Innovation Program. Martina has reached international experience in CAME program management and capacity building in the context of rural and agriculture development. Now I request Martina Ben to speak about regional framework Asia Pacific Manifesto on Forgotten Food.
Okay, good morning to all of you. Sorry, I could not unmute myself. Greetings from Vienna. So I will be presenting to you the Global Manifesto on Forgotten Food. And through my presentation, I will highlight a little bit the process of how it was developed, but also what are the key elements. So next slide, please. So just to give you a little bit of background, so the Global Manifesto is based on a broad and intensive consultation process, which was carried out in different regions, such as Africa, Asia Pacific, Europe, and the Middle East. It was facilitated by GFAR as part of its collective action to empower farmers at the center of innovation. It was led by Arinena, APARI, FARA, regional institutions, and supported by Crops for the Future and the Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT. And it had a very rich participation of organizations representing farmers, civil society and communities, but also women and youth, research, extension and development, private sector and government agencies. And just to add to this, there were some very important processes which supported this development of Global Manifesto. One of them was the development of the Asia Pacific Farmer Declaration, which was led by AFA. Then the development of the Regional Manifesto for Asia Pacific, which was led by APARI, and our community of practice that met regularly to make this document happen. Next, please. So what is really the Manifesto on Forgotten Food? It is a coherent, multifaceted, but systemic collective action-oriented proposal that covers research and innovation, as well as development. It guides, it's supposed to be guiding the present and the future of forgotten foods. It calls for a transformation of the agriculture research innovation system through changes in different areas, for example, research methodologies, research paradigm, professional changes, changes in governance, organization of development.
Can you speak loudly?
Yeah, sure. I will try. Can you hear me now? Is it better? Okay, good.
Yeah.
So it is based, or actually it lists some concrete actions that should take place to put smallholder farmers at the center as producers, as custodians of forgotten foods and related knowledge, as well as agents of change and co-producers of knowledge and practices. Next, please. And in the Global Manifesto, and I hope that all of you have access to this document, it's online, it's supposed to really guide us in our work. There is a definition of forgotten foods, which are defined as cultivated, semi-domesticated wild species and traditional varieties that are rich for their fiber, food, fodder, and oil, as well as medicinal properties. But as was also highlighted in the statements this morning, their roles have been undervalued and their importance have been often neglected in research, by policymakers, markets, etc. And there are also nutrient-rich crops that have contributed to food and nutritional security. They have been sources of income generation, but also good health and well-being for centuries. They are embedded in cultural, and ethnic identities and traditions, well adapted and resistant, especially to marginal environments, and they can yield under unfavorable agroecological and low input conditions. They play an important role in the diversification and resilience of our farming systems in the context of climate change. They also contain valuable genetic materials that can be used for crop improvement and plant breeding. And of course, this is something that we will be also discussing in this workshop. They are ingredients of empowerment for rural communities and especially women and youth. Next, please. However, as we heard also this morning, they are under increasing pressure to disappear. And this is largely because modern agriculture has deviated from cultivation and use of traditional crops. And there is a heavy reliance on a very few staple crops. There has been an expansion of land which is cultivated with these crops, including cash crops. And there is a promotion of more modern crop varieties, There has also been pressure on land with increasing mechanization, chemical inputs, but also population growth and land degradation. There are also some pervasive negative impacts of agriculture and trade policy. We have seen also that younger generations are migrating to cities. They are influenced by different eating preferences and habits, so from nutrient-rich to energy-rich foods. And also what is really an issue, and I'm sure it's going to be also discussed in this workshop, is the lack of detailed information about the qualities of forgotten food, which is affecting the production, processing, and marketing, that is leading to this decreased cultivation and consumption. Next, please. There are also other challenges. For example, this area has been neglected and underfunded in research and innovation, extension and conservation, as well as commercialization. There needs to be the acknowledgement of the expertise and key roles of smallholders, as well as acknowledgement and respect, as well as rewards for what they're doing on forgotten food. These foods have been also excluded from agriculture extension and education programs. The seeds and seedlings are limited in national and international gene banks. Marketing and the development of new value chains have received little attention and no incentives, as we also heard this morning from Ms. Rima. Seed supply systems are underdeveloped, and there is little crop improvement that has been done. And agricultural and related policies do not really support and sometimes also negatively impact this forgotten food. Next, please. So the manifesto really calls for collective action in all these areas that you can see on the screen, in policy development and research and innovation at national, regional, and global levels. Next, please. So specifically, it is a call to bring farmers at the center of development, research, and innovation. And how this can happen, this global manifesto really calls for immediate transformative actions to turn forgotten food into respected, valued ingredients of healthy diets, sustainable livelihoods, and resilient seed food systems. It calls for recognition, respect, and support to smallholder farmers and their communities for being for forgotten foods custodian of knowledge and good practices and agents of change. It calls for major development and research investments in forgotten food that are resilient and well adapted to a wider range of environments and cropping systems. It also calls for policy and economic support to promote the formation of farmer-based small and medium enterprises as a way of diversifying income sources and reducing poverty, but also gender transformative approaches for equity and equality to overcome the different forms of inequality in the management of these foods. Next, please. Okay. So there are some specific interventions that are listed in the Global Manifesto, which are good for farmers and their communities, for consumers and the planet. So for immediate action, the Global Manifesto calls for launch of an effective and comprehensive awareness-raising campaigns that are backed up by sound evidence and KM systems that ensure that all society recognizes and values these forgotten foods. It really calls for a compilation of comprehensive inventories and detailed characterizations and assessments of the conservation status of forgotten food in all regions in the world. It calls for prioritization of forgotten foods, crops, based on agreed criteria and farmers' active participation, development and use of new metrics and indicators that define the values of forgotten foods in terms of their nutritional and medicinal properties, but also resilience to climate change, cultural richness, and sustainable livelihoods. Next, please. So other actions for immediate attention are the establishment of South-South and South-North research networks and platforms for generating and sharing knowledge and technologies on forgotten food, using transdisciplinary and participatory approaches, which are integrating community and scientific knowledge combined with farmers' practices, targeting capacity development and strengthening activities for all the stakeholders to enable this collective development of research and innovation agenda with the skills in the center. So the focus should be really on new knowledge and skills. And this should be blended, there should be this blending of technical and organizational capacities. So not just technical capacities, but also soft skills that would enable all the stakeholders along the value chain to interact fruitfully. Next, please. So there are also some interventions in the manifesto that are listed for medium and long-term actions. And this is a collaboration with farmers and their organizations for developing solutions, conducting farm, field, and marketing experiments and policy research, of course, in a gender-sensitive manner, creating better access to markets through short supply chains, alternative retail structures, and new product development that would stimulate higher demand for these forgotten foods, regulation of markets, trade, and prices to make local crops affordable, available, and adequate for local communities, so with the involvement of governments. Next, please. And other actions for medium and long term include, for example, supporting the conservation and improvement of indigenous local crop species and varieties locally, nationally, and globally by storing seeds and seedlings on forgotten food in gene banks or community seed banks, making them available, but also largely using advocacy and evidence-based policy change. And this is to create incentives for forgotten food that really support smallholder farmers to innovate, develop sustainable businesses, but also, of course, consumers. So these include, for example, policies that promote healthy diets, support crop diversification related value chain development, ex situ and in situ conservation, stimulating private investment, policies to guarantee the inclusion of forgotten food in public feeding programs, and protecting farmers and indigenous communities' rights on forgotten food and related traditional knowledge. And the last actions that have been brought up by the manifesto include development of new educational program at all levels. So we cannot also forget this element of the promotion of these important foods, to equip everybody with knowledge and skills to promote, cultivate, protect, and conserve, as well as value these foods that have been neglected, and mobilizing more and better targeted sustainable investments in research and innovation capacities, as well as technologies and infrastructure. And this has to be done in alignment with regional and national priorities. So I would like to thank you for your attention, and we will provide you with the link where you can access the document in case you don't have it. And yes, if you have any questions, please ask us. Thank you.
Thank you, Martina. We will take a question answer after one presentation. Now I would invite Kyle. Kyle is a co-founder and executive director of Pacific Farmers Organization, which is a regional farmer organization network with membership in 13 Pacific Island nation and a direct reach of 98,000 farmers. Kyle Stick has led rural development and climate change adaptation program in the Pacific, working through farmers organization. So now I would like to invite Kyle to sharing of initiative from the Pacific.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to share from the Pacific. I'm not sure how many people in the room are familiar with this crop, breadfruit. Maybe you have had jackfruit, which is more common in Southeast Asia and South Asia. But today I'm going to be talking about breadfruit, and especially because this is a very Pacific crop. but I've entitled my presentation, The Once Forgotten Food of the Pacific. Because in fact, over the last 5-6 decades, the traditional diet in the Pacific, which was once based on root crops and crops like breadfruit, has changed to eating more rice and wheat, which are imported. But due to a strong movement by farmers and farmer organizations to bring back these traditional crops, we have seen that crops like breadfruit that were once forgotten now are very important, both in terms of the food for local people, but also in terms of income generation. So I'm going to be just sharing a few lessons from regional collaboration, how we're working together in the Pacific to promote a traditional crop that is also a climate resilient crop. And I'm so thankful for the many presenters this morning who have touched on the important role that these traditional crops play in climate resilience, because in fact, breadfruit, like many staples in the Pacific, is far more resilient to the changing climatic factors than many of the other crops. So many of you might not be aware, but we have a regional network of farmer organizations called Pacific Island Farmer Organization Network. It's similar to AFA in that we are membership based, and we are in 13 Pacific Island countries. Next slide, please. So we are actually the blue continent. If you see many big continents of the world, but the blue continent is made up of a whole lot of countries distributed amongst the Pacific Ocean. So this is to give you some idea. Next slide, please. So why breadfruit? And then why breadfruit people? As I mentioned, post-colonial times, our traditional diets have changed a lot, and people have become more and more reliant on imported foods, and especially the staples of wheat and rice. And as we know, these crops, wheat and rice, are being impacted by climate change and also impacted by other market factors. So this means that they are getting more expensive to import into the Pacific. But at the same time, we have traditional crops, which are grown by local farmers in traditional farming systems, especially crops like breadfruit. And these crops are not only more nutrient rich, but they are also more resilient to climate change. So this is an example of why we want to bring back our traditional crops and integrate them into the food systems or reintegrate them. And breadfruit is just one classic example of that. So I was going to share a video, but I'm not going to, because I think it's hard to listen to too many speakers on Zoom. But I wanted to talk a little bit about breadfruit people. If you could go to the next slide. So breadfruit people is a network that across all of the Pacific Islands that is especially focused on a traditional crop that scientists, academics, and governments are not giving any attention. So instead, we've created a network where we can collaborate and we can share amongst each other to help overcome a number of gaps around genetics, gaps around agronomy, gaps around food processing. So this is what we are calling breadfruit people. It's a virtual network because, of course, this is the age that we are living in. So there's a few lessons that we have drawn from creating this kind of a network for a forgotten food like breadfruit. And the first one is that it's very important to have core values. For us, when we are sharing information, sharing planting material, important that we have transparency and reciprocity and a strong emphasis on traditional knowledge. Another important lesson that we have found when talking about these forgotten foods is that we need to make sure that the information we share is accurate and that it is curated for the needs of partners. We have to be careful not to be sharing misinformation or disinformation. And again, we've learned that the communication strategies need to be tailored to the network. There's no use producing a whole lot of scientific papers if our audience is family farmers. But instead, we have to take that science, take that information, and make it very available. And finally, we always need to have champions who can be nurtured to support the initiative. These are the very farmers which we are gleaning this information. So next slide. We have a diagram here that talks about our mission as a breadfruit people. And this is talking about our values. So any network, the roots should be the values of the organization. How are you rooted? And then we talk about the trunk, which makes up who our action is. And finally, this is made up of farmers and farmer organizations, educators, private sector, and then finally our actions, which are the fruits. What do we want to achieve? We want to create more partnerships. We want to provide education. We want to provide research and knowledge management. So this is just an example of how we can create a knowledge sharing network to promote a forgotten food. In our case, it's breadfruit. Next slide, please. So this is just showing some of the resources that we have built around our knowledge platform, rooting it in very strong practical information, guides. Next slide. But it's not enough to just put on now to load up a PDF manual, but we have to be using all of the tools available, including the websites, the social media, making use of emails, and all the different tools. Next slide, please. We also want to be able to engage. So we've been running a series of webinars throughout the last couple of years that bring the voice of practitioners and farmers sharing around breadfruit people. Next slide. Next slide, please. Beyond the webinars, we have been launching a variety of workshops, online workshops that allow us to help people who are interested in value adding, interested in producing different products using breadfruit. So this is all part of this knowledge sharing network that we have created. Next slide. And then finally, I'd like to bring us back to what a lot of the discussion has been about, is how do we continue to research in these areas where we are focusing on traditional crops and where we are focusing on traditional knowledge. And in this way, we are advocating that the way forward is farmer-led research. And this is key to breadfruit development. So I have put up a slide here that really proposes two models. The first is the traditional model. And in the Pacific, this is still the primary model, where we have centralized research. And there will be a research station in a particular town run by the government. They will carry out the research, and they will just invite farmers to come to a field day or to come and observe. But we know that this model does not really reach the farmers, but neither does it have the localization or the specific agronomic characteristics of many sites. So what we are advocating for is instead a decentralized participatory research model. And this is what is emerging. So no longer are we working on university and government research stations, but instead we are using farmers' fields. We are taking the researchers to the farmers and using the knowledge and the expertise of the farmers, working in collaboration with academics and research organizations to carry out this research. And next slide. And I would like to just encourage everyone that as my Alessandro has shared, there is gaining traction. So we are now involved in quite a large project that is all around farmer-led research. And we have kept our initiative to focus on a traditional crop and be very targeted in the kind of interventions that we want to do. Because as I mentioned, many of these forgotten foods are neglected by academia, research, and government. So we need to be pushing for their inclusion in these research programs. So we have this 5-year program working with the European Union, ACP, and AgriCord, and we are very much using the Breadfruit People, this knowledge platform that we have established as the main vehicle to run this research program. Next slide. So I'm this is just sharing about our annual Breadfruit Summit, which we held last year. And we'll be holding another one in September of this year, where we bring together the practitioners working on breadfruit from around the Pacific and around the world. And we put farmers at the center, farmers at the front. Thank you. I think I'm on my last slide now. Yeah, this is just to draw your attention to our website. Please, we would like if you could check us out on Facebook. You can also subscribe to our email bulletins. Go to pacificfarmers.com. And then if you want to learn more about Breadfruit People, which is our knowledge management platform and for working on this forgotten food, I invite you to check out breadfruitpeople.com. And we hope that through the design of this new program, that we can continue to collaborate between Asia and the Pacific, and that we can support each other as we all work together to promote traditional crops, to promote the role of family farmers at the center of research. So thank you very much for your time and for inviting me.
Thank you very much for your presentation on the once forgotten food on this of the Pacific, breadfruit. Very interesting. Now I would like to ask our participants if you have any comments or question, you may raise for 3 presenter. Okay.
At the outset, thank you so much, Mr. Stice, for having introduced some of the concepts with which you work. It's great to draw inferences from the same for multiple commodities across India. You see, in India, we are a nation where agriculture is a state subject. So most often bringing in a national framework would be great on paper, but most often there is, given the federal structure that we follow, it's not often implemented at the ground level because there are state-based priorities. Now, there was one particular dimension that you brought in, which is the decentralized participatory research model, right? Now, there were notions, I mean, when the dialogues I personally had in the millet space, and where we're looking at localization of grow locally, process locally, consume locally, will help us address diversity and will be consumed better. Could you speak a little more about the decentralized participatory research model, given that the Asia Pacific region is huge, you work with different communities, with different socio-cultural practices, different belief systems, and different governance models? I'm so sorry.
Can you please unmute? Could you please unmute, Kyle?
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I think the host had to unmute. I think similar to many countries, we have a colonial legacy. So this colonial legacy means that the government does a lot of these functions. They carry out agriculture research, they carry out agriculture extension, and even they carry out agricultural marketing. And these legacy has not served us very well for the development of traditional crops. As we move forward with doing more research and demonstration sites, we know that we cannot rely on that model. And there's a few reasons. Most farmers do not visit agriculture research stations. Most farmers are in their communities and they are not traveling far to these research stations. So instead, why don't we bring the research to the farmers in their communities? And also many of our countries have actually quite limited budget. So even if the government to carry out these research, it is always constrained by their budget. But we can use resources that exist already on the farms. So the farmers have land, the farmers have their labor, and we can collaborate with them and use it in a much more efficient way. And then finally, the diversity of agroecological conditions mean that if we want to just do research in a centralized station, a farmer that could be even 50 kilometers away might have a different experience altogether than the research station on which the research is being carried out. So it's very important for us to look at these various agroecological sites, and this lends itself to the decentralized approach. And then finally, going back to Alessandro's, when we do this, we don't make the farmers the recipients of the research, but we make them the researchers. We give them the power to influence the outcomes. And when there are good outcomes, it is already readily available because you are in the farmer's backyard. While farmers are not visiting research stations, farmers are always looking at their neighbor. They're always peering over the fence to see what another farmer is doing. So if there is a positive outcome from a decentralized participatory research, the chances that it will be uptaken by farmers is much greater. So thank you very much for the opportunity to share more about the decentralized participatory model as opposed to our traditional model left us by the colonial powers, which is a very centralized research model. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. How many women farmer in your organization? What are the role of women farmers?
Oh, thank you. So yeah, we have about 98,000 farmers in 13 countries. And about 40% of those farmers are females. And some organizations are women-led organizations, and some organizations have women as the members. But we very much ensure that the voice of all the family farmers is brought into the planning. So we encourage both our women and youth to take leading roles in the organizations so that we can continue to keep the family farming intact. And I thank you for your question.
Thank you very much. I think it was very interesting and inspiring presentation and the kind of work that you're doing. I have two specific questions. One is like if you're working on breadfruit, like as I know, the canopy is quite huge and even the gestation period, like for the fruits. So in terms of economics for the farmers, what are the aspects that you have focused?
Yeah, thank you very much. So traditionally, breadfruit is grown in an agroforestry model in the Pacific. So we have small gardens alongside the mountains, and they are planted with a mix of trees and root crops. And so in that model, the economics of planting breadfruit are made more attractive because the farmer is able to bring a return from the short-term crops while the breadfruit is being brought into maturation. So in fact, we speak very strongly to the point of making sure that we do not take this traditional crop and go down the path of monoculture. And again, we want to make sure that the colonial legacy of big farms focusing on economic outputs at any cost, that this model is not applied to these traditional crops, because we know what happens to those crops. They become much more susceptible to pest and disease outbreaks. They all of a sudden require more chemical inputs because we have to add fertilizer, because we have to control weeds. So we are focusing not only on a traditional crop, but on traditional farming systems that have proven to be economical for family farmers and that have proven to be environmentally friendly without the need for all of the agri-inputs that are trying to be sold to our farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. If you have a question to for Alessandro and Martina, we will request you can raise afterwards, because due to time constraint, we will shift up to third part of our session, which is on overview of the proposal project. May I request Iris Ben and Megha Ben will reflect on this.
Yes, thank you, Barty Ben. So thank you to Alessandro and Martina for giving the overview, the context at the global level, and also for presenting the framework at the regional level. So we have the Global Manifesto on Forgotten Food, and we have the Regional Manifesto on Forgotten Food, as well as the Farmers' Declaration in Asia Pacific. So just to let you know, so Kyle's presentation is actually part of the afternoon session, which is the sharing of regional initiative. But because he is based in Hawaii, the time difference, that's why we have to move his session. No, but our presentation now is to link what we are trying to do here now at the global and then at the regional level. So I will be doing the presentation with Mega Ben, but of course, the presentation that you will be seeing is a collective output. So we have, of course, all the partners who worked with us to put together the concept note, the draft proposal. So we have a copy of the project brief at the registration table. So you can have a copy of the project brief in preparation for tomorrow's discussion. So we will introduce the project design, but we will be discussing more of these tomorrow. Any contribution from you, we will have that time tomorrow. But of course, if we have time, then we can also solicit initial reaction on the project, the draft project design. So the context of the project design, we will also have a session on that. But of course, it's important that we look at the proposed objectives of the project that we want to implement here in India and in the four states. And also we want to look at the outputs that we want to produce in this particular program. So we are in the proposed project design, we have identified regional actions, national actions, and then local level actions. So it is well aligned with what is in the Global Manifesto on Forgotten Food, as well as in the Regional Manifesto on Forgotten Food. So we are proposing that, of course, we have to show some initial work. We have to do the process of co-research, co-innovation. So we have to start somewhere. While we want this to be, at a large scale, but there was a discussion that maybe we should start in 4 areas. So as you can see, these are the suggested initial 4 states for the first phase. So Odisha, Gujarat, Meghalaya, and Tamil Nadu. So you will hear more of the output of the consultation from the partners tomorrow. But these are the proposed 4 states for the first phase of the project. So the next slide, I think this has been mentioned many times, of the long-term goal of this collective action. So we are designing the project so that we can achieve this long-term, contribute to this long-term goal of unlocking the potential of the custodians and of the forgotten crops, and also the indigenous farming systems that are proven to be resilient to climate change. And of course, whatever we are doing, as mentioned earlier by Alessandro, we hope to contribute to achieving some of the international agenda as well, and in particular addressing also contributing to addressing poverty and undernutrition. So here we want to show the capacity of farmers as solution providers. Farmers are not just victims, are not just recipients, but farmers with the crop that they have, they are also solution providers to many of today's problem that we are facing. And at the country level, this is what we have in the draft proposal as the overall purpose of this initiative. So the next slide, you will see how we have articulated at the moment. So our project, if we start implementing, we want to contribute to agrobiodiversity conservation, because we know that agrobiodiversity is a pillar to achieving sustainable food systems. And we want also to contribute to existing national programs. And in particular, the agenda of strengthening local food systems. And of course, with the farmers, with the crops that they have. So this is how we have articulated the overall purpose of our program. We hope that after hearing all the presentations later, you can provide comments and suggestions on how we have currently articulated the overall purpose of the proposed project. And we have also articulated outcomes, for each of the actors that will be involved in this collective action. So I would like to ask Mega Ben to share how we have articulated the outcomes per partner or per actor.
Thank you, Irishben. Namaste, everyone. So as we are talking since morning that how this collective action is different. So this is mainly a farmer-led action, and how instead of being a beneficiary that we have been hearing till now, how we can make them equal partners. So very first partner in this program will be farmers. And specifically, we are talking about the small and marginal farmers and including women farmers. So if we talk about the farmers, the project will contribute to their empowerment as a key actor in the food system. But specifically, if I talk about the Asia Pacific, I would say that when we are talking about the small and marginal farmer, it will contribute to the food security first and nutrition security. As we heard in morning, Rima Ben said that we are hearing that what farmer produce they are not eating, and what they are eating, they are not producing. So this will surely, and with the climate change and the market changes, this will surely provide them food security first. And we all know that the forgotten food has a nutrition value, more nutrition value. So it will provide nutrition security and empowerment, of course. And mainly, they will be at the table. Right now also we are seeing in this kind of conference, usually we can see the people more male and the women also like, from the formal, but here we are seeing equal participation of the farmers. From the villages they have come and they are also participating, understanding and also asking. We just heard question of Jashiben. So they are into participation, they are into decision making. So this process will help them to empower, bring them to the decision making, are part of the action research themselves, what exactly they want and what kind of research they want. So they will be part of that. And of course, we all know that this forgotten food, they are also a climate resilient food. And with the natural farming practices, we hope that this will help in conserving the biodiversity that Irishben told, and we can make the small and marginal farmers movement to help and conserve the biodiversity that we all are facing the climate change. So this will change entire agroecological practices. So second partner are the research scientists and the government, academia. So this will help them to closely connect with the farmers and develop the participatory research methodologies. Help them build the capacity combined of the farmers and of themselves and engage collectively and actively in the participatory research innovations for the development of the forgotten food. And it is also expected that the mainly this juncture, the capacities of the extension officers who are working on ground, who are working with the farmers and the other technical experts and the advisory service providers such as CSOs and NGOs, leaders, their capacity will also be enhanced and they will be actively connecting with these academia and research and the government agencies. Thirdly, if I talk about the communities whom we are seeing can also utilize the products made from this forgotten food. So in rural and urban communities, they will get the direct impact of these availability of this nutritious food. Of course, we are planning the innovation of different products from this program. So the youth and the children, which they like most. So we will try to innovate these products and we taste them and also develop the kamlas. This is one of the examples. There may be some other examples in other countries. So I think that will also be done. So communities will get their food, which is liked by them and made from this forgotten food. So all in all, it will contribute to the transformation of the agriculture research and innovation systems from all angles, from all participation, and different tools, different methodologies, new in different areas. We will get different innovations. We may also try to replicate that learning, cross-learning, regional learning, cross-region learning. All these, I think, activities will take place. And we hope that this will, of course, help farmers, but not only farmers, but even the government that is made and even the research agencies and academia to help that how we directly closely connect to help develop and transform these agriculture in India through this program and strengthening the farmers and of course preserve the biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Megaben. So basically, that's how we have articulated the outcomes that we want to achieve per group of actors. And we hope that how we articulated is clear, or you can later suggest how to better communicate these outcomes that we would like to achieve. And hopefully, with these outcomes, we will also generate suggestions on how we can actually achieve these outcomes through the activities that we would like to do. So on the last point on the transformation of agricultural research, one of the strategy written there is that we would like to have a platform where researchers and farmers work together. So later on, maybe you can suggest how it can be done at the state or subnational level, and then how will we do it at the national and regional level. So we have also identified specific objectives for this proposed project. So the first objective is the strengthening of capacities of all actors, all stakeholders, including farmers and their organizations, other value chain actors. We also have invited some private sector representatives, so we see how we can complement the capacities, and of course the NARS, the National Agriculture Research and Extension System, and also policymakers, so that altogether we can really use these forgotten crops or neglected, underutilized species to contribute to nutrition, income, and climate adaptation. And the second objective that we want to achieve is to foster genuine collaboration and partnership among, again, the different group of actors, farmers, researchers, civil society organizations or NGOs, private sector, and other development institution. So later you will see the proposed activity, or tomorrow, sorry, you will see the proposed activity on how we can achieve these two objectives. And then also the third objective, we have an objective on advocacy and policy influencing. So we hope that as we implement the project, when we have the resources, that we can have champions at the national and state level. We hope to influence decision makers and even program planners so that they can see or recognize the multidimensional contribution of farmers being custodians of agrobiodiversity, culture, and natural resource managers. And also we hope that with this project, we can really get champions to support the participation of farmers in decision-making processes. And even, as mentioned, like not just in program development, but even in setting the research agenda. And we also hope that with the work that we will do, we can really get investment. So more resources will be invested in developing knowledge systems that will be supportive of smallholder and women farmers. And then, of course, the economic aspect, we hope that that value chain development work will also be supported by the government officials, decision makers, and program planners. And I think we have 5 objectives now. So this is the fourth and the fifth objective that we have articulated or written in the proposal. So we also would like to do work to boost the demand for agroecologically produced forgotten foods. So we are proposing some campaign marketing. Maybe those who have done a lot of work on this can contribute how we can do this. And then lastly, to scale up farmer-driven research and innovation on forgotten food. Again, we are starting actually to even scale out now. No, that's why we have invited representatives from the other states outside the 4 that I have mentioned. We have the Farmers Forum here, who are also a network in itself. And I think we are starting to spread the word on this initiative. And to have a more concrete work on the ground to show the principles of the collective action or the global manifesto, we have identified 4 it's actually more than 4 outputs, but we want to present 4 key outputs for this workshop that we can jointly discuss. So we thought, and these outputs, they came from the individual proposals of the collective action partners, and we fused them together. And these are the major components of the proposed project that we would like to discuss further. So the first component, or the first result or output, we call it output, is the catalog of priority forgotten foods or neglected underutilized species. So what is the catalog for? So the catalog of priority forgotten foods, we are proposing that the prioritization will emerge from, of course, the demands of the farmers. Which crop would they like to be invested on, to be developed further? But of course, we also know that there are priority crops that have already been identified by maybe the science, the research, and the government. So we hope that this catalog will be it will go through negotiation and then discussion, what the criteria will be, and then the process, the process, of course, will be a long one until we have this catalog of priority forgotten foods that will be used as an advocacy tool and also as a reference for investors or reference for the scientists. So if the government wanted to embark on developing forgotten foods, then this catalog of priority crops can be used as the basis. If researchers are interested, then they can also use these. So we will present the activities tomorrow, how we develop this catalog of priority forgotten foods. But we started a very really rapid process. You will see the outputs that will be presented tomorrow. And then also second output is the value chain development of forgotten food. So we're thinking maybe when we have the catalog, we can identify which are the crops that will go through value chain development, which forgotten food has a value, no, for market development. So that's the second one, the value chain development. And then third would be campaign and marketing leading to valorization of these forgotten crops. So we thought that it's important to have level campaign and marketing. And lastly, advocacy and policy. So basically, these are the four components or key outputs that are currently articulated in the proposal. No? So we will do this by forming a platform. No, we are proposing that we create a multi-stakeholder platform that will steer the implementation of the project. And of course, a national platform where there will be sharing and there will be resource mobilization that will be happening. And we also thought that it's important to create a mechanism that will really enable farmers and researchers to work together. So we are hoping that there will be partnership agreements and understanding between different set of institutions or different set of actors. And of course, the knowledge and management. So these are basically the areas of work that we are looking at. And then lastly, we also included in the proposal some joint actions that all the collective action partners should commit to. So first is promoting co-innovation and participatory approaches and farmer-centered research. So this can be further enhanced. So basically, it's an agreement among the partners that we will advocate for co-innovation and participatory approaches. And second, that the collective action partners, some may not be some partners may not necessarily be implementers of the project. They can benefit from the knowledge exchanges happening. But next slide. You will see the joint actions. Yes. As mentioned, maybe not all of the institutions here will be an implementer, no, but you or they can be a partner still in the collective action and benefit from the knowledge exchanges and advocacy activities. And lastly, joint resource mobilization, so that we can really get support investments for the work that we wanted to do. So we have the printed project brief in the registration table. So please get a copy. And then all this is also in that project brief. And we will jointly appraise. No, we will get feedback from you how best to articulate or present the objectives that we want to achieve. So back to the moderator.
Thank you, Iris-Ben and Megha-Ben. Shall we continue or not, because 6 minutes? So now we will move on third part of our second session, forgotten food or neglected underutilized species. I would like to invite Melodiania Marfan. Okay, so she is an academician, researcher, and nutritionist. She is also currently an assistant professor and head of the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics and Martin Luther Christian University, Ceylon. So please go ahead.
Hello, yes. Can you hear me? Yeah, it's clear? Yeah.
You can take 4 minutes because of time constraint.
Okay, yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be presenting the forgotten foods, neglected underutilized species perspective from public and private institutions. Can you please go to the next slide? Yeah, just a little bit of to add context to what I'm going to present, just a little bit about Meghalaya. Meghalaya is actually a small state in India with an area of about 22,720 square kilometers. And the main settlers are the Khasis and the Garo tribes. And the state is actually endowed with rich biodiversity, and it is part of the Indo-Burma biodiversity hotspot. Just next slide, please. So looking at the organizations and institutions that are really working towards promoting these forgotten foods and the neglected underutilized species, I've actually categorized them into three. One are the public organizations, private, and the academic institution. Under the public organizations, we have the Meghalaya State Biodiversity Board, or the MSBB, the Krishi Vidyan Kendra, or the KVK, and the Bioresource Development Center. These are all in Meghalaya. Private organizations such as the Grassroots Society for Urban and Rural Empowerment, or the SHUR, Social Services Center, and NESFAS, and the academic institution, the Martin Luther Christian University. Next slide, please. So looking at what the MSBB is doing, they've actually, they've done the identification of forgotten foods through their work on the People's Biodiversity Register, and they've done a constitution, and they've developed a total of 6,484 biodiversity management committees. Please go to the next slide. Looking at the KVK, the KVK is actually an integral part of the National Agriculture Research System, or the NARS, that focuses on the knowledge and technology transfer in the field of agriculture. They've actually support the initiatives of the public, private, and voluntary sector to improve the agriculture economy, and they work directly with farmers. They provide training in food processing, value addition of crops, and other related agricultural subjects. Next slide, please. Yeah. Continuation with this, they've also been involved with NARI, or the Nutri-Sensitive Agriculture Resources and Innovation Project. And through their extension program, they've actually encouraged farmers to grow locally available wild edibles in the nutrition garden. They've actually introduced the Nutri Thali concept along with the help of the Anganwadi and the ICDS Center. They've also played an important role in improving the shelf life of food and food storage by developing the Pro Harvest bag that they actually sold from Bangalore. And these bagged, they improve the shelf life of food by retaining the moisture, and they prevent the pests. Next slide, please. The other one is the Bioresource Development Center. They've actually promoted sustainable green technologies to improve crop production, soil, and the environment. They focus more on action research. They've helped in the documentation of traditional knowledge and practices, and they also promote the indigenous systems of medicine. They've document agrobiodiversity and database development. They've also promote rural development for women by promoting this dehydrated floral craft technology. And they've also established the demonstration unit or microbiotech park at their experimental farms. Looking at the private organization, the Grassroots, they've actually focused on ensuring, empower, enhance, encourage, and engage. They ensure that there's no violation of the people in community, and women make decisions in the community. They've empowered to make people adjust to new technological advancement, but still rooted to their social structure. They've enhanced local resources for self-sustenance. They've also encouraged the utilization of natural resources for development without eroding the traditional skills. And they've also encouraged young people in agriculture. Looking at the SHUR, or the Society for Urban and Rural Empowerment, they've developed a recipe book of traditional dishes. These dishes are particularly the dishes of the Jaintia Hills, and this book is actually entitled Bam Tinre, which it means traditional foods. They've actually collaborated with NESFAS To strengthen and revive community seed bank, they've actually were able to preserve and store about 57 varieties of indigenous seeds. They've actually organized Rice Festival in the year 2020 with the theme Kaba Towe Imensi, which means that rice is life. They've done this because they want to preserve and revive the seeds that are in the verge of extinction. They've also established school gardens to reduce malnutrition and promote nature and gardening as well. The Social Services Center have collaborated with NESFAS to promote agrobiodiversity, nutrition and food securities in tribal communities. They've actually organized various agrobiodiversity walk to document and identify the forgotten foods of Meghalaya. They've actually promote kitchen gardens and planting of indigenous wild edibles in those kitchen gardens. Looking at NESFAS, since its inception, the organization has promoted forgotten food, especially millets in community. They have done a lot of documentation. The agrobiodiversity book, they've developed recipe books, they've come up with videos about forgotten foods. They've also promoted forgotten food through their IEC materials, and they've also helped in the establishment of the Meiram O Cafe. This is something that has popularized a lot of these traditional foods, and they've also enabled livelihood opportunities, especially in women. Next slide, please. Yeah. The Martin Luther Christian University is a university in Shillong that has always promoted working within communities and promoting traditional foods. They've actually included these in their curriculum, in their syllabus as a subject for both UG and PG students. Actually, there are two departments that are promoting this, the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, as well as the Department of Environment and Traditional Ecosystem. We encourage students to take up research on forgotten foods and traditional foods. Some of these research we are currently doing. One is on product development using forgotten foods. Another one is nutrient analysis of forgotten foods and wild edibles. We've also encouraged, students to actually go back to their own community and know how to prepare forgotten foods as well. Importantly, we also do make it a point to observe important days such as the World Food Day and the National Nutrition Month. And these are actually celebrated with the theme traditional food system and knowledge. So we also have experiential learning. We don't believe teaching should be in the class. We actually believe that we should go to the field and learn from custodian farmers. We've had agrobiodiversity walked where farmers have shown them these wild edibles and students have learned from them. We have also have a holistic nutrition garden where farmers will actually come and teach the students how to actually plant these forgotten foods. Next slide, please. Yeah, so these are a few of the seeds that have been displayed in NESFAS in their program of forgotten foods. Next slide, please. Yeah, we've there's also, from the Meiram O Cafe, a traditional plate, quite nutritious, quite colorful, and various millet dishes that, obviously in the program that NESFAS have actually organized. So yes. Lastly, thank you very much. This is actually a picture of our student, going for the agrobiodiversity walk. Actually, the hand is the hand of a custodian farmer, Ba Makir. He was the one who actually showed students about these forgotten foods. Yes, thanks everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Melodani. Now I request Vikram Bhai Sankara Narayan, Director Bond Technology. Please reflect your.
Good afternoon to one and all. At the outset, I'd like to thank the organizers and all the stakeholders who've been putting this together, this interaction and this dialogue towards building action, for having given me this opportunity. It was truly humbling in the last few hours, to actually gain these insights, experiences, and frankly speaking, knowledge that is, I'm sure, empowered each one of us. I'm going to be starting by giving you two stories. two stories with highlight issues. In 2019, I was invited for a tribal stakeholder meeting in Maharashtra by the Tribal Affairs Department, a ministry. And they were talking about how to develop value chains, given the work that we've done in Karnataka. The fact is that there were 15 so-called experts, including myself, and I certainly don't consider myself an expert, who were talking about what the tribal farmers needed. For 3 days, there were 3 tribal representatives who were not given their voice to speak. And at the end, since I was the youngest in the cohort, they approached me on the side and said, "Sir, everyone's trying to get us to eat dal, which is brought from hundreds of kilometers away, saying it's fortified, but whereas in our own forests, in our own areas, we want minor forest produce certification for a certain variety of dal and give us a processing unit in the periphery." I'm not going to name the body or the person or the group, but it was when I took this idea back to the entire committee, and mind you, they had the power to help them on board. They just said they don't know what they need. And the entire thing is that those were forgotten foods. And I volunteered to analyze these crops. And I realized compared to what Ruchi Soya is providing, these crops are far superior in nutritional value. The same dal, and that's an indigenous variety that is forgotten. And now it's not part of their own value chain. They're actually having to consume food which they're not growing, for which they're saying we have the ability to cultivate. It's not going to burden the establishment in the form of subsidies for fertilizers, pesticides, any of those. They're just looking for a common facility center in the buffer zone. That is one story. Now I'm talking about a statewide sustainability story. Very ideal situation. In Karnataka, I was the lead coordinator for millet-based programs for 2018 and 2019. We had an extremely progressive technocrat for an agriculture minister who really drove the value chain for millets, right from backward integration, value addition, and forward integration. His name was Mr. Krishna Bairegowda. Now, the perfect recipe was also there in terms of bureaucracy. They had bureaucrats, I mean, the secretary for agriculture, the principal secretary at the time, the commissioner, they were all aligned, picture postcard, perfect, great. So we developed clusters where the clusters were funded with some seed funding in terms of providing 10,000 rupees per acre. So in Hosdurga, suddenly there was a huge cluster of little millet farmers. There was value addition again. They realized that they wanted to not put the burden on FPOs of actually holding the assets. So they created value addition centers. And we had a large market exercise wherein, for example, we organized a trade fair. In 2018, there were 40 participants. In 2019, there were 400 participants with 5 countries coming in on board in the dialogue. What happened? Everyone thought that right now Karnataka has set the benchmark and we're going to go ahead. The government changed. Politics changed. Mind you, today, we don't see a trace of that work, implying that basically community participation at the group level, at the ground level, wherein it's voluntarily taken up forward, is of paramount importance. Hence, the dialogue that we're having right now is of paramount importance to drive multiple agendas, looking at national food security, nutrition security, etc. It depends on the communities. It depends on localization, and it depends on not having to depend too much on the establishment. Now, coming to the work that I've been doing, I work for an organization known as Bone Technologies. Now, Bone was born more out of need than greed. So I started with a company called Sanlac Agro Industries, and then we bought technologies for processing. I was mocked when I asked them, "Sir, could you please replace the mild steel with stainless steel?" They were like, "Oh, where's this character from? This is India. Nobody cares about all of that." I went to FSSAI and they said, "Nobody bothers, sir. We don't care about it. We'll just give you the certificate, you know, that food safety certificate." I was appalled. Eventually, those machines broke down. And then I was treated like a second-class citizen by the suppliers. And then I realized we need to pull our pants up. So I took a huge gamble. I'm not an engineer. I have a background in public policy. We eventually invested our own resources without funding from the establishment, taking the utmost risk is because it's either a zero-sum game or a 100-sum game over here. And we evolved a technology, a dehulling technology, which maintains the bran intact on the minor millets without an abrasive process through impact mechanism, which is suitable across minor millets. But we didn't just stop there. We realized that the protocols weren't available because there weren't any norms established. We went to all the agencies in the government, but they had not supported us at the time. They're saying that we don't have any norms. The agriculture universities, there were some stakeholders. Actually, today I felt very positive seeing Dr. Nirmala Kumari over here because she's actually one of the credible academics in the country who've actually contributed, at least the seed level and there. But a lot of them, it was more who's larger, who's bigger, and whose opinion was more. So we really did not reach a conclusion. So we evolved the protocols eventually. But the outcome was, thanks to a risk that was taken and the engineers who participated on board, an entire set of technologies which were there to address this prominent gap in processing for minor millets. Some of the results of the work that we've undertaken can be seen by any of you in these institutions. Some have been fostered by the state, like what we have over there with the University of Agriculture Sciences in Raichur. If you could please scroll down, I'd be grateful. They've got 2 agriculture research stations. This is a half-ton per hour unit that is over there at this point in time, wherein all stakeholders can be trained in processing. And this is the model on which they will be capacity building across Karnataka. So therefore, the state is participating in terms of the training, in terms of development. They're part of building the institutionalization of how they're going to be taking it forward as well. But at the same time, their model that they're evolving is going to be more around common facility centers. Why? If you're looking at farmer-producer organizations today, they've made it romanticized. The romanticization basically is by bundling too much risk together. They're expected to do a backward integration, value addition, forward integration, but there are so many risk points over there. Rather, what I propose is that we develop a kind of a working system where we could unbundle this risk, create various groups in a localized area where they handle each role so that can be done efficiently, wherein also the establishment can participate through PMFME, etc. If you, through PMFME funding, various kinds of fundings, there's multiple models. We're strained for time. I was just given a placard saying I have a minute. So I have all the documentation here. I'd be more than happy to share all of it with all of you. And all of this can be sent by email and WhatsApp after you tell me what you need. And further guidance can be taken. And I'd be happy to work with all of you. If you could scroll down, please.
Can you please reduce your slide?
Right. So this is in Odisha. This model is,
Excuse
sorry, ma'am.
Now, time is over. So.
Time is over. Okay, I'll be more than happy to communicate with all of you and answer your questions and participate in however you need me to empower this exercise. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikram Bhai, for your kind support. Now I request Santanu Mathur, Advisor Global Forum on Agriculture Research and Innovation from GFAO.
Thank you very much. The last thing I want to do is to hold you, or at least stand between you and lunch. So I have a very happy challenge to try and synthesize what we've heard for the past 2 hours. I think the job's been made, much more easy because all of the presentations that we heard are very coherent. They have a very, very sort of common theme. Can you hear me? There's a very common theme that runs right through it, all the way from what was mentioned by Alessandro and Martina, in terms of the global frameworks, the 2030 agenda, which is an extremely important framework that underpins whatever we are discussing and the initiative that we are currently designing, the global manifesto that Martina was talking about, and all the principles that are mentioned there, which again are extremely important and will inform this initiative. Alessandro, for instance, talked about the failure of the delivery of SDGs, which I think we must take into account. The problem here when he talks about SDG 0 is really because we don't understand the SDG framework very well. What is missing is really an understanding that they are a very interconnected and interlinked and an indivisible set of SDGs. People don't understand that, and that's where we have a huge problem and a gap in terms of the delivery. What this initiative can do, and it was great to hear Irish and Megha Ben really put up a project framework which kind of addresses and draws on the lessons that we've heard also from experiences at the local level in Meghalaya and Karnataka, and the breadfruit presentation made from the Pacific, is that we have a very, let's say, coherent set of objectives that will be designed in the context of a truly participatory innovation systems approach, if you like. I mean, the question was asked, what is decentralized participatory innovation system? It is really about multi-stakeholder research system coming together, people-centered approach where farmers and primary producers, the real custodians of the so-called neglected and underutilized crops, front center. And hopefully with these 5 objectives that Irish was developing, we will also have stakeholders like Kashiban, Jashiban, really forward as a leader, participating and asking the right set of questions, hopefully within a proper monitoring and evaluation system where people like Jashiban will ask those questions. How many women farmers? What is it that we are talking about? This is what this research initiative is going to be about. It's really about bringing synergies, complementarities, all of the people who spoke, but also other institutions present here, all the way from international institutions, local institutions, all of the constituencies that are represented in the Global Forum of Agricultural Research. I won't take more time. There's so much more to talk about, but back to you. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Santanu. Now we'll go for lunch, but before that, okay.
A point I wanted to make was through Dr. King. Earlier, we had a set of stakeholders coming in from Collie Hills, wherein we have integrated them into the design of a micro mill, basically. They came in, they gave their feedback, they saw how it functioned, they gave inputs, and we are factoring those inputs into the design of how we work. Therefore, we would like to bring and widen our dialogue with all stakeholders in similar manners as well, with all the stakeholders seated here as well. I'd be happy to discuss that with you in terms of implementation design. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, now we will go for lunch, but before that, if anybody didn't get your name tag, you can collect from the registration desk. Yeah. Our lunch break time now 1:15 to 2:15. Huh? Okay. So kindly note, we will meet again 2:15.
Hello, everyone. 3 minutes more to go. That's a good idea.
So everyone, please come back to the session hall so that we can start with the next session. Session 3.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back after this nice lunch. So this third last session will be to listen about similar initiatives that do perform a similar work to what this initiative is proposing. And we will start by having a few regional examples of what has been carried out so far. The first one, we heard it on the previous session from Kyle on the breadfruit. And we are now giving the word to Carlo from the Alliance of Biodiversity International. And he's the director of research, and he will be describing the activities that the Alliance is carrying out on the initiative on nature positive solutions. Carlo, over to you.
Thank you. Let us wait for the slides. Yeah, thank you. So that is, so I'm, as part of the CGIER, I'm leading, in addition to my role within the Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT, I'm leading an initiative called Nature Positive Solutions for shifting agri-food system to more resilient and sustainable pathways. Next one, please. Let me go quickly through this. I mean, I already mentioned in the morning in my opening remarks, the world is facing a number of crises, which are both environmental as well as human, in terms of our nutrition and undernourishment, malnourishment, obesity, etc. There is a biodiversity crisis, even not only agrobiodiversity crisis. We know that out of more than 7,000 crops that have been described as edible, we make use of 6 for 75% of our consumption. So there is a lot of forgotten crops and foods that are available for our consumption. We know that that agriculture is contributing to climate change. According to some estimate, up to 1/3 of the greenhouse gas emission come from agriculture. And we know that our soil, and by the way, with the climate change comes a water crisis, because water is not only the amount of water, but also is availability of water when it's needed. And there is more and more competition with other land uses and users of water in addition to agriculture, but also variability. More and more with extreme events, we have floods and extreme drought. And so the water is not there when it's actually needed. So it's a big issue, which is one of the impact of climate change. And finally, land degradation, which affects 40% of our land. Next one, please. Sorry, next one, please. Now, we've been talking a lot about the current system, and I will go really quickly through this. I don't believe that the current system, the reliance on few global commodities for our food, comes out of unluck or by chance. It has been designed. It has been designed by the need of producing cheap food. We need people that can be fed at the minimal cost. And that is part of the industrial agriculture revolution, because by having cheap food, you can feed people that works in sectors other than agriculture, and you can keep wages low, for example, and so you can and that's why there is such a big push to increase production, because it's by improving the efficiency of production system that the food become cheap. But as we have seen on the previous slide, that comes at the big consequences on the natural resources. And the estimation of the cost of those consequences on natural resources is hardly known. And so the real cost of food production is actually not visible. So we know that when we have to buy it, it's cheap sometimes, but we don't know what are the costs of the externalities or the impact to the nature and to the health that this way of producing food has. So we don't know the true cost of food. And because we don't know this cost, also there is no favorable investments that push the system to shift to more sustainable pathways. Next one, please. So what is nature positive solution? So basically, because the challenges are so ingrained with policy, political economy, etc., it requires a really deep transformation. And so we need to reimagine and co-create. And so here the co is very important because it includes the stakeholders, for example, that are sitting in this room, and implement agri-food systems that deliver food and livelihoods while ensuring that agriculture helps us to stay within planetary boundaries. I believe that one of the good news of all the challenges and the problems that agriculture creates is the fact that if agriculture makes itself better, it can also provide a lot of the solutions that we need to bring back our system within the planetary boundaries. A nature positive solution operates through 5 different work packages. One is conservation. We need to conserve our biodiversity. We need to conserve our agrobiodiversity. And so we need to have a system in place that allows to conserve either in situ, because there is use, or ex situ. So the initiative also linked to the ex situ facility, for example, in the case of India, would be the NBPGR. The second work package is use. We need to have farms and farmers that operate and use multiple crops, that manage well their soil, that improve the use of the water and conserve better the water. So how does a farm, and so basically that applies agroecological principles. So how does a farm can be, farming community production system can be designed with the participation of the farmers and the strong input for the farmers in ways that natural resources, including biodiversity, soil and water, actually are the key aspect of those farms. The third one is restore. One I've mentioned before, 40% of our land is degraded. And the problem is that restoring land is costly. And that's why people tend to cut more forests and more primarily virgin lands to agriculture, because once one area is degraded, then you move to the next, you clear it, you plant. But that land is still potentially useful if it is restored. So how can we bring back that land under production? But again, in ways that help farmers, livelihood of farmers. So not just by planting any tree, but by working with communities to understand which are the tree species that, if planted, can actually provide additional livelihood and additional benefit for them. So even that restoration needs to be very participatory and very bottom-up. The fourth one is recycle. How can we use the waste? At the moment is a waste, we call it waste, but actually it's a resource. It's a resource that can be used, for example, animal feed. It's a resource that can be used for energy. It's a resource that can be used as an input to agriculture. So having an understanding of how that waste, human, animal, vegetable, can actually be used as an input to something else, which, by the way, would also contribute to the livelihood of farmers. And the fifth one is that social, economic, political part in understanding this true value cost, but also capacity development. So it's a kind of cross-cutting work package where a lot of the lobby, advocacy, etc. takes place. Next one, please. Next, yeah. So the initiative has a farming system approach. I think we heard this one from a previous presentation from Kyle. So we have a community-based approach. we want to integrate, so we really rely on action, participatory action research. We need to understand what is in there, and we need to find for local solution to local problems. We need to integrate more trees on farm. We think this is important, agroforestry, and again, really also identifying the forestry part with the communities, not only the crops. We need to identify multiple crops that are to be used in crop rotation and intercropping schemes, sometimes even complex, because that is the way to improve soil and nutrition. So those crops need to have different nutrients so that you can have a balanced diet. It also needs to interact well with the soil because those plants grow in soil, and the soil biodiversity is a very important component to make sure that the plants stay healthy. Integration of sound soil management practices through, for example, biofertilizer. This is one of the result of the recycling part, and the better understanding of how the soil biodiversity improves the performance of the crop. The soil biodiversity is for what is for us a clean air, is for us a clean diet, is what gives the plant strength. Obviously, if a plant grows in a poor soil, the plant is weak because it doesn't have what makes it strong. If the plant grows in a good soil, it's also capable of better withstand pests and diseases, to grow more, to produce more. So we need to treat well those plants, and we need to give them good soil. And then this will also reduce, which is one of the target of the initiative, will also reduce the need of using external or inorganic inputs, including pesticides, etc. We need to be able to better conserve the water, and again, there are a lot of traditional ways of doing it, but certainly we need to conserve and use more water. That is super important for improving the production of the crops, but also it's super important to expand, to allow to have more crops. You can have a kitchen garden that can be used more over a longer period of time. And then again, the circular economy principle, which is about reuse and recycle waste for energy, feed, and inputs for agriculture. So these are the general concepts. Here are a specific example. For example, if you select one crop, I think we heard several times the talk about the genetic diversity, and we all know that crops are not one thing, but within crops there are, in the case of rice, for example, thousands of diversity of varieties, and they serve different purposes. We know that some rice are even medicinal plants. We know that some rice are red, they change in color, they change in nutrients. And so we need to work on the genetic diversity dimension as well. Here is an example of one of the schemes that we use in the framework that we use in Nature Positive. And the reason why this slide is entitled From Markets to Conservation is that we always need, we keep in mind, and I think this came up very often during the conversation today, that we need to have markets, at least for some of our products. And so we need, when we select varieties, we have not only to keep in mind the agronomic part of it, but also the marketability of it. The principle is that we have material conserving gene bank. These are big deposit of genetic diversity. It has been taken from production system over the past 70 years. And now some of it, we want to bring it back. And we want to understand, though, what is in there, because somehow that is lost. So we did, and this is where the science comes into force, a lot of analysis with to characterize this material out of the gene bank, including molecular analysis, morphological characterization, and farmers' evaluation, because that is, again, very important, that farmers can then select within this diversity what they think it's actually useful for them. And once we have done this first screening, we ask farmers now to participate as what we call them citizen scientists to the other experiment. And citizen scientship means that farmers are given and try systematically some of the diversity that they themselves have identified, and they test 3 of the varieties out of maybe 20 under their own condition. This has a lot of advantages. First of all, that farmers have access to seeds because the seeds are given to them. And secondly, that farmers can actually see the performance of the variety under their own condition. They don't come, I think there was a nice slide again from the presentation of Kyle that we decentralize the experiments into the farmer's field. And they can decide to discard those that are not performing well. And then the farmers give us feedback. It can give us feedback, sorry, and the slides are not showing, but I keep talking in the interest of time. They can give us feedback either through mobile phone, if that is available, or in writing through our enumerators, and one up. One up, previous. Yeah, so they provide here is the mobile phone. So this is where I am. Yeah, here. And then whatever is chosen for the different crops for which this is done goes in community seed banks. This is another very important feature of the initiative, because the farmers need to have reliable amount of seed. Now, maybe many of these varieties and crops are not available through the formal system, and yet the farmers would need clean seed, good planting material available in a timely manner. And so that's the importance of community seed banks. And by the way, what we are trying to do in Nature Positive is to make community seed bank as the place to go for farmers who want to improve their nutrition. So community members, community seed banks also have people that are trained on nutrition, places where to go to agroecological practices. So in some case, some community members can even teach how to improve the practices to be more agroecological. So basically they become a farmer-based extension system within the community. And whatever is useless, because some can also not be used, it goes back to the seed bank, to the gene bank for ex situ, for future generation. As the climate continue to change, they may be useful in the next time. 2 minutes. Next one. On restoration, we have this app. It's called Diversity for Restoration. And it's basically based on the idea that it has basically 3 layers. Let me run because Paula is giving me time. So you have the botany, the botanic of 3 species. So again, the scientific knowledge. You have community feedback on which are the species that they like and why. Some could be good for timber production, some for beekeeping, some for medicinal, whatever is the reason we capture that information. And the third one is climate. So which species go well with current and future climate, so that we can make recommendation for which species are the most suitable for the restoration activities. We're now developing, next one, we're now developing, for example, this system in Kenya, in a very dry area where you plant the trees, you grow the kitchen garden, and you create a good environment to improve the production of those kitchen garden. And next one, we are also looking at the selection of 3 species for, next one, for agroforestry, and for next one, for agroforestry for production of coffee, cocoa, and banana, and identification of the best species for commodity production. Next. And then the circular economy. We have identified 24 circular bioeconomy business models, some of which also very well implemented by BIFE in some of our sites, for example, to produce biogas as well as manure from agricultural residues. And these 24 circular bioeconomy business models will be implemented. It's based on actual consultation with communities in the 5 countries. And so we will be then rolled out in the continuation of the project starting from next year. Next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlo. We will leave questions at the end of the next presentation by Rida Shibli.
Yes, please.
I can, okay.
Is this working?
Okay, yes, it is. Just
Okay.
a quick introduction. He's the Executive Secretary of the Association of Agricultural Research Institution in the Near East and North Africa, ARINENA, and he's a specialist in plant biotechnology and biodiversity, has been working in many farmers-led activities, particularly with women and youth. and he brings us his experience. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Thank the organizers. Now it's okay? Yeah. Okay. Well, I would like to thank the organizers of this meeting, actually, who got us here together in order to exchange views and experiences, and especially AFA, SIWA, APARI, GFAR, biodiversity, also SIAT. I think those are the people who really gave us the opportunity today and before to get together and discuss issues. Once we go to the Association of Agricultural Research Institutions in the Near East and North Africa, what's so-called ARENINA, actually, we cover about 27 countries in North Africa and in the Near East. And all of our members are NARCs, National Agricultural Research Institutions, and schools of agriculture at different universities. So actually, we have the hand on research and extension, reaching farmers, reaching the women, youth, society, and at the same time with the academia, where we reach the education systems in different institutions. And also we work hand in hand with the Arab University Associations in order to reach the education system and to work on the transformation of higher education and agriculture. So with GFAR, actually, ARENINA is a member of GFAR, and we are a member of the steering committee of GFAR. So I would like to thank GFAR, actually, Dr. Ravi and Hildegard and the team of GFAR, who really adopted or worked on the collective actions. And actually, by the end, we are today in one of those collective actions. Actually, there are other collective actions on transforming higher education, on digital agriculture, and other things. This is one of the collective actions which we are talking and discussing today. Can we go to the next slide, please? Actually, as I said, the initiative, when we started, we joined the discussion. And this is actually where a lot of meeting related to community practices, data collection, questionnaires. This is the most important part of the work at the very beginning. Can we move to the next one, please? Okay. ARENINA, actually, to get the work done, we started with establishing a network for forgotten food and neglected and underutilized species. And in this network, actually, we have experts from all the countries in our region. Those people are the people who are working with neglected species. Those are the ones who are working with biodiversity. So we chose those people in order to work together in order to get the experience from the whole region. Next slide, please. So then actually we started working with our partners, with APARI, with FARA, and actually we had many meetings, and there was a last meeting in Bangkok where we were discussing different activities together. Next, please. Okay, so in order not to repeat the talks before, actually, by Martina, Kyle, and other people, actually, we focused on farmers' organizations, civil societies, women and youth organization, research extension and development organization, private sector institutions. And actually, I would like to focus a lot in this issue on the private sector, because at the beginning, yes, we can lead the work, but by the end, I think getting the private sector involved in the forgotten food and in the neglected species would help a lot. And then also getting to the government agencies, because if the policymakers in the governments are not in help and in hand with us, by the end, I think it will be hard enough for us to get our job done. Next, please. Okay, so ARENINA actually worked with all of those people in our region, and we made a lot of communications with people in our region in order to get all people aware of the subject, because actually sometimes you find people even they could not understand the subject very well. And one thing which I would like Carlo was talking about, the biodiversity. Actually, in our region, yes, we did a lot of work on biodiversity. We ended up with conservation of genetic resources. But so far, we are not benefiting that much of the biodiversity at the level of the farmers or at the level of the countries. And the region where I'm coming from, it's one of the region which is really, today we are talking about the nexus, we say WIFI, water, energy, food security, and environment. Climate change, our region is actually one of the highest region affected by the climate change, and this is a major hassle in the region. At the same time, today in my region, I don't want to take more time in discussing other issues, we don't consider productivity per unit area. We consider the productivity per cubic meter of water, because water is the critical factor in the production in our region. So now we are moving to every technology in the world where we can utilize and maximize the utilization of every drop of water in the production. Next, please. So Arena, as I said, we established a network. We got people from genetic resources, people from different sub-regions involved with us. And also we have many of those good institutions in our region like ICARDA, ICBA, ACSAD, where they are joining us in the work on the forgotten food and the NAS, or the neglected and underutilized species. Next, please. So we did actually questionnaires, we collected data in the region, and then, next, please. Okay, next, please. Okay, so we organized a lot of webinars and seminars, and we work with the people because we have to enhance the awareness of the people. And actually, some of the webinars, we made them with the researchers, some with them with the policymakers, some of them with extension agents, some of them with farmers, in order to enhance the awareness of the people. What are we talking about? Because many people actually, they don't know exactly what are we talking about and how can we really get this back to work in a good manner. Next, please. So what we have done actually, at the beginning, we started working with that at the level of plants. But after that, we found that, no, we should not work with the plants only. So now we are working with plants, animals, and the marine. So we can collect the data from those different parts, because we don't need to do the job at different times. I know many people talking about forgotten food and neglected species, they are talking about plants. But now actually we are focusing our work on those different ones. Actually, we are so happy that we have Dr. Khalid Abu Layla. This is an eminent researcher in biodiversity and the work on neglected species. So actually he is leading our work in this direction, and that's why at least we are getting the job done. And he knows the people in the region very well. So sometimes, you know, you could not get the data unless you get a personal communication with the people there. Next, please. Okay, so these are actually some of the webinars which we did there. Next, please. Okay, one thing which we did actually, we did an inventory. So today we have a database, we have an inventory for the whole region. So we have a database actually where we collected almost, I could say, maybe more than 80% of what we need from the region. We have it now in our computers. And actually, I would be very happy if we can be in any way to collaborate. I'm so happy that this project here in India has started, because this is actually one of the objectives of the collective action when GFAR worked, that to have projects in the different regions to work in that. But actually, with the differences in region, we might have some different views. I know here the Women Association, they are approaching or they are looking forward to be 4 million members. Actually, that would be the 1/3 of the Jordan population. So this is excellent. So actually, from our experience, we will be ready actually to collaborate and to get together, because I am so thankful for GFAR, for APARI, that we are getting together, for the organization today, SIWA and AFA, that we are getting together to discuss. Because if you go to the strategy of Arenina, of APARI, of most of us, you would see that the major goals are the same goals, and we are serving the same goals. So that's why I tried my best to be here, to join you, to get to know each other, to get to involve together, and hopefully we will have more collaboration in the near future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We have some time for questions. Also, we encourage people online to ask any questions and people in the room, of course. While you think about a possible question, I will start the summary for the sake of time. And I think that, yes, we have a question.
Yeah, no, just one. Is this catalog online or published? Yeah.
No microphone.
So I thought it's working. Actually, no, we are scrutinizing the data now. We are making our work to make sure that the data is perfect, because, you know, we are collecting the data from Oman, from Morocco, from everywhere. So we have to get back and read the data very well. We collected about 80% of the species, which we think they are the very important ones in the region, and that's animal, marine, plus plants. So we are working with that. But if somebody wants to look at it, I mean, we can help, but we have not yet published on our website. Thank you.
So my question was related to that, like, what is the criteria you have used when you are saying these are underutilized? What is the basis or criteria used when you are calling it as underutilized?
Well, actually, this was a hard question for even the committee. Actually, we have a committee and we have a technical committee. And the technical committee are the ones who are really digging too much in the work. So they put some criteria. I'm not a specialist in that area. So Dr. Khalid and his team, they put some criteria when to say this is neglected and when to say it's underutilized. And this is because, you know, sometimes it's underutilized in Jordan, but it's okay in another country. Because whenever you have water, when you have areas with water, the same plant might be grown somewhere else and it's not underutilized, but in Jordan, it's underutilized. So those guys, actually, they are specialists. I could not talk in their behalf, but they are digging too much to get the right information and to document the right information of those species.
Another, thank you.
Thank you. Your comment on biodiversity conservation and not being used.
Online.
Not being used is all of us are with you. Globally, it's a phenomena where we are much ahead in conservation. Indian Bank has 450,000 collections in the only plant gene bank, microbes and insects. So many other banks are also there. But what are your plans? How to bring it to the farmer level for utilization? Do you have any steps in your imagination? Or how do we make it use or increase the use of the biodiversity from both ex situ as well as from the in situ, still with the farmer networks? Well, I'm telling you that, I mean, this is a big question because it's not an easy to get an answer for this question. But one thing I would see it, unless the private sector is involved and they can go utilize this genetic resource to do breeding, to improve, to do something out of it. Still, I mean, I'm talking about my region. I don't know, maybe in other regions, if the governments they have their own programs to do that. So the private sector usually are the ones who could get involved with you and to do the work. And I see some companies, they go to the gene bank, they get some resources, they go and they do their trials. But so far, I would not say that we are getting that variety which is resistant to, because we are utilizing our genetic resources. Now, today in our region, we have multi-million numbers of date palm trees. One of the biggest issue we are facing in the region is what's so-called the red weevil. The red weevil is a crisis in the region. And so far, we cannot get to a level, although there are wild types of date palms which are resistant. But so far, We are collecting them. We have them in our gene banks. We have them in the field collections. But so far, we are not getting the genes from here to solve a problem. So this is the weakness, but I'm sure it needs somehow the involvement of companies, breeders to get there. I mean, if you go to the genetically modified crops today, we are talking about 200 million hectares planted with GM crops. Governments did not do that. Companies do that. Private sector did that. So hopefully we find a possible way where the private sector would get involved with us in order to go ahead behind the conservation. We are doing excellent in conservation. We have seed banks, we have field collections, we have even in some places we have cDNA work, which is a little bit good, but we have not exceeded that to the production to utilize these resources. Thank you. It's good. Private approach, I have a different opinion. We'll discuss after the meeting. It's one approach, but we need a different approach.
We have another question?
One to Carlo Bhai, when you said that the seeds were verified by farmers, so what is the process of that? And one to you for, as you said, you have developed the database. So how much was the involvement of the farmers, small and marginal, and women farmers in that?
Yeah, thank you for this question that allows me to also do a little bit of publicity to my last paper. So the process is that we have N and female farmers coming to the field where this material is shown, and they evaluate for different traits. So the initial step is to have a focus group discussion with the farmers to identify the traits that are important for the farmers. And when they go to the field, they evaluate each germplasm based on the traits that the farmers themselves have identified as important. And they score them from 1 to 5. So 1 is very poor, say, I don't know, earliness. They say we want to escape drought, so we want early maturing material. And so they say earliness is an important trait. They see the germplasm and they say, oh no, this is 1, this is a late material. No, this is excellent, we give 5. And so we record all these numbers given by the farmers. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the next step. So in the next step, we give to farmers to sow. But initially, like for example, in the case of wheat, we have 400 varieties. So we cannot ask farmers to sow 400 types. And some of them were very poor performers. So we first want to screen to make sure that only the best can go to the farmers. And I think through this process, I think we highlight how farmers are good in this. Before we did that, a lot of criticism came to us. Oh, farmers cannot evaluate more than 10 material, as if they cannot keep concentrating, etc. The first time we did for 400 material, and the farmers can evaluate all of them very efficiently. We could even manage to map what the farmers were saying into the genome. So the farmer's knowledge actually can be linked to the genome of the crop. The second one is with 1,200, so 3 times more. And this was a breeding program. So we cross the land races with an improved variety, and we create 1,200 recombinant inbred lines, different lines from these crossings. And we ask farmers also to evaluate those. And because this was a breeding program, now we had a lot of also systematic breeders characterization, we have crop models, etc. And the best predictor, and one thing I forgot, we asked farmers to give overall evaluation. So what do you think in general? You mentioned earliness, disease resistant, etc. What is in general? How would you score? And the best predictor of yield, irrespective of the model that you create, which is really informed to predict yield, is the farmer's overall evaluation. So the farmer's overall evaluation can predict yield better than the model, even when the farmers are asked to evaluate such a large number of varieties. It took 1 week for the farmers to be with us and evaluate 1,200 germplasm through this process. And so my advice also to the breeders is, if you want to know how your material perform in the field, call the farmers and ask them to evaluate it, because their knowledge really allows to make very good insights.
Thank you. Okay, so just, hello? Yeah. Okay. I didn't see the hand. Go ahead. I know you had another question for him.
So the database that you had created, what was the participation of the women farmers in that, and farmers, small and marginal farmers in general?
Well, actually, if I understand your question, actually, one of the best thing at the small farmers levels in our region is the contribution of the women in the work, because they are leading a family farms, and they are doing excellent job, and they are making life for their families, and they are doing excellent. Especially today's, they are working also along with the food products. Also, they are working with medicinal plants, herbal plants. So they are making good business out of that. And also they do some processing. And also we are making special shops to sell their productivities, which are really important. So that's actually, it's a growing business. And the ladies, they are leading, and some of them, they have even their own brand when you know that you are buying from that. And also the ladies cooperative, also they are moving ahead, and they are doing a good job at the same time. And also at the same time, many of the international projects which we get, also they have some support to women-oriented kind of work. Especially these days, we are focusing a little bit more on the entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs who could get some kind of ongoing business. But it's growing actually, it's good.
Sir, I've heard that in Wadi Rum, within Jordan, they've been using resources which are otherwise scarce, in actually developing large farm systems over there. Could you shed some light on how that process started off? Because I mean, in a region where all resources are scarce, how did that come about?
Actually, most of our agriculture now in Jordan, now we are moving to Jordan. I was talking about the Nina region. In Jordan, actually, most of our agriculture, we are using the groundwater, because Jordan is the second most scarce country in the world in water. The per capita for a person is 80 cubic meters, where the per capita worldwide, the average world is about 600 cubic meters. So we are going to find every possible technology in order to reduce the water. So you can see in Jordan, drip irrigation, you can see hydroponics, soilless culture. People are moving to all of these technologies in order to reduce the water, because water is a big problem. And even if you pump the water from your own groundwater, after a certain limit, you pay money, because you should not exceed a certain limit, because we could not let the people. But most of the groundwater, actually, it's not in the highlands, it's not in those areas, it's in the desert area. So that's why in Wadi Rum and in the southern part of Jordan and in those areas where we have those large scale farms, yes, it's a hot area, yes, the evaporation is high, but we are trying to use every possible technology in order to reduce the evaporation and the evapotranspiration. So, but we are managing now. We are self-sufficient in vegetables, all vegetables. And at the same time, we are self-sufficient in poultry and in eggs. We have a huge, also dairy products, except in the red meat, we have a problem because we don't have range lands for the sheep. So we import about 80% of the meat from Romania and from those other countries. But actually at the level of the technology, we have good technology in the country. And even today, we have many farms. You can say they are smart farms, because they are using smart systems in everything. You see the person traveling to the United States, and he knows how much water today his farm consumed, because they have everything programmed in a very good manner.
Thank you very much. One last question. Okay, please, Alessandro. Sorry, but this will be the last question for the sake of time. Thank you. Do we have to?
Yes, thank you very much for all these interventions. I really don't have a question. It's more a comment, and I really would like to leave it on the floor. And the comment is, how can we make sure in the forthcoming project that we are designing, that we try to I would call it take a step back, and while we are conducting the research we are conducting, we also conduct, and allow me the term, a research on research, which is a component of meta research. And let me explain briefly what I want to say. You see, in order to ensure the whole experimentation process remains in the hand of farmers, we need to have a close scrutiny on the relationship between farmers and scientists, because scientists, even with the best intentions, and really I want to underline, with the best intentions, will tend to bring farmers into their own research, into their own modes of which is fully respectable of leading science or producing data. And this inevitably will end up by driving farmers into a world which is not their world, inevitably. So how can we ensure that all the steps of the research, starting from the research questions to the setting up of the research protocol, to the identification of the method, the validation, to the dissemination of results, remains in the hands of farmers? This will require, really, I insist, a kind of observation, or we can call it participatory observation, as the ethnologists often use. I participate, but I observe my own participation, so that we really avoid that at the end, one knowledge system takes over the other one. So I would just summarize this by saying, let's make sure that it's scientific researchers participating in farmer experimentation, and not farmers participating in researchers' experimentations. Thanks.
Thank you, Alessandro. I think this comment of yours really brings us, can summarize what we have seen through these three presentations. And thank you to the speakers for their presentation. We have seen three different regional projects that maybe were involving farmers at different level. And I agree that when we do science, scientists have the advantage of having been involved for many years, for set of time on science and on the mechanism on science, while farmers may be invited, but it takes longer for them to understand. And again, this is bringing farmers into science. So we do need a transition, and we do need to think a bit more carefully, how can we ensure farmers, not participation, but farmers leading the science? So this is something that we really need to think about. And I think the three examples really gave us a view of different levels. We saw the very specific project on breadfruit, where farmers were maybe leading a little bit more, because it was probably, even if at a regional level, at a lower scale. Well, then we moved to the initiative, where we are working with farmers at on the ground. But when you want to combine at a regional level or at an international level, it becomes a little bit more difficult, and we lose the individual perspective and the perspective of farmers, because we want to make it internationalize it. Then we have the last example, which is even on a higher level, even though farmers were consulted and farmers provided their inputs. But again, as Alessandro was pointing out, it's contributing rather than leading and rather than deciding. And this also brings me back to the role of different kind of farmers. Women, first place, it is true that women are very important. Everybody knows that, but it's not recognized. And still it's only mentioned in specific networks and platforms, but it's not given for granted how women are contributing. It's not a contribution, it should be a leading position of women. And this is something where we really need to work a lot. and the remote farmers or in different areas that find it even more difficult to participate and to become part of a global network. So this again requires an extra effort, the same effort that the farmers have been doing for years and years, from the from the research part to work and to move towards to farmers and be able to include them in a different and more comprehensive way. So I think this is a great opportunity to leave room to this transition and to really merge what until now has been the researchers on one side and the farmers in the field on the other side. I think this is a great opportunity. We should take advantage, and I think the audience here is really so different that can contribute to achieve this goal and this marriage, as somebody was saying before, in the best sense. Thank you very much. I am now giving, we are moving to the next session, and Sasi Rajendran, sorry for the name, it goes to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Paolo, and the team for presenting the regional initiatives. So that was a great summary also from you, Paolo. So we'll all keep this in mind when we work on our project coming days. And then, so now with that, I would like to let you all know that we will be hearing from 4 scientists on national initiatives that have been conducted in India. So we will have Dr. Rakesh, Dr. Jairana, Dr. Kuldeep Singh, and Dr. Manoj. So for the first presentation, I would like to invite Dr. Rakesh from ICAR. So Dr. Rakesh is a principal scientist at ICAR NPPGR, Pusa, New Delhi. So he is to be an assistant professor at the College of Horticulture and Forestry, Arunachal Pradesh, where he worked on traditional food, wild edible plants. He was also documenting traditional knowledge, which he have been discussing from the morning to capture the indigenous knowledge through eco-literacy tools like recipe contest, biodiversity context. Over to you, Dr. Rakesh.
Thank you. First of all, I thank the organizers for inviting me to share how the National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources is working in the direction of forgotten foods and forgotten varieties. We say forgotten foods, but also where we have a limitation that the varieties are not available, or they are available in a very limited number because they have not been the focus for the breeding. And when we say forgotten varieties, then the varieties which have been developed, they are primarily developed for the higher productivity, but not for the nutrient productivity. In a process, we have lost many land races and farmers varieties which are nutritionally superior. So where to bank upon? So the source is the gene bank where the diversity is conserved. Next slide, please. So you can see that nearly 5 lakh accessions of different crops are available in the National Gene Bank. But without knowing the character of each and every accession, this collection is of no use. Because we need to know what are their agronomic traits, what are their nutritional traits, all those information is important. So next slide, please. Move on. So in the last 10 years, NBPGR has taken up mega evaluation programs with the purpose of developing core sets. Core set is the 10% of the total collection, which represents the entire diversity, and the trait-specific reference sets for specific traits. Move on. So they are the different core sets. You can simply move on. Different core sets have been developed in different crops. And these core sets represent the diversity. Keep on moving. So in different crops, you can see we have identified the trait-specific reference sets and also the core sets. So this could be important, and they are all characterized and evaluated. So some of the important elite lines could be a source for introduction through the crowdsourcing trials like experiments. Another important activity which is also operated through NBPGR is the All India Coordinated Research Network on Potential Crops. where the mandate crops in the food group is mentioned, like grain amaranth, buckwheat, chenopodium, likewise. Yeah, move on. So some 4 varieties was recently released by the Honorable Prime Minister of India also under this network in faba bean, buckwheat, quinoa, wing bean. Move on. So if we see the impact of this network project, you find that grain amaranth areas increased in Gujarat. Rice bean is now has moved from the potential crop to the primary crops, as it has been now researched under the arid legume project. So the perception is changing. In Arunachal Pradesh, you see that 5,000 hectare area has gone under the buckwheat, and it has replaced the potato from there. And we know that in the sandy kind of soil in Arunachal Pradesh also the soils are light. So the light soils, of course, good for the crops like tubers, but the water consumption is very high. So such crops, such interventions are very good. Move on. You can also see that the introduction of Simaroba and then amaranth in non-conventional areas, and then buckwheat intercropping in the apple orchards. These are some of the, again, impact of this network potential. Next on. Move. And yeah, so similarly, Kankoda being introduced in the Chhattisgarh, spine gourd. So these are some of the impact, see that the kind of work NVPGR is supporting in the arena of forgotten foods. Next. So why so much we are talking about these? And the reason is in the next slide. See, irrespective of the which kind of age group or which kind of work group we are, obesity is everywhere. Next. You can see the diabetes. It is very known that India is the diabetes capital of the world. And move on. Anemia, again, you can see India is almost entirely red. Red means not the high hemoglobin, it's rather the low hemoglobin. And also that cancer is now spreading at an alarming rate. It is predicted by 2030, at least the incidence of cancer in India will be at least 2-fold increase, or maybe up to 3-fold increase. That is also predicted. So why this is happening? Next. So this is happening because of imbalances in our food, nutrition, and the kind of environment we are living on. And we cannot solve these issues by using the common varieties which are available, because they are built on the narrow base. And so we have to bank upon the diversity. And when we have to bank upon diversity, so we need know their traits. And nutritional breeding is a requirement. But why the nutritional breeding work has not been taken up? The reason is simple. The traits of nutrition we cannot see by the naked eyes. One cannot see how much protein is there. One cannot see how much folate is there by the naked eyes. So breeder has a limitation. That's why one can see the yield, one can see the agronomic traits like plant height, but one cannot see the biochemical traits. Move on. So this is an important technique, near-infrared spectroscopy, which can be used first to large-scale screening and characterization for the biochemical traits, and can also be used as a special eye. Move on. So because it's a rapid non-destructive technique, and by scanning the sample by this instrument, if the model is developed, one can know the entire content for which the traits are there without losing the seed. So that way breeder can also use this technique. Next. So at NVPGR, we have developed model for multiple traits in different crop groups over the years. And you can see there are some of the important crops like pearl millet, which we are targeting, rice bean, adzuki bean, French bean. amaranth, buckwheat. Yeah, move on. So these are some of the publications like on the pearl millet NIR model or the NIR model on cowpea. Next. On chickpea and amaranth and buckwheat. Next. On rice in mung bean. Some more work is going on. Now in the next slide, I'm demonstrating that how these NIR technique can be used in the mining of nutrient-dense accession. Next slide, please. So in the Assam rice, we evaluated 395 accessions, and we could identify trade-specific accessions for specific trades for high protein, for low phytate, for high oil content, likewise, or for high amylose. And based on this composition, we could identify, next slide, please, 17 extensions of rice, which are having low glycemic index, less than 55, and up to 44. And asking the person who is eating rice 3 times a day, for whom the rice is a major staple food, that to shift to the pearl millet or even to the wheat is a difficult choice. But giving him a rice which does not contribute to the glycemic load, that is a better option for them also. So that way, because I could screen so many rice lentils because I was having a NIR model which we developed, and based on that we can screen and identify the elite accessions for this purpose. So this how this technology can help. Next. So what are the possible application of this that one can develop the biochemical course, identify biochemically diverse lines for use as the parents. We can also use for the identification of mutants by NIRs, develop trait-specific reference set, non-destructive phenotyping for biochemical traits, and study inheritance in the breeding populations for the help of breeders, distinction of land races, varieties, and even the GIs. And selection of fully viable seeds. That can also be another option for the conservation in gene bank. Next slide, please. And then besides that, the work which I did in the northeastern India, so we worked on the evaluated the wild edible vegetables. One plant I am showcasing, there are many like Ghamoing in Arunachal Pradesh, it is called Inadi, is a Saurophus androgynous, locally known as multivitamin plant. Very nutritious. See, 9% protein on fresh feed basis, getting from the leafy vegetable. It's a shrub kind of plant, hardy. It can be easily introduced into different regions of the India. We take pride in introducing broccoli and other kinds of vegetables in India, but why not we propose the introduction of such wild edibles to other parts in the India? Next slide, please. Similarly, this is the work from Nagaland and Meghalaya. Again, here there are the species like Herpetosperma operculatum and Pluknetia corniculata, which are very nutritious. And these two species are very high in demand in Nagaland and in the bordering at the foothill regions of the Nagaland. Their commercial cultivation is also taking up now because the demand is high. So such kind of vegetables have a potential, but we need to identify and work on them also besides the commonly known forgotten foods. These wild edibles are also the forgotten foods, which we are usually not thinking about. Next. This is another, that Perilla frutescens is oil seed crop. Its leaves also have a good aroma. It's used in the garnish. And the seed has a very good quality, high quality oil. The only thing is that more than 50% oil is omega-3. That's why the oil is drying kind of oil. But we all know that omega-3 fatty acid is much good for health. And we could identify accessions which are having more than 50% oil, up to 55% oil. And similarly, the one with having high omega-3. Next slide, please. So I conclude with that only very limited varieties are available in the forgotten crops. Elite germ-class lines of these forgotten crops can be introduced in the farmer's field, which are available from our characterization evaluation programs. Forgotten varieties and varieties are major staple crops also in the major staple crops also need attention. Wild edible plants, minor forgotten crops have potential for introduction in the farming practices, like I told of GHA mowing, Pseudophus. Nutrient profiling and labeling of minor or forgotten crops with proper packaging can create awareness and demand. And regarding this, the next speaker, Dr. J.C. Rana, will be talking about. But I would like to say that I was associated in that project, and the maximum satisfaction of my life got in that, because whatever work I did as a researcher, it ended up in mainstreaming the land races and increasing the income of farmer. And that kind of satisfaction cannot be equated with any kind of research publications I have. And then regarding the NIR technology, it can be a good tool to support in these activities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Rakesh. So now we will reserve the questions for the end of the session. I would like to invite Dr. Jai Rana, Senior Scientist and Country Representative in India, Alliance Bioversity and CEAT. So Dr. Jai Rana is working as a country director. He has a PhD in genetics and plant breeding and a postdoc in molecular plant breeding. His area of research focuses on enhancing adaptive management of crop diversity for resilient agriculture and improved livelihoods through strengthening crowdsourcing, land races and farmers' varieties. Dr. Rana, please, over to you.
Thank you. Hello. Is working? Okay. So, good afternoon to all, and thank you, APA, APARI, GFOR, and all for giving this opportunity to share our experience, that. Okay. Something we have to think very critically. It's not something that new we are talking. Forgotten food, orphan crops. I think we have not decided so far what to call these. We have named them 10 types: orphan, underutilized, potential, whatever the way people like they're naming it. The first can be have a one name, globally recognized, NUS, but whatever it is. Second, the forgotten food, the crop, underutilized, whatever called. The work started long back in India, for example, ACRIT, almost 41 years. It was started in 82. IAMR sometime in 58 came into existence. This is not something new that we are talking about. So when we are not talking about something new, then what was the reason? Or what is the reason that we are not able to reach to that stage? There must be some reason. That's why it is called underutilized. So the way we are approaching, we are trying to approach or popularize these or mainstream this. Probably something went wrong. That's why we are not able to mainstream, otherwise it would have been. Or does they have some attributes which are not allowing these crops to be mainstream? Are they really drought resistant or not? Finger minute, I can say. Any crop which is grown the rainy season, kharif season, it cannot be drought tolerant. Or we cannot say it is drought tolerant because it is in the kharif crop, rainy season crop. I will give another example of sea buckthorn. People say it is drought tolerant in the colder days, but it is not. If you see the critical habitat of sea buckthorn, it grows in the riverbed with the moisture coming from the snow melt. It looks like dry, but the surface is not dry. So those kind of thinking or some kind of self-introspection, some kind of deliberations to dig out these issues is required when we work on these. But I will certainly share some of our experience that we have in India and what Rakesh was telling that how satisfied we are. Next, please. This is why the alliance is there. We have our create, meet, and increase like this. Next, I will not work much on this. Just where we spread globally. These are our offices in different parts of the country. Next. This is what we need, but globally, nobody is taking this normal diet or within the boundaries. Everywhere the boundaries are expanding, expanding, and expanding. Next. We need something shown in B, but we are at A. So we say 2030, 2050, but are we really able, will we able to stretch these projections to that level and how difficult they are and how easy they are? Next. This is this agrobiodiversity, how it contributes to different sustainable goal, not new. Next. In India, particularly, since the morning, I heard that what we grow, we don't eat, and what we don't grow, we eat. But this is not true for India. In India, what we grow, what we eat. It can be true for Europe, but what they grow, they don't eat, maybe. But in India, small and this 86% farmer, what he grow, he eat. This can be true for this 0.6%, but not for 86%. What they grow, they eat. What we provide to them, that is to be analyzed. Next. Next. So this is one project for the last 6 years that we were discussing, like crowdsourcing, and Carlo also presented that how we do it. So these are the 4 different regions of the country where we implemented this project and how we have tried to make it climate resilient, how we have tried to address the nutrition to this project, how we try to nutrition livelihoods to this project, and how this overall ecosystem service, how it contributes. I'll come step by step. Next. What was our approach? I'm not saying something should be done. This is what we have done. The approach is that these are various steps. Next step, I'll come to one by one. Lesson learned. This is the first lesson we learned when we were implementing certain project while I was in NBPGR. That we formulated a project and we submitted or something, it came through some call. But to have a critical impact analysis, we didn't have that baseline survey. So in this particular project, we spent almost a year to complete this baseline survey, having some focus group discussion, dietary calls, and this promise. This is a survey, this is a complete questionnaire which is developed and it's online, and it has almost 300 different questions which are there in that, and revolving all around the climate and everything, food security and nutrition. This is the purpose of this, why it was conducted. Next. The first step is that whenever you are trying to implement any project, first to have a complete baseline survey so that at the end of the day, you know what is the impact. Second step is that what we did is we identified and finalized the farmer and target crops with the FGDs. Then collection of the native. In this project, we did not work on any of the improved or hybrids. We worked only on the native crops and varieties, whether they were available in the farmer field or we took out from the gene banks, as said by Carlo, and we tested it. Then seed multiplication for trials, it was required. Definitely when germplasm were not there, this mining of gene banks was done. And training of project partners, champion farmers for conducting and designing this crowdsourcing trial. What crowdsourcing trial is, I'll show you. But we have a 2 type of farmer. One is champion farmer inside, which coordinate our activities with the other farmers. And also a lot of awareness of the farmers and preparation of farmer evaluation booklet. And I'll come next. This was second step. That now third is once we have a crop identified, varieties identified, farmer identified, then we need to conduct trials. So this is the crowdsourcing approach. This is this design trichord participative variety selection, mother and baby trials using Climbo software. And next, please. This is how we distribute the seed to farmers. for a crowdsourcing trial. Next, what is crowdsourcing? I'll come next. This is how it works. For example, you are testing 10 varieties. So you have a list of farmers. So you just put in the claim of that number of the name of the farmer, and it will give you, when you design a project in the claim box, it will give you three varieties for each. The varieties, some name is there, but it will give you an A, B, C only. Farmer doesn't know which variety is there. So when it give you a complete trial, you give it to farmer, 3 variety to each farmer as shown in the previous slides. And then you have a specific design of this trial, very small trial. We don't tax farmer on that, but farmer cannot afford much land. So just maybe 5 by 6 or 4 by 6 square feet is required, square meter is required for connecting that trial. So every farmer will get 3, 3, 3, 3. So in this case, what will happen? For example, you are testing 10 varieties in this cycle. So maybe 1 variety is coming out of that, 2 varieties selected by the farmers. Another will go off. In next round, you have another 10. So in the life cycle of 4 or 5 years, you will end up with a kitty of varieties identified through participatory variety selection. For example, in rice, if you tested 100 varieties, the native varieties or land races in a particular location. For example, in the this Assam, we tested around 400 native varieties, and we came out with the 24 finally. That is spread to the farmers field. Next. You need to train farmers for seed production also, because seed production is something different than your commercial production. You have to have farmers which will produce seed, because these seeds are not available in the value, any seed chain system, no public. They have to be having in the local seed chain system only. So for that, you have to have a training of the farmers that how to produce the seed of those. Next. So what it will do when we go into participatory, it improves on-farm testing. Farmers feel like that, okay, we are involved. When you give that booklet to farmers, a pictorial booklet, ask them to just fill in that. So they're very happy, very enthusiastic, and not a much work, just 3 varieties has to evaluate. Similarly, so this cycle, particularly each crop cycle, farmers select few varieties of their own choice, which is suitable to environmental, some trade specific, or some disease or biotic stress, or some quality and taste. So at this step, what we have done, farmers have a wider choice of varieties to meet his or her diverse requirement arising due to climate variability. So out of these 4 or 5 crowdsourcing trials, we were able to spread, where we have 2 varieties, we were able to create a base of 20 varieties in each location for each crop, 15, 20, somewhere 10 varieties. So if farmer has a choice that how or which variety or he want or she want.
Dr.
So this
Rana,
will complete variety. Next,
Maybe
please just coming down. 4th step is now where to make seed available. Unless you create seed system. So you have to have a very strong community seed bank. So we created a seed. Now seed system is there. Next. The most important thing that I want to highlight, the case state, and we were stopping here when I was in the NBPCL. We created community seed bank, but when visited up 2 years, they were collapsed. Because we did not care about the post-project portfolio management, how post-project build them. So we did this complete value chain for all those varieties. Next, all these steps, very long discussion. But some of the point that these are steps which needed, but nutrition profiling is one very important component of promoting, because why? And then identify a private sector. We created a typical triangle base of government institution for technical backstopping. There is not technical competition much available with much of the NGOs. They do have, but not really scientific. So to have a scientific backup, you need a technical institute. But at the grassroots level, you have to have a very strong NGO, because the government institution doesn't have that kind of approach or to reach to grassroots level. And to give a business model, you have to have some private player to come into that, so that you give a complete picture. So otherwise, you cannot reach. Farmer cannot go to market, I tell you. You don't bring farmer to market, to be very frank. Next. So these are the kind of different value chain that we created. There in the market, you will find if you go to this Kamakhya temple, okay, compared to 2 minutes ago down. Kamakhya temple, you will find this native basket brand. Now we have, see, We have a brand, we have a tagline, we have a company, we have a nutrition profiling, everything is there. And we have an institution logo. So nothing to explain to anybody. If you go to market, you will find a packet, you will read everything and you purchase it. Next, please. So how we created this livelihoods, because in Jorhat, particularly if you go, you find this, and the farmer selling, which was 20, 25, now they're getting 50, 60 rupees per kg. And in go to Delhi market, this indigenous rice, recently has crossed this basmati. They're exceeding now 2-3 times. So there is a lot of demand, even in the local demand we cannot meet. So if you do good, that, and all these native variety low, this low input required, better response, organic produce, and all these are there, everybody. This is how we reach the market. Through these native crops and native varieties, there is a lot of demand. So there is nothing to worry, but approach has to be multiple this thing and involvement of all stakeholders. If you try to do it single-handedly, not possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rana, for covering all the challenges and the success, and also suggesting for the next steps. We will come back to the questions and remarks by the end of 2 more presentations. So we have now, may I request Dr. Kuldeep Singh, Head of Gene Bank International Crops Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics, ICRISAT, former Head of National Bureau Plant Genetics Resources, to please present. Yes, we are unmuting. Please just. Could you try now, Dr. Kuldeep, to unmute yourself?
Yes.
Thank you. Please.
Am I audible now?
Very clear. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me first thank Oliver and Irish to give me this opportunity to be with you this afternoon. And I'm sorry I could not be with you in person there because of some emergent issues here at the headquarters. In fact, while I was going through this whole activity, I could see that the proposition was in making since 2020 or 2021. And a lot of discussions have gone into it, how the proposals will be made or where it will be made. So what I thought then to provide you probably not a science part of it, but some information which could be useful to you while we are finalizing this proposal tomorrow. 2 of my previous speakers, Rakesh and Jay, and of course then Varaprasad, all of them being from NBPGR, there are sufficient overlaps. In fact, I just overlooked the name of Rakesh. I was not knowing that he's speaking. So I included NBPGR's work on potential crops as well. So you will see a lot of duplicacy in this case. So how I have made this presentation, it will be in 2 parts. The first, I will tell you the availability of the genetic resources which are available both at the National Gene Bank and NBPGR and International Gene Bank at ICRISAT, and what are the crops, important crops, especially what we call them as minor, potential, nuts, as what Rana told right now. We had different definitions for that one. But the second part, I will definitely tell you the other part, the strength of ICRISAT in terms of agri-innovations and the scale on which it's working. Can I have the second slide, please? Next, please. Yeah. Yes, I know some of you may not be knowing ICRISAT, but ICRISAT is a non-profit international agriculture research institute, which was established here at Hyderabad in 1972. And in fact, it works for an area which covers 55 countries in Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, and where 2 billion people live. In fact, a large proportion of this population is really poor of the poorest. Next, please. These are some of the areas where the ICRISAT is working, starting from gene bank, varietal development, seed systems, And then, of course, going down to supply-demand linkage, market accesses, remote sensing, digital agriculture, capacity building, value chains, and all of these. And in fact, it has the super specialization in crops which are adapted to the dry lands. And those include the millets among the cereals, and there are the dryland legumes, which are groundnut, chickpea, and pigeon pea. Next, please. Well, this slide is again what Rakesh also has shown. This is my favorite slide. I have been telling everywhere. And I will take the example of one of the small regions here, see Punjab, showing what you all are really perceived the ill effects of the monocropping. Punjab is the richest state in Punjab, in India, and its productive is highest in the world, not in India, highest in the world. But still, if you see from 2004-5 to 15-16, the anemic percentage increased by 15%. And if you look on the left side, that from 15-16 to 19-20, I mean, all the states were not included when I prepared the slide. The data was released partially for some of the slides, but still we see a large number of the states. Protein deficiency is there, but it's still increasing. So definitely when we say these things, it's not, I would not call them probably mainstreaming, this, that. Most of these crops, which were once the major crops, mainstream crops, they were out of cultivation or out of market because of the economics. We cannot forget that one. The farmer ultimately also has to see the economics of this one. But that economics has the ill effects, what we are seeing in terms of the public health. Next, please. And Jai also showed this one. If we look here in India, other than cereals, all other things are actually inadequate in our foods. So that too, that means whether it's a vegetable, whether fruits, nuts, whatever it is, we are still deficit in most of them. And other parts of the world are really overeating on that one. I have not got details of that one. Next, please. Yeah, this is what Rakesh has already told you. And what Jai has told you, that ICAR started this potential crops project, what we call in potential crops now. Earlier it has different names, somewhere in 1982. And Dr. Varaprasad is there. He was probably one among the earliest people who was working on these crops. And I'm giving you the list of these ones. This data is with you. While preparing the proposal tomorrow, you can use this data. I don't want to go details of this. So next slide, please. Right, so it sees all groups of crops where the ICAR has been working. And last one, if you see the millets, that's where both ICAR as well as the ICRISAT are working together. Next, please. Good number of the varieties have also been released. Well, these varieties are not same scales as in rice or wheat or maize, but the system is working. You have some of the varieties which are released for different areas. Next, please. Yeah, just some pictures of some of those potential crops. Next, please. Now, this is an area which is available. There's not, if you go to the FAO site or even the nation's statistical sites, we don't find details of this one. But under this project, potential crops, area under different crops, these potential crops or by minor crops, what we call them as well, in different states. This much of area is right now in the country for these crops. This information can be used when we are really looking where do we want to go, which crops we want to grow. Next, please. Next. Now, how the things have changed. Now, this is a data for finger millet and small millets. Right from 5160 until now. The area has gone systematically down, whether it's a finger millet is taken separately from other minor small millets. There are 6 or 7 other small millets in that one. The production has also gone down, though yields have gone up because that's where the improvement has also taken place. It's not that the public system has completely ignored these ones. Because of the market, because of the economics, probably farmers are not growing, but if you see the overall yields, it has gone up. Next, please. And of course, when we are talking of different species, we must know their actual adaptations. And these are the minor millets which are really adapted to a wider range of the climatic conditions, wider range of the altitudes, wider range of the photoperiods, and of course, they have different average productivities as well at the moment. If we look for some of the countries, for example, if we look, Proso millet is very low here, but it's very high productive in China. Its productivity level in US is still higher, right? Because we haven't invested into improvement of these ones. Next, please. Now, these are the varieties released by different states. So Irish, this is the information I'll be providing. This information will be useful when we are actually developing the program. That is the reason I told you I'm giving you information, not the science part into it. Next, please. Well, this is exactly what Rakesh told you, but I'm telling you a different way. Almost 459,000 accessions. And if you see the seed of cereals itself, 8,000 accessions are here in the gene bank. You have all sorts of the germplasm here in the gene bank and National Gene Bank. Next, please. Next, yeah. So all the minor crops, and coming to here in ICRI set, if we take out all the ones which are the upper 5-6 crops, which are not under potential crops, they are occupying a reasonable area in the country and elsewhere. But finger millet and small millets, we have a good number of the accessions, most diverse accession. For example, if you see the finger millet, it's coming from 25 different countries. Small millets coming from 39 different countries. Next, please. So these are the sources available with us. We'll go next one. Yeah. So ICRI set is, as Rakesh told, that these gene bank accessions may not be usable until and unless we characterize them. And ICRI set gene bank is one of the finest gene banks when it comes to the characterization of the germplasm. Based on the descriptors, agromorphological traits, almost 95% of the accessions have been characterized. And based on that one, we have generated cores and mini cores in all these crops. And that information is available. And the germplasm is available, whosoever asks for it under the SMTA. Next, please. Yes, I'll be completed. Okay, coming to the second part of it, this is the agri-innovation platform here at ICRISAT, which is really an inclusive, and the model is very well defined and tested. It is not one crop, not two crop. This model ICRISAT has adopted at several states for several crops and working very well. And in case you want to really have a look onto this model, ICRISAT will be very happy to have more details about these models. Next, please. Because ICRISAT has a mandate for the minor millets, and being the International Year of Millet, and we have the major responsibility of the millets, ICRISAT has sufficiently invested into the primary processing of these ones. A sufficient machinery has been developed, which is at a lab scale, but it could be upscaled, whosoever is interested taking it at a larger scale as well. Using these, next please. These are the number of projects, the products which have come from these minor millets, are the millets per se, and they are commercial. ICRISAT has handholding of more than 100 FPOs or the startups now, who are doing it all on a commercial level, and that sort of expertise is also available with ICRISAT. Well, I think that was all from my side. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. So these are the salient features, means what we really need to do. Again, a sort of suggestion for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kuldeep, also sticking on to that time. I know it's very difficult to condense so much of the work that has been done in ICRISAT in 12 minutes. We greatly appreciate also your support. So next and the final speaker for this session, I would like to invite Dr. Manoj Kumar, Associate Scientist for pepper breeding at the World Vegetable Center. Over to you, Dr. Manoj.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Right. So can you open the slides? Yeah. So today I'm going to present on the current initiative which we are doing in World Vegetable Center. Myself, Manoj Kumar Nalla, I'm working as an associate scientist for pepper breeding. So my crop is completely opposite to a NUS crop. So whatever the work I am presenting is from our gene bank manager and other scientists from horticulture. So today my presentation is divided into 3 parts. One work is currently, it has been already done in India, second in Southeast Asia, and third one is in Africa. Since you have gone only 10 minutes of time, so I have just given a bird's eye view of every work which we have done. So next slide, please. So I'm directly jumping into this work. So traditional leafy vegetables work, which has been done in Jharkhand. We are having a project on rural livelihood in Jharkhand. So in that, our horticulturist have done this work where he has collected, he has gone through many villages and he has collected the leafy vegetables which are using by the tribal people, but not from the urban community. Those which have been considered as the traditional and underutilized vegetables. So these vegetables are rich in minerals and calcium, magnesium, and other this thing. And they are very high in dietary fiber and low in fat and carbohydrates. As Dr. Rakesh has mentioned regarding obesity, these are all falling into that. So next slide. So what they have done is they have covered 2 districts. One is Ranchi and Kunti in Jharkhand. And in that tribe, Munda, they have visited of 8 villages. In all 8 villages, they have gone for interviews and focus group discussions. Once they have taken the data, everything, again, they have confirmed with another 8 villages, whether what are the vegetables which they have documented, whether they are on par, are good or not. So then they have also visited markets from rural area, peri-urban area, and also urban area to cover, to have a broad perspective. So next slide. Out of all the work what they have done, they have identified around 41 traditional leafy vegetables, of which it is representing all the botanical groups for 50% of herbs, trees, and also creepers like that, which belongs to 26 families. Out of all, 50% belongs to Amaranthacea and Fabaceae. And some of the underutilized vegetables are grown as cover crops, border crops, and not all are available throughout the year. Some are available only to the peculiar season like rainy season, and only few vegetables are available all throughout the year. So, and there is a high variability in the consumption also, where they have been using for pickles, chutneys, and they are also using for many other sinuses like boiling, frying, grinding, and whatever they want to use. So in this way, there has been a variability in botany and also the consumption this thing. So second slide. Next slide. Okay. So regarding the availability and marketability, as I have mentioned, in rainy season and round the year, only 50% of vegetables are available. In case of dry season, 27% of vegetables are available. These include mainly the birds and flowers of trees, and that mostly belongs to Bahunia and all ficus. So, and regarding the marketability, 35 of the 41 vegetables, whatever they have identified, they have been sold in the market. And other 6 vegetables, they are just available in home gardens or kitchen gardens. So, and they have also surveyed regarding the global leafy vegetables which are available in the urban market. And what they have observed is whatever the urban people they want, they are only need these global leafy vegetables, that are mainly cabbage, cauliflower, all this stuff. But thing is that if they also seen that when these traditional leafy vegetables are available in the global, urban market, they are ready to take it. It's the unavailability of the leafy vegetables, traditional leafy vegetables, are hindering them to take what we say, eat these vegetables. So Second one. So out of all this work, they have identified that most of the nutrition crops these nutrition crops are very important because of they have a balanced dietary status, and they provide opportunities to enhance the livelihoods of the rural farmers and also health of the urban consumers here. And there have been wide range of traditional leafy vegetables which have been used by tribal communities, and that belongs to many other species. And what we are doing is what are the leafy vegetable which we have identified, as Carlos mentioned regarding the kitchen garden, everything. We have a project called Kitchen Garden Project where we have developed many models like Hyderabad model, Jharkhand model based on the each ecology. So what we are doing is whatever the leafy vegetable which we have identified, we are inputting into the kitchen garden and we are giving it to the farm. So second one. Next slide. Next slide. No. Yeah. So there are two other projects which are ongoing. One is Africa and also one is in Tassie. Sorry for the smaller font. In Africa, there is Taiwan Africa Vegetable Initiative where they have been rescuing around 4,800 land races and also crop wild relatives from around 25 species. And those include Eswatini, Tanzania, Madagascar, and Benin. In those hotspots, they have identified all the underutilized vegetables and they have been stored in our gene bank. And what they have identified is there has been wider cultivation of these vegetables has been curtailed because of lack of proper good agriculture practices. And there is lack of information on cultural practices and also professional marketing. And in urban areas, as we have observed in Jharkhand project, the willingness to consume traditional vegetables is high, but the supply is very sporadic and mostly it is seasonal. Unlike the traditional urban leafy vegetables. And in Southeast Asia, we are working on Taiwan Southeast Asia Vegetable Initiative. This has been recently approved project where they have been working on Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. Here, project mode is something different. What they are doing is in these 4 countries, what are the traditional leafy vegetables that have been currently not being using or currently what they are not eating. Those vegetable varieties which have been stored in the gene bank, they are taking those seeds from the gene bank and getting back to the countries. Again, they are promoting those vegetables. So turning the seed into the countries and collection, and they are also characterizing in genomic wise in order to understand the variability and the diversity. So we'll also support the awareness of raising about the importance of rescuing for vegetable biodiversity in these 4 countries. So there won't be more problem in the future. This thing. Next one. Coming to the conclusion, there is lack of availability of quality of allied seed lines in most in terms of traditional leafy vegetables. This is the major problem of this extension. They're mostly present in a gene bank, but not in the on-field of farmer. So, and we can also develop a common gene bank that will preserve especially the traditional leafy vegetables or underutilized vegetables or any millet crops. And there is a potential for private seed companies, but first we need to, as a public sector, we need to make sure all the good agricultural practices, everything has been well documented. And we can also develop a database for forgotten vegetable species that includes the distribution, morphological characteristics, and nutritional value. And value addition is also one more area which has been lacuna in these underutilized vegetables. Addressing all these things, we can make the name from underutilized to normal vegetables in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manoj, for your presentation. So with that, we conclude the presentations of this session. We do have a question from Alessandro to Dr. Kuldeep. I request the host to unmute Dr. Kuldeep so that I will read the questions for the participants. So it appears that monocropping and green revolution varieties and cropping systems have crowded out the traditional varieties. But when we look at the stunning levels of India on one hand and the huge nutritious potential of underutilized crop available in the same country. So we cannot understand the persisting gap. What are the forces that need to overcome that maintain and place this situation? Dr. Kuldeep, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Alessandro. This is a question which is being raised on almost all the platforms. There are a couple of reasons for that one. And of course, as I told earlier, economics is the first reason for farmers not to grow the very diverse number of the crops. If we look at the moment, the nation as a whole has a pricing support where procurement is there is on wheat and rice. Also in the public distribution system, if we see it's only rice and wheat primarily that is being distributed. So our dependence on nutrition is only on a few crops. That's one thing. Now, what the governments are doing or how it can be done. And the third point in this case is probably the scale of research or investment that has gone in wheat, rice, and maize has not gone in any other crops. So that's the third point. So that means when we are growing any other crop compared to rice or wheat economical and then supported by prices, these crops are not coming economically well up there. What could be done? And that is what most of the economists are proposing to the governments. Broaden this area, the number of crops to be supported or to be procured. I mean, include millets and other crops in that one, or some sort of way to support the market. But also what we have seen this year with the International Year of Millets, a lot of government propaganda, or not, I won't say propaganda, the investment has gone into awareness programs and some policy decisions as well. For example, what will be done in the armed forces, they are allowed to buy 25% of their food grains as the millets as well. What some state governments have taken initiatives to really introduce millets as part of the public distribution system. And ICRISAT has some examples right now. For example, 3 important states of India, the state governments like Odisha, Bihar, and UP, they have come forward in a big way to support ICRISAT for really bringing millets in their mainstreams. And from this year, ICRISAT is investing a lot of its time and resources helping these states to bring millets back into the mainstream as well. These are some of the things I can really tell right now.
Thank you
Thank
so much,
you.
Dr. Kuldeep.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make a comment because I think both Dr. Rana and I think Singh, you made a comment about the semantic, but I think that semantic really is important and really matters because, and I think the use, and I know we are all attached to certain terminology. In the Alliance, we use for many years neglected and underutilized species, the NUS. We like it a lot. Then you have the forgotten food, the orphan. And when you look at the meaning of these words, they are all kind of negative. So maybe they are super important for the farmers and maybe they're super important for nutrition. And yet the meaning of the definition of those has a negative implication. They are orphan, they are neglected, they are forgotten. And of course, we are all practitioners and we all understand what is behind it. But if you talk to a non-practitioner, he will ask you, well, there must be, the first thought would be, well, there must be a reason why they are forgotten. And there must be a reason why the improved varieties, why this idea, the modern varieties have taken over. And I think as a community, as we reflect on that terminology, I think, for example, the crops for the future, the high potential, high value crops, something which has a more positive, in Africa, now what I'm pledging is simply African crops African resilient crop, something that gives a positive connotation to the terminology. Because I think if you ask the people in the street, what do you want? Do you want a modern thing or do you want a forgotten thing? If we choose modern, and I think this is very smart tactic to keep the forgotten, to keep the neglected. And so, I mean, I don't have a solution. We had this conversation even during the development of the manifesto, but I think we need to find something that inspire in a positive way and not in a negative way.
So we can have one more question, Dr. Varaprasad, please.
It's not a question, but comment in the context of developing this project. Thank you, Dr. Kuldeep Singh. You are the initiator of gene bank material available to farmer networks. Thanks for your decision that made a lot of difference in the areas where we evaluated. And Jai Rana, Rakesh, Manoj, excellent presentations. Off the track for genetic resources to bring into this project, you have a lot of potential. Both ICRISAT, WVC, Biodiversity International, NBPGR has an excellent science-based potential to be brought to this project. A lot of value is there. And congratulations to the organizers for bringing these right people. Now I am making a statement which may trouble some of you. It doesn't matter, but we need to think differently. So the entire work that is going on, either at NBPGR, at Biodiversity International, or WVC, is breeder oriented. It's a educational dominance, educated people's dominance. You say that farmers do not have varieties that they can do a better job, or they cannot improve varieties or develop varieties on their own. We are here to take your material. We breed and give you the very varieties which you should adopt and take advantage. This is what requires some change in our thinking. It's not why it is requires changes. Hundreds of years in each ecosystem, well-established varieties are developed. And I am surprised when we evaluated ragi varieties in Odisha, they were giving 40 to 60% higher yield, a farmer variety, than released variety, which people did not believe. We invited IIMR, we invited the state government people, we invited the university people to look at the trials. So, but that variety, do we take it to the whole nation? No, it's for that ecosystem. That was a variety developed by farmers for that ecosystem, for their soils, for their water, for their climate, everything that is suitable. So it can perform only there, not elsewhere. So my suggestion is that instead of, in spite of the push of the green revolution, still about 40% area is still, the technology has not reached fully. The varieties, the fertilizers, the chemicals did not reach. So that's the area probably we can really concentrate. So improvement versus the entire background of the globally and in India changed from chemical and pesticide input to agroecology. So new background has come. Under this new background, the input responsive varieties may not perform, like what I told example of ragi. So you need evaluation and identification of farmer varieties in the areas where the technology has not reached is more priority for this project rather than improving the varieties and giving it to them for forward. One last point I would like to say that when we say leafy vegetables, almost 30 years back, Deccan Development of Society brought out a list of 500 uncultivated ethnic greens. They don't cultivate. There is no seed. They are weeds. They come continuously. While weeding, they select plants which can be eaten. Knowledge is with them. They use it. So when they go back after the weeding, their leafy vegetable is also taken. 500 species of uncultivated ethnic greens are available. That's the area where farmers' knowledge needs to be respected and taken forward. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much, Dr. Varaprasad. So with that, we will conclude our session. So I would like to. Please.
Yeah, thank you all the esteemed speakers. Very excellent work that you are doing. Same as what Varaprasad said, we have over 80% of the family farmers who have a small farmland, and we are talking about the success. We have to see that how much these family farmers could replicate or they adopted. So in the process that after research that we are giving to farmers, rather than that, maybe we can think differently that during the process of research, how we can involve the farmers, specifically the women farmers, small and marginal family farmers, and how we can think about taking up such process under this program. And we look forward to your kind support, all of you, ICAR, government, ICRISAT, and all the research institute. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I would like to provide a brief summary of what has been discussed from our scientists. So it is not that there has no research, no activity has been conducted in India on forgotten foods. We have been doing extensive research, but from what they say, what's lacking is the continuity of the research, the collaboration with the private organizations to mainstream the forgotten foods, and also to the lack of collaborations with the policy makers to streamline this forgotten foods, and also lack of investments, and also, which is hard truth, but we have to accept the fact that farmers don't really accept the product or the variety that we are going if it is not benefiting them. So they prefer productivity over producing better nutrition products. And also to just add to Megaben's comment, so when there is always a comment put on scientists, okay, why are you not involving farmers in the process? You know, when they deal with thousands of varieties, to involve farmers to test each and every variety, the land use, the resource use, everything should be calculated in terms of investments and research supply also. So when we take all that into consideration, that's why we work to reduce the number of efforts that we can put on the farmers. Rather, they take the struggle to work on it and then give it to the farmers. So we will take all these into consideration when we plan this project collectively. With that, we will end the session and we can break for 10 minutes for our tea. So I also thank all the online participants for your kind contribution, and mainly the speakers for sticking on to the time and also providing the crisp information for the session. Thank you all. So we'll meet in 10 minutes.
I was talking to Varesan. To me, that is really essential. Central topic. Because what can farmers believe? I still believe that, okay, farmers need, but with our, I think that's science. We have more potential. For the 5 years, it will not be 2,808 crores. Yeah, no, it's dominance of India and all that. But challenge that also. No, 4 varieties are also coming. That will come, then it will be a good.
ऊपर ऊपर
So may we invite
Please join us in 2 minutes. Request all of us to please take the seats. You can bring your tea and plates here. सब लोग यहाँ पे आ जाए प्लीज, अपनी चाय कॉफी लेकर आ जाए.
नमस्ते. नमस्ते. चाय कॉफी बिस्किट्स जो रागी की है, फॉरगॉटन फूड की है. नमस्ते सबको. आप लोग सब लेके यहाँ पे आ जाए. Namaste everyone, those who are having tea, coffee, please bring your tea, coffee here. We are going to hear farmers. Please come quickly. बहनों जल्दी અહીંયા પ્લેટ લઈને આવીને ખાજો. આવી જાઓ. હા. Namaste, those who are doing shopping. Come forward. So can we go inside and then?
Welcome everyone. Let's start after the break. So we have had tea, coffee, some cookies. We have enough energy, but our sisters would like to do a small energizer. Are we ready? Nahi? The voice is too low. After tea, coffee, I think it should be proper voice. Are we ready? Are we ready? Still louder. We need energizer. This shows we need energizer.
નમસ્તે બધાને. આપણે પોતપોતાની જગ્યાએ ઊભા થઈ જઈશું ને, થોડી ખુરશી સાઈડમાં કરશું.
Stand up on our faces and we'll just move our chairs to the side, please. May I request everyone to please stand up in their faces and move their chairs to the side, please.
આપણે અહીંયાથી. થોડા અંદર.
ખુરશી થોડી પાછી.
થોડી જગ્યા રીટાબેન થોડી જગ્યા કરી દેજો આપણી પાછળ ખુરશી ખુરશી આપણે થોડી વધારે પાછળ ખેંચશું જેથી કરીને આપણો પગ અડી ના શકે. તો હવે આપણે 1 થી 5 સુધી ગણતરી કરશું અને એની સાથે આપણો જે હાથ છે એને ઊંચો આપણે એક સાઈડમાં ઊંચો કરશું. એક સાઈડ પૂરી થઈ જાય પછી આપણે બીજી ડાબી અને જમણી બંને સાઈડનું કરવાનું છે. 1 થી 5 લગીન ગણતરી કરવાની છે. પછી ઉતરતા ક્રમમાં છે 5 પછી 4 ને 3 અને 2 અને છેલ્લે 1.
So we'll count from 1 to 5, and as we count from 1 to 5, we'll raise our hand. First, we'll start with the left hand, and then we'll start with the right hand, and then we'll go to the left hand, and then once we reach up to 5, we'll do backward counting and come 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
એના પછી આપણે પગને પણ કરીશું જમણા અને ડાબી સાઈડ બંને સાઈડ.
The same thing we'll do for our legs also after we finish the hands.
Demonstrate one round. Just one count. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. With energy.
Okay.
Start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3,
4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1,
2, 3, 4. We also have to speak. We also have to give energy to our mouth. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 1.
Thank you, everyone. So we move to our next round. In this session, we'll hear our farmers who will talk about the initiatives, practices, solutions, recommendations. So this is the farmers round. May I request Esther Ben to moderate this round? And may I invite the panelists, Kapila Ben. Okay, yes. Kailash Kuvar Ben. Please join the dais. Hangarasu Sirangana ji. Okay, yeah. Nestor Karma Flang. Srimati Raimati Ghihuria. Meera Ben. So Esther Ben, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Smita Ben. And like what Smita Ben said, session 3 is still about the initiatives, our initiatives on forgotten foods or neglected and underutilized species. The first section, 3.1, was a sharing of international and regional initiatives. The second one was national initiatives of agriculture research institutions. And now we come to the farmers' initiatives. So we have here 6 representatives of farmers' organizations. And you know, I was struck because I thought in India, everyone can understand Hindi. No. But they said no, okay? So we will have translators for this session. So our first 3 farmers, representatives Kapila Ben, Kailash Ben, and Meera Ben, they will have Mansi Ben as their translator for Gujarati. And then for Sangarasu Bai. We will have Oliver. Oliver, please come here. Oliver, you have your seat here. The white seats are for the translators, okay? So you will sit a little bit beside, but no space, so a bit behind. Okay? And then for Mr. Nestor, you will have Pius. Pius, come here because you have to. Okay. And then for Raimati Bai, we have Prashant. Okay. So what we will do, we will have a bit of a different format. It will be like an interactive discussion, like an informal chat, like you meet in a street or in a lobby of the hotel, and then you get to have some conversations or chat. So we will have 5 questions, and then we will have each one to answer very briefly, three sentences up to 5 sentences, their answers to the question. Ready? Yes. Okay. So our first question is, can you just briefly introduce yourself? Your name, where do you come from, your village, your district, and if you are farming, you are farmer. So let us know how big is your farm and what crops can we see in your farm. And if you have a farmers group, what is the name of your farmers group? Okay, we will start from the left to the right. Namaste.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम कपिला बहन है। मैं आनंद जिला के रासनोल गांव से आती हूँ। मैं एक खेत मजदूर बहन हूँ और मैं 22 साल से सेवा के साथ जुड़ी हूँ।
Namaste, I am Kapila Ben Vankar. I come from Rasnol village in Anand district of Gujarat. I am a agricultural laborer and I am associated with Seva since past 22 years.
So can we give three topics?
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम कैलाश बेन, मैं सेवा डूंगरपुर से हूँ। मैं 2014 से सेवा में जुड़ी हुई हूँ। खेती और पशुपालन संकलित अभिगम से काम करती हूँ मैं।
Namaste, I am Kailash Ben. I come from Dungarpur district in Rajasthan. I am associated with Seva since 2014, and I work on an integrated approach in agriculture and animal husbandry.
नमस्ते सबको। नमस्ते सबको, मेरा नाम मीरा साबड़े, मैं महाराष्ट्र से हूँ, डिस्ट्रिक्ट संभाजीनगर। मैं 3 साल से सेवा में काम करती हूँ। मैं खुद एक फार्मर भी हूँ, मैं खेती करती हूँ और उसमें बहुत सारी सब्जियां उगाती हूँ।
Namaste, I am Meera Ben from Maharashtra state and I have been associated with Seva since past 3 years, and I grow a lot of vegetables in my farm.
என் பேர் தங்கராஜ். நான் நாமக்கல் மாவட்டம் கொல்லிமலையிலிருந்து வரேன், தமிழ்நாடு. எங்கள் ஃபார்மர்ஸ் ப்ரொடியூசர் கம்பெனி ஒன்று வச்சுருக்கோம். அதில் வந்து 4000 குடும்பங்கள் வந்து இருக்கு.
My name is Thangaraj. I am coming from Kolli Hills, Namakkal district of Tamil Nadu. We are having a farmers organization called Kolli Hills Agrobiodiversity Conservers Federation, and it's also a company.
Kublai nga kakreteng junga kadai ba Nestar Harmoflang ngawan ka district East Khasi Hills kabadon hami Khalaya Shillong te nga hakajuk nga day unong rep hakajuk aporo nga hikay school te nga ngedon kaway ka self-help group kabakreteng ka Roylang self-help group hakaba mangingi ngirep ya kimarep jungi.
Thank you. His name is Nestar Kharmoflang. He comes from East Khas Hills, district of Meghalaya. He is a farmer. At the same time, also he's a school teacher. He belongs, to one of, he belongs to one of the SSG called Roilang, self-help group, Roilang.
मोर ना रायमती गिरिया मोर गार नाला नुआगुड़ा कुंद्रा ब्लॉक लिमा पंचायत कोरापुट डिस्ट्रिक्ट ओडिशा मुई गोटे चासी हिसाब रे काम करची आउरी मुई हमरो एपीओ रे चेयरमैन अछि।
Her name is Raimati Ghuria, belongs to Nuaguda village of Lima GP, Kundra block and Koraput district of Odisha. She is a farmer and she is also the chairperson of in one of the farmers producer organization.
And let us all welcome them with many claps. Thank you. I'm very glad about this farmers panel because it's gender balanced. Did you notice? Yeah, 5 women and 5 men, including the translators. So that very good organizers for organizing this panel. Okay, so for the second question, we have talked about forgotten crops, neglected and underutilized species. So we would like to know in your farms or with the members of your farmers group, what kind of forgotten crops or neglected and underutilized species you have not forgotten and you're still planting it, promoting it, and doing something about it. What are these crops and why? Why are you still doing planting, doing harvesting, or doing processing or value addition for this?
इनका एस्तर बेन का पहला सवाल है कि हम सुबह से आज हम इस चर्चा में जुड़े हैं। हमने बहुत से बिसराते हुए धान पाकों की बात की है, पर ऐसे कोई बिसरे हुए धान पाक हैं जो आप अभी भी आप या तो आपकी संस्था के सभ्य अभी भी अपने खेतों में उगा रहे हैं, और अगर उगा रहे हैं तो वो कौन से पाक हैं और वो क्यों अभी भी उनको उगा रहे हैं?
We will start with the first man on my left, Mr. Tangarasu. Bye. Start. And then like this.
எங்க பகுதியில வந்து சிறுதானியங்கள் வந்து சாமை, தினை, கேழ்வரகு, மொச்சை இதெல்லாம் பாரம்பரியமா வந்து பயிரிட்டு வரோம். இது வந்து ஒரு 35 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி வந்து அழிஞ்சு போகக்கூடிய வகையில இருந்தது. இது மறுபடியும் வந்து மீட்டெடுக்கிறதுக்காக எம்எஸ்ஆர் நிறுவனமும் வந்து எங்க மக்களும் சேர்ந்து மீட்டெடுத்து அதை வந்து பாரம்பரிய முறையில் பயிர் பண்ணிட்டு வரோம். இதுக்கு முக்கிய காரணம் என்னன்னா வந்து இப்போ மிளகு, காப்பி, ஏலம் இந்த மாதிரி பணப்பயிர் வந்ததுனால இது அழிந்து போடக்கூடிய சூழ்நிலை இருந்தது.
So we have been actually cultivating traditional crops, different kinds of millet he spoke, finger millet, Italian millet, and also little millet, and also several beans, which is very good for their consumption, family consumption. And most of these crops getting lost about 35 years back. That's what he said. And we have started reviving it with the support of Swaminathan Foundation.
नमस्ते। हमारे महाराष्ट्र में सब हम अभी भी उगाते हैं। मोहरी है, ओचिगढ़ बोलते हैं, ओ औदुंबर, कड़ी पत्ता, एक करवंद, उसको आप क्या बोलते हैं हिंदी में? पान है, बीटल नट। हाँ, हमने महाराष्ट्र में हम ये सब उगाते हैं। बाजरा वो उष्ण होता है तो शरीर के लिए बहुत अच्छा रहता है।
मिलेट,
हाँ, ये भी शरीर के लिए अच्छा रहता है, उसमें विटामिन बी रहता है।
रागी,
ये भी अच्छा है, इसमें विटामिन ए रहता है।
रागी,
हाँ, वो सोयाबीन है, इसमें हाँ उसमें से हम घी निकालते हैं, ये भी हम उगाते हैं। इसमें आप क्या बोलते हैं हिंदी में?
फ्लैक्स सीड।
हाँ हाँ, ये भी बहुत अच्छा रहता है, इसमें भी घी निकलता है।
earthy.
ये भी हम महाराष्ट्र में उगाते हैं हमारे। और ये करडई, उसमें से घी निकलता है। ये सब हम उगाते तो है, लेकिन ये क्या हो रहा है, इसमें से भाव नहीं मिल रहा है, इसके वजह से ये कम हो गए हैं। तो मेरा यही कहना है कि एमपीएस मिनिमम सपोर्ट सिस्टम होना चाहिए शासन का। और जो हम राशन में ना तो चावल और गेहूं देते हैं, तो क्या करना चाहिए, उसके साथ साथ ये भी देना चाहिए। और आंगनवाड़ी होती है, ना आंगनवाड़ी में हम सिर्फ बच्चों को चावल ही देते, इसकी वजह से उसमें हम मटकी बोलते हैं, मट होना चाहिए। और उसके हाँ सोयालू होना चाहिए, ये सब होना, चना होना चाहिए। वो हमारा बिक्री भी होगा और हेल्थ के लिए भी अच्छा रहेगा। अब तो छोटे छोटे बच्चे कितने कुपोषित हो रहे हैं, और महिलाओं को भी कितनी सारी प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, पीरियड्स में कैंसर हो रहे हैं, किसकी वजह से हो रहे हैं, फैट बढ़ रहे हैं। ये तो सब गेहूं और चावल की वजह से हो रहे हैं ना। हम तो भूल गए ना, हमारे वैश्विक सिद्धांत तो सब भूल ही गए अब हम। तो मेरा यही कहना है कि अब अगर हम फॉरेन फूड फिर से लाना चाहते, तो हम गांव गांव में तालीम भी दी जाए, और राशन में वही सब रहे, और भाव भी अच्छा से हो जाए। ठीक है, मुझे ये बोलने के लिए चांस दिया, धन्यवाद।
I have a variety of forgotten foods here, which we grow, me and my fellow farmers in my district, which we are growing in our fields. These are all the foods which we were using traditionally in our diet, but because we do not get good market for these foods, now we have slowly reduced the cultivation of these crops. So I have a request that if we want to bring back these forgotten foods, we should get better minimum support price for this crops. Secondly, these crops should be included in the meals for the Anganwadis and the ICDS centers. These days, we are seeing a lot of children are having malnutrition, and this is because these crops, which are very rich in nutrition, these are nutrition dense crops, these are going out from our diet. So these need to be brought back. And the third thing I would like to share is that in the PDS, we are getting only wheat and rice, because of which we heard today morning that cancer is increasing, obesity is increasing. So if we bring back these crops into our through the public distribution system, we will also get good market for it, and we'll be able to revive this forgotten foods. So I would like to bring these 3 points to the table, and I'm really thankful for giving me an opportunity to come and speak here and represent our farmers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we go to Kailash Ben. So you have seen the products. Is it the same products that you grow in your farm or with your farmer members, or do you have other crops, and why are you planting them?
नहीं अलग है। नमस्ते सभी को। और हमारे जो विस्तारा खेती में मकई और जौ और सोयाबीन, इस प्रकार की खेती वहाँ पे होती है। लेकिन इसमें हमारे वहाँ पे जो परदादा जौ, मकई और सोयाबीन सबका उपयोग में ले रहे थे, लेकिन अभी जो नवयुग पीढ़ी है वो जो जौ है, मकई है, उसको पशु को खिलाते हैं। अब अभी वो पर्सनल नहीं खा रहे हैं कि नहीं ये तो पशु का खाना है यूं करके। लेकिन इनको बारंबार तालीम मिलनी चाहिए कि ये अपन खाएंगे तो मकई और जौ से तो विटामिन भी मिलता है, और उसमें हमें कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र में हमें मटरी बनाई थी इसकी मक्की की, और उससे हमने तालीम भी दी। उसमें हमारे किसान भाई को हमने ले जा करके भी तालीम दिलाई थी, तो उससे असर भी हो रहा है। लेकिन उनके लिए उनको मार्केट भी नहीं मिल रहा है, और मकई करते हैं तो सुअर परेशान करते हैं। तो सुअरों के लिए कुछ उसका साधन मिल जाए तो हमारे वहाँ पे किसान भाई वापस विस्तारा खेती करने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं।
In our the crops that we grow and farmers grow in our region is different from what Meena Ben showed. Our farmers mainly grow maize, sorghum, and jaw. I'm not sure. Oats. Okay, we grow oats, soybean, maize, oats, and soybean and sorghum. But one of the biggest challenge is that these days the young generation is not very keen on eating these kind of crops, and therefore they feed it to the cattle, but they are not ready to eat it. And that is one of the reason is that we do not know how to use this food grains in making contemporary dishes, and therefore we had tied up with KVK in our area, and we had trained the farmers in how to make snacks out of sorghum, and it was a very interesting training, and we were able to the farmers were really interested. But if these kind of trainings, if more and more trainings like this are done and more awareness is done, also if there is more market for these products, then the farmers would be motivated to cultivate these crops.
Thank you. એટલે હું ગુજરાતની વાત કરું તો વિસ્તરેલા જે ધાનમાં છે તો અત્યારે હજુ પણ કેમ કે બાજરી વધારે અમારા ત્યાં થાય છે અને હવે પાછું રાજગરો પાછો આવી ગયો છે કે રાજગરો બિલકુલ કોઈ કરતા નતા પણ એને પણ હવે પાછો લાયા છે ને એ ઉગાડે છે બી પણ એ ખેતીમાં જોઈએ તો આમ કહેવાય છે કે ઓછા પાણીએ અને સારું ઉત્પાદન થાય છે અને અમારા સભ્ય જે વધારે છે એ વધારે બાજરીના રોટલા જ ખાતા હોય છે એટલે અમારે ત્યાં બાજરી હજુ પાછી ગઈ નહીં કે એને બંધ પણ નહીં કરી એ સભ્ય હજુ ઉગાડે જ છે અને પણ રાજગરો છે એ રાજગરો નવીસરથી હવે શરૂઆત થઈ છે પણ એમાં શું છે કે ખેડૂતને ભાવ સારો મળે છે રાજગરાની અંદર કે 20 કિલોના એમનો 1700 થી 2000 રૂપિયાનો ભાવ હોય છે એટલે ખેડૂતને એમ થયું છે કે રાજગરો પાછો આવ્યો છે તો એનો ભાવ આટલો છે તો એના ઉત્પાદનમાં અને એનો ખર્ચ ઓછો અને આવક વધારે છે પાણી પણ એમાં ઓછું હોય છે એટલે હું ગુજરાતની વાત કરું તો હવે જે આ વિસ્તરેલા જે પાક છે એમાં જો ધીમે ધીમે આપણે ખેડૂતને આવી રીતે જાગૃતતા આપીએ એમને તાલીમો આપીએ અને એમને બરાબર પરફેક્ટ કહીએ કે ના આ વસ્તુ થવાથી તમારા ઉત્પાદનમાં વધારો થશે ને પછી ખેડૂતને એટલો તો આપણે સાથ સહકાર આપવો પડે કે માર્કેટ સાથે કમ્પ્લીટ લિંક કરવા પડે તો જ એમના આવકમાં વધારો થાય બાકી જો આપણે માર્કેટ સાથે એને લિંક નહીં કરીએ અને એનું ઉત્પાદન પડી રહેશે તો એ વિસ્તરેલા ધાનમાં પાછા નહીં ફરે એમ.
Just to add one point to Kailash Ben's point, I just missed that one. She said that in the cultivation of maize, there is a lot of problem of pigs. The pigs destroy the field, and therefore there has to be, if there is some solution to that problem, that will also motivate the farmers to grow. And coming to Kapila Ben's intervention, Kapila Ben said that in Gujarat, majority of the farmers cultivate millets because, and this is, it is, although it has been considered as a forgotten food, but in our rural areas, it is not forgotten. Every household eats millet bread every day in their lunch and dinner. But the new crop that has come up is the buckwheat, which is now gaining much popularity in the area, and we are also getting very good price for it. We are getting 20 મણના 1200 રૂપિયા, 20 કિલોના 2000 રૂપિયા. So we are getting 1700 to 2000 rupees for 20 kgs, which is a very good price, and it requires less water, it requires less care, and it does not have, it's very easy to cultivate, and therefore the farmers are motivated to cultivate it. So the example of buckwheat shows that if there is market linkage for the forgotten foods, and if there is awareness about these kind of crops within the farmers, then the farmers will definitely be interested in bringing back the forgotten foods. But unless there is a market linkage, it is very difficult to revive the forgotten foods.
Thank you. So we go to Raimati Ben.
ମୁଇଁ ଦେଶୀ ପଦ୍ଧତିରେ ଧାନ କରୁଛି, ମାଣ୍ଡିଆ କରୁଛି, କାଲି ଦେଶୀରେ ଗୋବର ଖତ ଦେଇକରି ଜମି ଲଗେ ମୁଇଁ ଧାନ କଲିନି, ମାଣ୍ଡିଆ କଲିନି, ତାପରେ ମୁଇଁ ଦେଶୀ କାଲି ଦେଶୀ ହାଇବ୍ରିଡ ଧାନ କିଛି ନାହିଁ, ଜମିରେ ବି ଜିଆ କରିଦେଲିନି, ଆଣ୍ଡି କରିଦେଲିନି, ଗୋବର କରିଦେଲିନି, ଚେଲି କରିଦେଲିନି, ଏ ଯାକ କରି କରି ମୋର ଜମି ଲଗେ ମୁଇଁ ନିଜେ ଇଏ କରି କଲିନି। ସରକାରୀ ଦାନ କଲେ ତ ବହୁତ ପଇସା ଦରକାର, ଆମେ ଗରିବ ଲୋକ ପଇସା ନାହିଁ, ସେଟା ପାଇ ବୋଲି ମୁଇଁ ଦେଶୀ ଧାନ କେମିତି ବଞ୍ଚେଇ ରଖିବି, ଦେଶୀ ଧାନ କେ କେମିତି ଆଗକେ ରଖିବି ବୋଲି ମୁଇଁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କଲିନି, ଧାନ ମାଣ୍ଡିଆ ଆଉ ଯୋଉଟା ମୁଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ଦେଶୀ ଧାନ ରଖିଛି, ସେ 70 ପ୍ରକାର ଧାନ ଥିଲା ଯେ ବର୍ଷା ଯୋଗୁରୁ ମୋରଟା କମିଗଲା, ଏବେ 70 ପ୍ରକାର ବିହନ ଅଛି ମୋର ପାଖରେ ଦେଶୀ ଧାନ, ମାଣ୍ଡିଆ ଅଛି 41 ପ୍ରକାର ବିହନ, ସେତିକି ମୁଇଁ ବଞ୍ଚେଇ କରି ରଖଲି ଅଛି। କେମିତି ସେଟା ଚାଷୀ ମନ ପାଇ ପାରବାଇ କେମିତି ଚାଷୀ ମନ ଆଗକେ ନେଇ ପାରବାଇ ସେଟା ପାଇ ବୋଲି ମୁଇଁ ଗୋଟେ କମ ଜାଗାରେ କଣ୍ଡେ କଣ୍ଡେ କରି କରି ତାକେ ବଞ୍ଚେଇ କରି ରଖଲି ବଞ୍ଚେଇ କରି ରଖିଲେ ମୁଇଁ ଯେତିକି କଲିନି ମୋର ପାଇ ଦରକାର ସେତିକି କଲିନି ବଳକାଟା ବିହନ ପାଣ୍ଠି ଅଛି ବିହନ ପାଣ୍ଠି ନେଇ କରି ରଖା ହେଲାନି কোন চাষী আসিকরি মতে ই বিয়ন দে মুই মিছা করবি বল চাষী কে দেলিনি কলিনি যে মোর পারে তো বহুত করবাকে জায়গা মিশা নাই আর ই চাষী কে কেনতি বহুত বহুত করি যোগাই পারবি সেটা তো মোর পাখরে ক্ষমতা নাই কেনতি এটা আগে নেবে সরকারি লোক আমার এনজিও সেটা পাই বলি মুই সবুবেলে একা কইলিনি মিটিং ইয়ে সেটা কেনতি আগে নেবে
I am preserving or conserving the varieties of paddy land races, millet land races, ragi, little millet, etc. I am following only organic method of cultivation. No pesticides I am using. And also I am not cultivating any of the hiding varieties or released varieties. Since my childhood, my families, they are also cultivating the same method, and I'm following that. And I have conserved around 70 varieties of land races of paddy, 41 varieties of finger millet, and some varieties of little millet and other millets. In every year, I'm cultivating all those varieties in my land and collecting the pure seeds and keeping it in a seed bank. I am having a seed bank. I'm keeping it. But problem is I am not getting any financial assistance to continue this process because it's very tedious process to continue every year. I am not having that much of land to continue it, but many farmers are asking seeds from me, but I am not able to provide seeds to them because I don't have that much of land to multiply it. So if anybody, any institution can support on this, then these sorts of conservation I can carry forward. Institute. Thank you.
Mangi ngi le kumni haka ham ke jungi ngi thung shibun kine ki jhur khlau bat kumjuru kito kiso ki badon ha ka shnong hi ki ba mi ha shnong bat ki ba mi ro ha ki khlau ka jing si sha ngi dei ba bang ngi klet ya kito ki jing bam ngim klet ya kito ki jhur khlau lane kitu kiso ki badon ha ki shnong ki jungi nrei kalong ka jing prakhat jungi kalong ba mangi ngi thung ye gitu namar ba ngi suthu ya ka jing koridor ka jongki kilong ki babha sibun na ka benta ka jing koit ki jing khia bar ka juga poru namar ba ngadei no hikai ka ni ka jing le ka jungi ka long ru ban a ya ka jing tip mo ban a ya ka jing tip ka jing suthu sya ki khna ki ba ngadei ban hikai ru kata ka dei ka jing te ngathung kum ni kiso mo ki badon hasnong kum kibun kum uso pho uso leng dhur nang ta ki kenja so sya bat ki weiru ta ki faujat bat nang ta ki jhur ki ba mangi ngithung ki jhur bangi ong ki jhur khlau mo ngithung akper la kalong kum jatira jamerdo nang ta kum pudina kum ujelang bat ki weiru kum ba lai phau sau hujat tengi thung ya kita gi jhor ban penne pensa ya ki bat kum juro ban hikai ya ki khna.
Okay, in his farm he grows a number of diverse crop. Not only crops, the fruit trees also are there, and then he also tries to domesticate, the wild edible plants and bring back to the garden. And why he's doing this? Because for two major reasons. One is that, to preserve the knowledge that are there within the community. And most importantly, for the health and nutrition. And then second thing, as a teacher, I need to teach this to my own, like students, for the knowledge sharing, for the knowledge sharing. So these are the two main reasons. And then second thing also, he talks about, like the word forgotten doesn't sound, much resonate to him. He said that, maybe because, we are not forgetting them, we are, we are still using them. So maybe some appropriate word can be used in that context then. So some of the fruits that he mentioned, like the guava, the mulberry, the wild berries, those are the things that he brings back to the garden. And then a lot of vegetables also being domesticated there. And then, for example, like chameleon plant, the water celery, all those things that are there, in the forest. And then in his garden, he said that, I'm growing more than 40 varieties of, plants.
அழிவின் விளிம்பில் இருந்து மீட்டெடுக்கும் முயற்சியை கடந்த ஒரு 25 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி வந்து எம்எஸ்ஆர் நிறுவனமும் மக்களும் சேர்ந்து அந்த விதையை பற்றி தின கேழ்வரகு சாம இந்த பற்றி பயன்களும் அதனுடைய மீட்டெடுக்கும் முயற்சியையும் மக்களோடு சேர்ந்து பணியாற்றினார்கள். அதன் பிறகு நல்ல விதைகளை தேர்ந்தெடுத்து விதை வங்கி மூலமாக ஒவ்வொரு பகுதியிலும் வந்து சேமித்து வச்சு விதையை வந்து மக்களுக்கு வந்து கொடுத்து நல்ல விதையை தேர்வு பண்ணி அவங்களுக்கு கொடுத்து விதைக்க வச்சோம். அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து அந்த விதையை வந்து ஒட்டிக்கு ரெட்டியாக திரும்ப வாங்கி விதை வங்கியில சேமிச்சு பின்னாடி வந்து அது மறுபடியும் பல மடங்கு உயர்த்துவதற்கு சில வழிகளை செஞ்சு அதை வந்து நல்ல முறையில் வந்து மீட்டெடுத்து விதை உருவாக்கி வச்சிருக்கோம்.
About 20-25 years back, there was a decline in the millet production in our area. So there was an effort with the people's participation in our region to revive it. So we started with seed collection from the people who actually had it in that region. And then we started reviving it. That's the first step that we have taken up in terms of revival in our region. So that has helped for the farmers in terms of promotion of these neglected crops.
Thank you very much. You have expanded your responses. One question only I gave you, add several, no? But I'm very glad to hear that you are planting these crops, and you said that they are not yet forgotten because you are planting, and that you are planting this and planting this because you see that they are healthy, that they give health and they give nutrition, and then they give food for your family, and then you see that you want to impart knowledge. But some of us here have already said the challenges in cultivating these crops. One challenge is the children do not like the food because many do not still know how to prepare meals. There are pests. There are no financial assistance to control, especially the seed bank or seed multiplication. And then there's no market. And then there is less lands now to work on. I just want to know in all these challenges, are there any challenge that has not yet been mentioned by your friends here in the panel?
मेरा जो अगला सवाल था वो ये था कि ये जो बिसराते हुए धान पाक है उसको उगाने में क्या दिक्कतें आती है, क्या समस्याएं आती है? आप लोगों में से सभी ने कोई ना कोई समस्या, बहुत सारी समस्या, जैसे मीना बहन आपने बताया कि बाजार नहीं मिल रहा है, कैलाश बहन आपने बताया कि बच्चे खाते नहीं है, हमें अलग अलग उसका उपयोग कैसे करना वो नहीं पता है, कपिला बेन आपने बताया कि अवेयरनेस नहीं है, वहां पे बोला कि उनके पास जगह नहीं है, ये जो सीड्स हैं इन पाकों के उसको मल्टीप्लाई करने के लिए, उसको प्रचलित करने के लिए उनके पास पैसे नहीं है, और ये इतनी सारी जो चैलेंजेस हैं वो आपने सब ऑलरेडी बता दिया है। तो इनमें से अभी और कुछ ऐसी दिक्कत या समस्या है ये धान पाक उगाने में जो रह गई है, अगर आप कुछ और ऐड करना चाहेंगे इसमें?
अगर हम ये लोगन फूड फिर से लाना चाहते तो हम सुबह से जो हमारे बच्चों के लिए वो पिज्जा बर्गर वो सब देते हैं ना, उसके वजह वो न देते हुए हम अगर वो फॉरगॉन फूड से बने बाजरा से और मटकी और अगर वो दो ना बच्चों के तो अच्छा रहेगा। और हम जो पिज्जा बर्गर बनते उसका हमको ट्रेनिंग मिलता है। अगर वो फॉरगॉन फूड के मिलेट्स जो होते हैं उसका अगर हमें बायो प्रोडक्ट बनने की ट्रेनिंग जब मिलेगी तो अच्छा रहेगा, हमारा वो बच्चे भी वो खाएंगे।
Just one point I would like to add that there are several training classes that teach how to make even on YouTube videos that teach how to make pizzas and burgers. So if these kind of contemporary food recipes using forgotten foods are being made and taught to us, then in that case we'll be able to motivate our children also to eat these kind of nutritious foods and therefore bring it back into consumption. Bhavna Ben, you wanted to add something, but right now ઉભા રહો. અત્યારે આપણે ફ્લોર પરથી પ્રશ્નો નથી લેતા, પછી તમને ચાન્સ આપશું.
அதாவது சிறுதானியத்துல வந்து நிறைய சவால்கள் என்னன்னா போதிய வந்து உணவு வந்து பழக்க வழக்க முறைகள் இல்லாதது, கைக்குத்தல் வந்து பெண்களுக்கு வந்து குத்துறது வந்து சிரமமா இருந்தது. உணவு அதாவது இளைய தலைமுறைக்கு வந்து உணவு பழக்க வழக்கம் வந்து மாறி போயிருச்சு. அப்புறம் 4வது வந்து குழந்தைகளுக்கு சரியான உணவு வந்து அது தெரியல, கொடுக்கறதுக்கு தெரியல, அதனுடைய தாக்கம் இருந்தது. இதுதான் இதனுடைய சவால்களா நாங்க பார்க்கிறோம். சிறந்த தொழில்நுட்பமும் இல்லாதது. அப்புறம் வந்து மார்க்கெட்டிங் வந்து சரியான வகையில இல்ல. அதுதான் வந்து ஒரு இதுக்கு சவால்களா இருந்தது.
So he says in case of millets, the women, they feel that, you know, it's a lot of drudgery is involved in terms of processing. That's a key reason they abandoned millets in our region. Number 2, he said there is the children, they don't want to eat. So there was no interest among the younger children. So there is also a reason for abandoning those crops. Third one he said is that lack of improved method, technology available to the farmers. So these are the critical reasons for abandoning these crops from the landscape.
You want to add something? Yes.
And he said, you know, that I told, so there is a lot of drudgery. That's a critical reason for women not taking these crops. So in case of millet, that is a critical, that's what he, you know, processing, manual processing is a cumbersome job. So there is a critical reason for women not to take up this crop.
Okay. Yes.
Kawai gicing kaba ngi kila penpau kini perlok kalong ba kamdon kayu na kabenta kini ki na kumbang asyamru kam kaduna kayu na kabenta kini ki jur klau la ne kini ki so iba mi asnong te nrei mangi ngila persyang kawai ka kambat kata kalong ba ngila don kata kawai ka ngila rengkat kerja trilang bat kawai kini ke NGO kena fast tengila wanra ya kata karukom kata school meal model moha ka ba mangingi ngile kumne ngi penan kam da gitu ki jor ki bang yo na snong hi na ka benta ki khna but ho ni syam ba kidon ki khna kim teng kim bang ngi gitu mo ten rei suki pade ngila persyang ban wanra ya ka jingya trelang bat ki kok wono ban aya ki ke jihikai pat kum ta ki da kane karukom karukom set ke batmai teka takamot kala kampan bang ini ki jingbam kata kadi let's say kumka solution ke bang akwa ban keren ni.
Okay, he said that one of the challenges that he's facing, you know, right now among the farmers there is the market issue, you know, especially the wild edibles. Yeah, so people, they don't know, you know, what are the benefits of such you know vegetables that are there in the forest then. So he said that but what we have done is that, you know, as a school teacher, then, you know, we have come out, you know, with in collaboration with NSFAS, we have come out, you know, with this school meal program where they bring the chef and then the chef train the cooks so that, you know, they can come out, you know, with a very good recipe, and that's how, you know, the children like the taste. So he could see that you know, now the children now likes back the taste, you know, by involving, you know, this kind of initiative. So he said this might be the solution that we can bring in.
Okay, thank you. So now The challenges, the discussion and the challenges are leading to what can be the support that farmers need. And right now, what we are hearing is first on the consumption side is that you would need support for recipe, that the consumers, especially the children, can accept, that there is a market, okay, and better minimum price support also for these crops, as well as for the consumer side, awareness of the crop, of the benefits of eating this kind of crop. And then for the processing side, you would like to be supported in terms of reducing the difficulties in processing. And then also you would like to have more training, more training for the production as well as processing of these crops. Okay, so while you are translating, maybe, okay, so you wanted to add, Kapila Ben.
मुझे बताना है इसलिए कि क्योंकि जो बहन ने बोला कि बाजरी और जो चीज होती है तो हमारे बच्चे नहीं खा सकते। हमारा भी प्रॉब्लम ऐसा ही था कि बाजरी हमारे बच्चे नहीं खाते थे, लेकिन जब हमारा कमला का काम शुरू हुआ और जो हमारा रूढ़ी का काम शुरू हुआ तो हमने डायरेक्टली जो खेडूत के पास से लेकर रूढ़ी के प्रोसेसिंग सेंटर में हमने हमारी बाजरी ला दी। फिर बाद में हमने सीधा कमला के साथ कांटेक्ट किया, तो कमला वाले ने जो हमारे पास से लिया तो उसमें से उसने बिस्किटों बनाई, तो वो बिस्किट है जो गेहूं की है और जो बाजरी की है, राजगरा का सीरा है, तो वो सब कमला की बहनों ने जो ट्रेनिंग लेकर उनको तैयार किया। तो अभी हमारे जो घोड़ियाघर के बच्चे हैं तो वो भी अभी से ही वो बाजरी की बिस्किट है या गेहूं की बिस्किट है या राजगरा का सीरा है तो वो खाते हैं। तो जो हम जैसे जैसे आगे निकलेंगे तो वैसे ही जो हमारे बच्चे को अभी से ही हम ट्रेनिंग देंगे, जो छोटे से ही, तो ही हमारा काम आगे शुरू होगा। और दूसरा मैं बताती हूँ कि आपको जो किट भेजी है उसमें हमने रेसिपी बुक भी रखी है, तो वो आप लोग देख लेना।
I would just like to add to what my friends here have been sharing. So a lot of my friends have shared that the children are not eating these foods, these crops, and therefore these are becoming more and more forgotten foods. But at Seva, we just don't stop at identifying the issues, but we also work on solutions. And therefore, we started our Rudy. It's an agribusiness enterprise owned and managed by 250,000 small and marginal farmers. And through Rudy, we brought in purchase guarantee for the farmers so that they are motivated. Is it? So through Rudy. Hello. I think this is so I think that's so through Rudy we give the farmers a purchase guarantee so that whichever crop they are growing, the millets, we purchase it through Rudy. And then we have our own food processing initiative, the Kamala, where we make biscuits, cookies, breads, and a lot of other snacks, including pizza, using this millets, ragi, oats, and all other these smart foods that we call not forgotten foods, but smart foods. You also had a sample of them today over the tea and during the lunch, and the conference kit that you have been given also has a recipe book which includes recipes using these smart foods. So please do try it out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You want to add?
Sorry, I missed the translation. So Megha Ben was pointing it out. And we also have our childcare initiatives, the Shaishav Mandli, where we run childcare centers in the villages in Anand district. And right from where children from the age of 1 month to 6 years come. And in these childcare centers, we serve the recipes which are made out of these smart foods. And therefore, the children cultivate a habit of eating this right from childhood. And therefore, they will continue eating it when they grow up. So this is how we are promoting the smart foods.
जैसे कि मैंने पहले बताया था, मक्की और जौ है वो पशुओं को खिलाते हैं, लेकिन हमने जब जाके तालीम दी तो उसमें क्या हुआ, परिवर्तन आया कि हमारी जो बहनें हैं वो भी मक्की और तिल कमाने लग गई है, फसल लगाने लग गई है, तो वो हमें मार्केट नहीं मिल रहा था। तो मार्केट लिंकेज करने के लिए हम एक रूढ़ी सेंटर में ले जा करके वहाँ सेल करते हैं, और वहाँ पे प्रोसेस हो करके हमारा वही माल हमारी रूढ़ी बहनों तक गाँव में वापस पहुँचता है। तो हमारा सुरक्षित माल है और देसी खाद से, ऑर्गेनिक खाद से हम ये खेती करवाते। ऑर्गेनिक खेती से हम मकई का बीज बोते हैं, तो उसमें क्या है कि जो पहले जब खेती कर रहे थे उसमें एक ही भुट्टा आने लगता था, लेकिन ऑर्गेनिक खेती करने से भी 3 या 4 भुट्टे लगते हैं। तो इस प्रकार से अब प्रोसेसिंग करके, इस आयोजन करके हम उसका आगे हम काम कर रहे हैं, और भी हम नई नई तकनीकी का जो भी काम आएगा वो हम करने के लिए तैयार हैं। और हमारा एक ही चैलेंज है कि हमारे सुअर और वहाँ पर नीलगाय बहुत परेशान करती है, किसान भाई बहुत परेशान है, जैसे जैसे करके रात को जगते हैं तब जाके ये फसल लेते हैं। तो ये चैलेंज हमें थोड़ा सब्सिडी से मिले तो हमारा किसान भाई कर सकता है, क्योंकि इसका पैसा ज्यादा है, इसलिए। धन्यवाद।
So just as Kapila Ben added, in Rajasthan also we have, through Rudi, we purchase the maize that our sisters are producing, and we are also providing them with capacity building trainings on how to do organic farming for maize, which is leading previously when they were using chemicals, fertilizers as well as pesticides and all, they were able to grow harvest only 1 cob of maize per crop per plant, whereas once they have switched to regenerative farming, now they are able to harvest 3 to 4 cobs per plant. So their yield has increased because of purchase guarantee through Rudi. The women are now, more and more women are now cultivating maize. Also the processing of the maize happens at our processing center, and it is redistributed into the villages. Therefore, we ensure food and nutrition security at the household level also. We have tried to address all the challenges that that came from our farmers. The only challenge now that is still we are working on resolving is the damage due to the wild animals like the wild cows and pigs. But this also, there is a solution. There is this fencing available, electric fencing, solar fencing, but they are very expensive, and the subsidies do not do not have last mile outreach, and therefore something needs to be done on those lines. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we can see from this discussion that farmers are not only facing challenges, but they are facing challenges head on, and they are also providing solutions and taking solutions on their hands with education, with teaching, with really doing organic methods of farming or seed banking and markets, doing value processing and markets. So we do not have time anymore. We have time for your final sentence. Your final sentence. So in one sentence, what message would you like to have or to give? Because we have here co-farmers, research institutions, and NGOs. This is the time to send a message to them so that our work on promoting these smart foods, this crop for the future, can be promoted. So we can start with our friend Ramaiti Ben. One sentence each.
ଚାଷୀ ମାନେ ସବୁ ବିହନ ଯାକ ସଂଗ୍ରହଣ କରି ରଖିଲା ଅଛନ୍ତି, ତାଙ୍କ ବିକ୍ରି ବେଟା ପାଇଁ ସୁବିଧା ନାହିଁ। ଦେଶୀଟା ଯାକ ବିକ୍ରି ବେଟା ପାଇଁ ସୁବିଧା ନାହିଁ। ଯେତେ ହାଇବ୍ରିଡଟା ତାଙ୍କୁ ମଣ୍ଡି ଅଛି, ସବୁ କିଛି ଅଛି। ମାଣ୍ଡିଆ ମଣ୍ଡି ବି ହେଲା, ମାଣ୍ଡିଆ ମଣ୍ଡି ତରୁ ଆମର ତ ସୁଆଁ ମଣ୍ଡି ନାହିଁ, ବାଜରା କାଙ୍ଗୁ ଏ ମଣ୍ଡି ଯାକ ନାହିଁ। ସେଟା ପାଇଁ ଚାଷୀ ମାନେ ବହୁତ ଅସୁବିଧା ହଉଛନ୍ତି ବୋଲେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ବିକ୍ରି ବେଟା ପାଇଁ ସୁବିଧା ନାହିଁ, ତାଙ୍କ ମିଲ୍ ମିଶା ନାହିଁ, ତାଙ୍କୁ କୁଟବା ପାଇଁ ବି ଚାଉଳ କରି ବିକିବା ପାଇଁ ବହୁତ ଅସୁବିଧା ହଉଛି। ତାଙ୍କୁ ଡେଙ୍କିରେ କୁଟିବାର ଅଛି ନହେଲେ ହାତରେ କୁଟିବାର ଅଛି ନହେଲେ ଚାଉଳ ହବ ନାହିଁ ତାଙ୍କୁ ମିଲ୍ ବି ନାହିଁ ପ୍ରୋସେସନ କରିବା ପାଇଁ କି ମଣ୍ଡି ବି ନାହିଁ ସେଟା କେମିତି କଲେ ଚାଷୀ ମାନେ ଆଗକୁ ବଢି ପାରିବେ ସେଟା କେମିତି ମିଲ୍ ହେବ କେମିତି ତାର ଲାଗି ମଣ୍ଡି ହେବ କେମିତି ଚାଷୀ ମାନେ ସୁବିଧା ପାଇପାରିବେ ଆହୁରି ଆହୁରି ଚାଷୀ ମାନେ ତାଙ୍କୁ କେମିତି ଦେଶୀ ଧାନ ବି ଚାଷୀ ମାନେ ବହୁତ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଅଧା ଅଧି ଲୋକ ପାଖରେ ବିହନ ବି ଅଛି ସେ ବିହନ ଯାକ କେମିତି ସଂଗ୍ରହଣ କରି ରଖୁଛନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କୁ ବିହନ ମିଶା ବଳଟା ବି କେମିତି ମିଳୁଛି କେତେ ଲୋକ ମିଳିବି ନାହିଁ ସେଟା ଅସୁବିଧା ହଉଛନ୍ତି ଚାଷୀ ମାନେ ବେଲେ ତାଙ୍କ ବିହନ କେତେ ସଂଗ୍ରହଣ କରି ରଖିଛନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କୁ ଅଛତ କରିବା ତାଙ୍କୁ ବି ଏମିତି ସରକାରୀ ତରଫରୁ କୋଉଠି ତାଙ୍କୁ ଡାକି କରି ତାଙ୍କୁ ସାର୍ଟିଫିକେଟ କି କଣ ଗୋଟେ ଦିଆ ନିଆ କଲେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଆଉ ପୁଣି ଆଗକୁ ଯାଇଥାନ୍ତେ ଆହୁରି ଅଧିକା କରିଥାନ୍ତେ
She told three aspects of things. One is she told that market for traditional varieties, there is no market for that. For other varieties, mandi is there, but for traditional variety, there is no mandi. Though for mandi is there in Odisha for finger millet, but other millets mandi is not there. So people are now selling finger millet in mandi, but other millets they are not getting good price. That should be there. Another thing is seed availability. Good seed is not available of all those forgotten foods, and so if seed can be multiplied and supplied to farmers, then farmers can take up those activities, cultivation. And third thing is those who are conserving, they should be they should get some type of certificates or recognition so that they will get motivated to conserve, take up these conservation activities.
My one-line message is, let's conserve the biodiversity to combat the climate change.
சிறுதானியம் அதிகமா பயிரிடுறதுக்கு வந்து நல்ல விதை வேணும். முதல்ல வந்து நல்ல விதை, ரெண்டாவது வந்து அதிக மகசூல், மூணாவது சிறந்த தொழில்நுட்பம்னா மெஷின்ஸு இந்த மாதிரி நிறையா இதெல்லாம் வச்சு பண்ணணும். அடுத்தது வந்து வேலைப்பளு குறைக்கிறதுக்கு மெஷின்ஸு, நாலாவதாக வந்து அதாவது மதிப்பு கூட்ட பொருள் வந்து நல்லா எல்லாத்துக்கும் போய் சேர மாதிரி மதிப்பு கூட்ட பொருள் தயார் பண்ணுறது. அஞ்சாவது மார்க்கெட்டிங். இது எல்லாமே செஞ்சு கொடுத்தா இந்த சிறுதானியத்தில் வந்து நல்ல மேம்பாடு வளர்ச்சி அடையும். அல்லது இதெல்லாம் செஞ்சு கொடுத்த பின்னாடி கூட கடைசியாக வந்து எந்த திட்டமாக இருக்கட்டும், எந்த தொழில்நுட்பமாக இருக்கட்டும், இது எல்லாமே வந்து மக்களுக்கு வந்து விவசாயிங்களுக்கு கேட்டு தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் அந்த தொழில்நுட்பப்படுத்தினா அந்த திட்டம் வந்து நிறைவேறும். கண்ணுக்கு பேச வாய்ப்பளித்த அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி.
So he says there are, I think, 5 solutions are needed in case of a revival of the traditional crop, is specifically related to millets. Number one is the availability of good quality seed of the traditional varieties of millets, and increasing production, technology to increase production. Then reducing drudgery and appropriate technology at the villages. And the other one is that marketing, assured marketing for millets. The kind of integrated approach is needed. That's what he said. More than that, what he said, you consult us. No, consult farmers first. And whatever the steps, research and development you are taking, you consult with us. If it is done based on the consultation, it will go forever. It will have a long longevity. That's what he said.
हमारे दादा परदादा जो सब्जियां परंपरागत हमारे दादा परदादा जो परंपरागत सब्जियां उगाते थे, अगर हम वो फिर से लाना चाहते थे, खरपतवार कीटनाशक करना होगा।
So if we want to revive our traditional smart foods, we will have to reduce the use of chemical fertilizers.
जो हम सुबह से की तो उसके लिए
As she said, we will have to reduce the use of herbicides and weedicides.
जैसे कि हम सुबह से विरासत की खेती की बात कर रहे हैं तो उस खेती को बढ़ावा देने के लिए ज्यादा से ज्यादा अपनी गांवों में तालीम होनी चाहिए और जो हम मार्केट तो हमारा रूढ़ी का मिल गया लेकिन प्रोसेस करने की मशीन चाहिए.
To promote more smart foods, we need to create more awareness and trainings for the farmers in the rural areas, in the villages. And we have a market guarantee through Rudy, but we need machines for processing these foods.
એટલે વિસરતા ધાન માટે જે વાત કરી પણ એના માટે તો સૌથી પહેલા તો સંગઠન મજબૂત હોવું જોઈએ એની સાથે આપણે સ્વચ્છ આકાશ તરફ ગયા છે તો એ બધું ધ્યાનમાં રાખવું જોઈએ અને ત્રીજું મારું કહેવું છે કે ખેડૂતોને જાગૃતતાની તાલીમ આપવી જોઈએ.
If we are talking about reviving smart foods, I would like to share that there are 3 basic pillars. 1, organizing is the key. Second, we need to work towards clear skies, which is clean air, clean water, and clean land. And the third, there is more need for more awareness amongst the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. So let us all give our farmers panelists a big clap. And to summarize, let me summarize it the way I could from their final statements. So first, let us promote our local traditional crops. Let us not call it forgotten, but maybe smart crops or crop for the future because it will promote biodiversity that will help combat climate change. And to do that, we will need support in terms of the quality of seeds, the technologies to increase production, and these technologies should reduce or eliminate chemical fertilizers, herbicides, and weedicides. And then increase access to markets, recognition of the work that farmers do in promoting smart crops, and then awareness amongst farmers in the rural areas and amongst children and amongst other consumers. And then in terms of processing, machines for processing this so that it will not be very difficult to do value addition. And then we must organize ourselves as farmers. Organizing is key so that we can do our work to promote clean air, clean water, and what else? Clean soil, now which promote in promoting our local indigenous crops. And lastly, farmers should be consulted now in whatever steps that will be done to promote smart crops or local indigenous crops. With that, friends, thank you for listening to our panel, and thank you, dear farmers, for being here for the panel. Back to Smita.
Thank you.
Ôi kêu, ôi kêu, jing thiang kum so nyam tra, jing thiang kum so nyam tra, bawan ra na po riwar, nga ai khub lay menta, da ini isur pawar, ôi kêu, ôi kêu. Ibang kumriyo hadam, balas ang halor shaula, to bambaro sistem, odaki jhurki babha, Hubley. What I'm saying is that what I'm conveying through this song is that as the orange is sweet, so it's nice and sweet to meet you all here, to greet to all of you here. Thank you, Hubley.
Hello. Thank you, Esther Ben. Thanks to all our farmers. Can we have a big round of applause? Loud. So as we move to the next session, we have a special session. President, World Agricultural Heritage Foundation, Parvez Kuhaf Khan, who's joining us virtually. Senior Research Fellow in Research Institute for Humanity and Nature in Kyoto, Japan. He is the founder and president of the World Agricultural Heritage Foundation and the pioneer of the UN Partnership Initiative on Conservation and Adaptive Management of Globally Important Agricultural Heritage Systems. May we request you to please speak for us?
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon in your time. And thank you very much for inviting me to speak in this very, very important meeting. I was listening to different sessions. I was listening to the farmers. Do you listen to me? I mean, do you get my message? Do you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Yes?
Yes.
And do you see the screen that I'm sharing with you?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Yes, I was listening to the farmers. I am myself a son of a farmer. I have done a lot of farming up until the age of 14 before leaving my village to school, just like many farmers' children. And then, of course, I did the studies and then moved around the world and worked for FAO for over 30 years. And I am going to talk to you about farmers' right for sustainable food system, which to me is a very, very important subject. And I want to share with you a tool that we have developed, which allows the farmers really to contribute from their side to a lot of these, resolving these issues that we have been talking. So it's essentially, my message would be essentially the same messages that you said earlier in these sessions, but probably a bit of a summary. The first thing is that I want to just say the major problem of our current food system is that over 7 billion people, that more than half of them lives in the cities. We have to feed them. Nearly 1 billion have too little to eat, according to FAO, food insecurity. More than 1.6 billion eat too much, and we are wasting more than 30% of our food. So this is the situation of our food system at global level. Now, if you look at the nutrition and public health problem associated to our food system, we will see that a lot of people in many developed but also developing countries are having problems with their health. Even not only United States and UK, who have a lot of overweight people and obesity problem, but also countries like Philippines, Thailand, China, Japan. All of these countries have the problem associated with their food system, because this is a picture of different countries. I just put it in this slide. You can see, unfortunately, richer the country is, more obesity and more problem with food exist. Now, food security in an era of climate change is the biggest problem, because those with least resources have least capacity to adapt and most vulnerable. This is some maps from Africa, Latin America, Asia, and you see all more red ones are the countries which are really affected by climate change, and they are very vulnerable. And it's important to really think about how we are going to cope with the future of our food with climate change. Now, loss of biodiversity, which was mentioned this morning, is another very, very big problem, particularly because we have lost many of nutritious foods, many of the species that have been having a lot of varieties adapted to different ecological condition. We have lost them. I just take one example. For example, if I take the pea, we have 408 varieties of pea around the world. Now that pea, there's only 25 variety of them. So we lost a lot of them, and this is really a big, big problem. Okay. Now, I'm going to the next one, specifically talking about rice, which is really the richest sort of biodiversity, crop diversity of India and many Asian countries, is the rice. We have many, many rice varieties. We have lost many of them. Of course, unfortunately, there are some efforts in that with, for example, my friends Aminatan and others in the world who have been working on that with Rice Institute and other. It's very, very important not to lose these very, very wonderful rice varieties, which have different type of sort of vitamins, different type of goods and services, which we really need to conserve. Now, most importantly is the loss of functional biodiversity, they call it, like losing the bees, losing all the insects which pollinates our trees and our plants. And these pollinators have been disappearing because of excessive use of pesticides, and with the pollinator not to be there, we have a lot of problems with reproduction. Particularly in Europe, we have a lot of problems with many, many fruit trees, many, many other things because of this loss of functional biodiversity. Next one. Now, according to FAO, towards 2050, the food requirements are 60% increase globally and 100% in developing countries. Of course, this is a very, very sort of big picture. And obviously for many, many of the intensive agriculture and green revolution sort of followers, this is a very good reason to continue add pesticides, continue to put fertilizers, continue to select sort of varieties, etc. But this is, of course, a big picture, which we need to really look at it in a bigger context. Next. Now, one of the bigger problems is also feeding mega cities. There are a lot of cities which are over 8 million people living in them, especially in Asia. The biggest mega cities are in Asia, but also in sort of Middle East, but also in Africa, some of our African countries and Latin American countries. So feeding mega cities is another big problem, because what we produce in the villages and in rural areas, it's not necessarily accessible or affordable by farmers, by people who are living in the cities. So this is another big problem which we need to solve when it comes to the future of food. So according to UN SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, we need sustainable food systems. It has been repeated many, many times since 1992, when I started as a task manager of Agenda 21, talking about sustainable agriculture and rural development. The sustainable food system needs to be centered on people and based on rights. For example, farmers' rights, we will talk about it. Adopt an integrated territorial approach, like what we are talking about in agroecology. It should be territorial because each territory, if each ecosystem produces its own sort of food, its own sort of environment has to be conserved. We need to build capacities to manage the change. There is a lot of changes upcoming, including climate change, and we need to build the capacities to manage this change. Redress power disparities through good governance. Unfortunately, governance of agricultural system, agricultural sector has not been always very, very intelligent and very, very accurate. Involve a long-term policy commitment. Unfortunately, policy commitments are not always there. Many countries in agriculture, they put the least sort of resources and the least intellectual capacity, and they are only following global sort of pressure. Be adequately supported and resourced. So we need funding, we need money for farmers to do better job that they are doing. Next. We need to bring together ecosystem diversity, socioeconomic diversity, cultural diversity, culinary diversity, and curative diversities. These are the diversities which are coming from a small holding family farmers. And these diversities have existed in many, many traditional farming, but they are disappearing one by one. So if we want to have sustainable food system, we need to bring together again these diversities. Next. Bringing culture in agriculture. Agriculture needs the culture, particularly food culture. We need to connect what we are producing to what we are eating, especially with our children. We need to educate them to eat what is good for them, especially at their age. Of course, it's very, very fashion to go for hamburger, go for, I don't know, fast food, but it is important to give them also understanding of the culture of food, and because we are standing on the shoulder of our ancestors, so the culture is very, very important in our food system. Next. Another very big problem which I have been dealing with for the last 50 years, from the moment I have been a farmer to up to now, which I am a retiree of UN system, is that how to turn the challenges of small farmers and family farmers to opportunities. Because they are more than 1.4 billion around the world. They are the poorest of the world's poor, particularly in Africa, but also in some of Asian countries. They are the victim of globalization, climate change, and expansion of industrial agriculture. This is really the biggest pressure from industrial agriculture to small farmers and family farmers. They are living often in marginal lands and environments that are prone to floods, drought, storm, and other environmental disasters. Every time we have a disaster, we know most of them are farmers and most of them are rural people. But however, according to FAO, they are still producing 70% of global food. They are at least feeding themselves, because they are many, many, so they have to be fed. Fortunately, they are at least feeding themselves, even though not accurately, but they are feeding themselves. But most importantly, also, they are the largest number of stewards of environment and its ecosystem services, including the biodiversity. So therefore, higher and sustainable productivity increase at their level will have a major impact on poverty reduction, economic growth, and climate change mitigation and adaptation, which I call it win-win-win-win option. So we have to do something with small farmers and family farming. Next. That is why in 2000, year 2000, when FAO started to have a big conference, which I was managing it in Maastricht in the Netherlands, we talked about multifunctional agriculture. I was a believer that agriculture has many, many functions, and that's why we proposed a big funding by the Netherlands, and we went around the world. We collected 400 systems, agricultural systems around the world, which were really all multifunctional. But when we had the meeting in Maastricht, unfortunately, many countries opposed to the word of multifunctionality. So I had to put, as they say in French, the old wine in a new bottle, and I created globally important agricultural heritage system, GIAS or GIAS in FAO. Next. The origin is in 2002 during the World Summit on Sustainable Development in Johannesburg. I conceptualized the concept of GIAS as the task manager of Agenda 21 in FAO, as the director of FAO division, and launched the International UN Partnership Initiative on globally important agriculture heritage system, and with the support of UN Commission on Sustainable Development, the GEF, because they funded us, and in collaboration with UNESCO, UNEP, CBDs, UNCCD, all the institutions which are taking care of the biodiversity, taking care of the heritage, etc. Next. So GIAS, Globally Important Agriculture Heritage, is a model of farmers' empowerment because it's about diversity, ecosystem diversity, socioeconomic diversity, cultural diversity, culinary diversity, curative diversity, and those are among the foundation of globally important agricultural heritage livelihood criteria. We have 5 criteria, and those are criteria. Indigenous crops and traditional varieties are better valued as relates to agrobiodiversity of global significance. Those are very, very important. Agrobiodiversity is more important than any agrobiodiversity. So we have made a big list of agrobiodiversity of global significance. Criteria on indigenous knowledge system, wisdom, religion, belief, customs, etc., which ensure the coexistence of human and nature is very, very important. We need to give back the identity, pride, and honor to our local people, farmers, and indigenous groups to attain the sustainable development goals. So GIAS dynamic conservation is about complementing the national and local plans and programs. There is, for example, of nationally important agriculture heritage system in China and Japan, in some other countries. Next. Now, again, GIAS are bringing together ecosystem diversity, biological diversity, socioeconomic diversity, cultural diversity, culinary diversity, curative diversity. These are the basics of globally important agriculture heritage. So I want to repeat it again. Thank you. Next. Bringing culture in agriculture, again, it's a repetition. Thank you. GIAS, Globally Important Agriculture Heritage, wants to bring the local, connect the local to global and global to local, because these days we have food in Europe from all over the world, but not the food that are sort of neglected. We need to really bring those very, very important local species, local food, which are produced in globally important agricultural heritage systems. So this is another very, very important sort of aim of this program. Next. There are numerous examples of globally important agricultural heritage across the world. Many of them has been already nominated, more than 56 has been nominated by FAO. And at my time, the 20 years which I was working on GS, we have done at least half of them, like Oasis in Morocco, rice terraces in Indonesia, but also in the Philippines, floating gardens in Bangladesh, saffron system in India and in Iran. These are some of the examples of those systems which are already nominated as an agricultural heritage system. Next. So GS is as a model of recognition of farmers' rights because it's about diversity, cultural diversity, culinary diversity, curricular diversity, and ecosystem diversity. There are plenty of knowledge system, wisdom, which are managed by farmers, and we need to bring that back in our managing our food and agriculture system. There are a lot of indigenous crop, traditional variety, which was talked about in this meeting, and we need to value them, particularly agrobiodiversity of global significance. We need to give back the identity, pride, and honor to our local people, farmers, and indigenous groups to attain sustainable development goal, the future we want. Globally important agriculture heritage system approach is seen complementing the national and local plans and programs, which I think it is important to add to your objective of the program that you are formulating. Next. Globally important agriculture heritage system have strategic objectives. At global level, identification, selection, and recognition of globally important agriculture heritage system and their communities, particularly recognition of the farmers who maintain this system. At national level, capacity building in policy, regulatory, and incentive mechanism to safeguard these outstanding systems and use them as sustainability benchmark. We have really looked at them, and they are really the benchmark of sustainability of agriculture. And at local level, empowering of local communities and technical giving technical assistance and promoting traditional knowledge and enhancing viability of this system through economic incentives. It was talked about a few minutes ago. Food and product labeling, payment for environmental services, agrotourism, etc. These are some of other examples. Next. I want to talk a few words about our foundation, which is based in Rome, which I am president, Foundation on Agricultural Heritage, which is an international NGO similar to ICOMOS or ICROM in the context of World Heritage Convention of UNESCO to support globally important agricultural heritage system communities through technical assistance, fundraising, education and training, policy and advocacy, and any other support. We have been working with many societies, many farmers organizations in the Philippines, in China, in Peru, etc., in Tunisia, in Algeria, but also in India during the time which Professor Swaminathan was supporting this program. Next. All these work and all these ideas have been written in this book that I published in 2018 with Miguel Altieri, which we included also agroecology, which is a fashion, and hopefully that agroecology will be promoted more in many countries, particularly in India and some other countries which still have small farmers and family farming. So forgotten agriculture heritage, reconnecting food system and sustainable development. I'm very pleased for publication of this book, and I'm very happy to provide with you several examples of this book. Next. Next. That is done already. Next. World Agricultural Heritage Foundation now is essentially looking in food heritage. We are very working on revitalization of sustainable tourism, food heritage, conservation of local crops and varieties, and their contribution to local food systems. So it is very, very important to bring back some of the traditional food in our plate. Like this is a Chinese sort of picture of foods that they have, and they expose every year. They have a very important ceremony that they show their foods. Next. I hope it is going to be finished. No, so the World Agricultural Heritage Foundation is trying to do dynamic conservation of globally and nationally important agricultural heritage systems. And it's about how to convert goods and services of family farming into marketable income and better livelihood. Next. This is the last part of my presentation, but not least. We have created an application, a smartphone application, which is called Ag Legacy, which georeference and geotag farmers' heritage through this application by farmers themselves. It is georeference. For example, farmers can get together and look around their farm. These are the examples in Tunisia. And not only they say, well, this is my farm, but also they can take a picture of their forgotten sort of species or their assets, the river, the kind of farming they do, etc. Not only georeference them, but also talk about it on a video or take a picture and describe it and share it on a platform similar to Facebook, not only among themselves, but also among scientific community, among the, commercial organizations, etc. We have been doing a very good job, particularly in Tunisia and the Philippines, and it really works. We distributed a number of smartphones to the farmers themselves, and they did it themselves. Most of the time, the younger children were very interested in this smartphone application, and they were the one who were doing all this work of registering what they have. And of course, this registration allowed also to register on international treaties, farmers' right sort of registry. India, I know that they have farmers' right some kind of rules and regulation. It's one of the countries that they have farmers' right policies, but it is very interesting and important to use this tool to really register what you have in your farm, either community-driven or individually driven. It would be georeferenced, it will be registered, and you can even claim in case your species are stolen by big companies, because that is one of the purpose, not to let these local species to be lost. Next. So this Ag Legacy has characteristics like collaborative and engagement through crowdsourcing. So it is driven by farmers themselves. Active participation of a stakeholder and interest group, geodata based with multimedia, cloud computing and storage, adherence to open source and open data principles. There is no limitation in that. It's not commercial. It is access to everybody who wants to do it. Interoperability with other systems, intuitive data and input and retrieval. So, of course, it is a bit technical, but most of the young children even communities in farmer organizations and in villages, they are interested to do that. So we are happy to provide you with this application if you like, and we hope that we could do something similar that we did in Tunisia and the Philippines with your project. Thank you. There's another couple of slides. So it's the farmers' rights in international plant genetic resource for food and agriculture is mostly about family farmers, smallholders, and indigenous community. These are the examples from Africa and some other countries that we have gathered together. These are the pictures that I have taken myself. Next. We have used globally important agriculture heritage system as a new win-win model for food labeling, particularly in China. We have done for tea, we have done for rice fish, we have done for a lot of other products in agriculture heritage systems in China, and they are selling it in China, and everybody buys it, including they are exporting to Italy and other countries that I have bought even in the market here in Italy. Next. So linking marketing to conservation and sustainable use by labeling and branding of local products and services. It was mentioned by some farmers. Biodiversity fair, seed fair, agricultural product fair, culinary festival, and food heritage fairs. These are the activities we have been doing, for example, like in Peru, in another country, and we are happy that India could do this kind of thing that they are doing already. I know Swaminathan Foundation have done a lot of work around these specific ideas, and I have been always very happy to meet Professor Swaminathan and his colleague. And I hope one of these days I could go back and we could start again working on that. Next. So this is one of the photos that we have to organize awareness raising about local food and local species in India. Next. And we have a proposed future work like to use Ag Legacy to collect your agricultural heritage, to use Article 9.2c and sort of like promote it in other countries, because India is the only country which has a very, very good rules on farmers' rights. So they need to really teach others and distribute this idea to other countries. And we need to put farmer right in the context of Sustainable Development Goal. And we have to use the International Declaration of Right to Peasant. So I think there is a last one. Integration of family farming and agroecological principles. We have been working on agroecology in FAO, in universities, and we are now having an agriculture heritage and agroecology master in Bari in Italy, and we would be very happy to promote this also in India. Next. Biodiversity is a life insurance policy for life itself, according to Kofi Annan. So this is a Peruvian picture. And I want to thank you to give me this opportunity. I may have been a bit longer than what I was planning to be, but thank you for letting me to contribute to your work. And I would be very happy to answer any questions or any requests you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Parviz Bhai. This was very informative. May I now request Professor Syed Azam Ali ji to give us the remarks and synthesis of the day. Professor Syed Azam Ali ji is Chief Executive Officer, Crops for the Future, and Emeritus Chair in Global Food Security, University of Nottingham. Professor Syed ji.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the invitation to speak with you. I'm really sorry that I can't be there with you in person. And I know this is a big challenge at the end of a long and fascinating day, so I will try and be brief. But I want to start with the central point that was made, that the farmers need scientists to support them and not the other way around. And for that, we start with our group, the farmers group, who identified a lot of the challenges, a lot of the problems in what we have been discussing all day today: forgotten food, smart foods, crops for the future, in which they identified real challenges, drudgery of processing, the problems in terms of products and marketing and seed, and particularly how do we attract young people, the next generation, to actually want to buy and consume and be part of this change to a diet that is away from the junk foods, the fast foods, and the staple foods that we now rely on. Now, to do that, I want to very quickly, I don't want to repeat what's already been said, but I want to use stages of today as just tags for me to take through our synthesis of how farmers can get the support from researchers and scientists and not the other way around. How do scientists and researchers assist in this manifesto and the challenges that farmers will face in the applications to forgotten foods? Now, Alessandra started with the big picture, the Sustainable Development Agenda, and said, you know, revolutionizing science, technology, innovation capacities, and exchanges. Revolutionizing means a different kind of research in which research is a co-innovation between farmers and researchers. And I want to talk specifically about the project design, which we're going to focus on tomorrow, but she talks about a platform where researchers and farmers can work together, a platform. And in that, Martina refers to new kinds of metrics. So we really are dealing here with a platform of a different kind of research that addresses sustainable development goals, and particularly SDG 1, as you know, in a revolutionary way in terms of science, technology, and innovation. Now, I want to take you through that one case study, which I'm going to just do as a back of the envelope example. And we can each do this as we go through the day, but I'm just going to take one sentence from page 3 of the project brief. And that sentence struck me because it's a remarkable statement. So let me read it to you, and it's in your project brief already on page 3. That statement is: minor millets can produce a reasonable harvest with only 10% of the water requirement to grow rice. 10%. Now, of course, we know these are very different crops, and we know the water demands for rice, but that struck me as a remarkable statistic. And having worked on both millets and rice, I'm aware of that difference, but the significance of 10% water used to produce a yield of a major staple crop is a remarkable statement. And one of the things scientists can do is to test that and to actually quantify exactly how much water use is required to produce the same yield from a minor millet as it is to produce yields from rice. And in that, Rida made a very interesting statement and said, in the Near East and Middle East, we don't measure yield, we measure water use. And we actually say, what is the true cost of food in terms of the productivity per drop of water, not simply the yield of the crop itself. And in that, he raised a number of issues, one of which is, do we measure yield in terms of what we now see as the staple yield of major crops, if you like, the calorie yields, or do we actually measure nutrition? And we can now look at this in terms of nutrition per drop of water. And again, scientists can come and assist in measuring the nutritional value of crops and actually changing this dynamic from simply, we know that underutilized crops produce very often lower yields in terms of calories, but do they produce less nutrition? No. And in many cases, they produce more nutrition, but do they produce more nutrition per drop of water? We can quantify that. And Carlo mentions techniques which we know we need at the local scale: water conservation, community seed banks, and technologies that are actually locally adapted in terms of better agronomic management of water. So if we take that example, we can actually see that we now have a system in which we can look at productivity, not simply as yield, but in terms of nutritional value per drop of water and better management practices that we can assist for farmers to actually optimize the use of their water. In that, Rakesh raises a very important issue, which of course is critical to all of the developing world, but in particular, he mentioned India, in which he talked about obesity, diabetes, and stunting as the time bomb in terms of the future generations of India. And if we actually look at those challenges, we have a very different dynamic from simply, can we feed people? Because the consequences of our current modern diet and the reliance on a monoculture of staple crops means that we actually have an explosion of obesity, diabetes, non-communicable diseases that are actually a result of poor and monotonous diets. And what really struck me was the interesting techniques when he said, and I think Kuldeep came in as well and said that the naked eye is very good at measuring yield or even phenological stages in the lives of crops, their height, flowering, etc. We can see that. We can't see nutritional content. And if we can't see nutritional content, it's very hard for us to use that as a metric in terms of, you know, selection and breeding and choice. But if we've got these very remarkable techniques that are now available, near infrared reflectance spectroscopy, which can actually be used to look at varietal selection, could we have farmers provided with tools, simple tools that allow them to measure and to rank, as was mentioned, that farmers are very good at identifying the differences between varieties and selecting varieties. Can we assist them in selecting varieties that are nutritious rather than resilient or high yielding themselves, but also content, nutritional content? And can we use techniques that we can help them with in scientific tools that they can actually use at the field scale to identify the nutritional content of their crops? Now that takes us to the big challenge which we started with, which is minor millets can produce a reasonable harvest with only 10% of the water required to grow rice, but people still prefer growing rice and people still prefer consuming rice. And that really is another major challenge, is how do we change the dynamic of consumption from the major staple crops that are now become the go-to crops for our generation and future generations to crops that we consider vital in terms of food security and nutritional security, but are forgotten. And in that sense, the comparison between rice and minor millets was made a number of times. And if we make that comparison, one opportunity we have is, of course, in product development. And the product development of products that people actually want to buy and eat on underutilized crops, our natural choice is to say, can we make products from underutilized crops that people want to eat? One of the ways we can actually think about this is not necessarily to simply make products, which of course we might think are very desirable and an objective, but can we actually blend ingredients from underutilized crops with conventional mainstream crops? And in that sense, can we link the processing qualities and the functionalities of minor millets to complement and increase the nutritional value of familiar products that we actually get from rice or wheat or maize or any of the major staple crops? Can we supplement the products that we already have with ingredients from underutilized crops? And in that, we can actually maybe change the dynamic in terms of young people in desirability, not simply in products that are, if you like, foods from underutilized crops, but foods that people now want to eat, you know, breakfast cereals, bars, that snack foods that they can actually eat, which include ingredients from underutilized crops, rather than a complete choice between one type of crop or another. And that leads us really to product development and the idea of making products that are both nutritious and desirable to future generations. So I think none of these things are exclusive. They're integrated in approaches that we can take, in which science and technology, for example, technology that Vikram raised, you know, that the drudgery is in processing and seed and dehulling. And he talked about 500 kilograms per hour technology capacity to dehull. And again, this is the Born technology can be there to assist researchers in systems that we can actually provide at the farm level and at the small scale level, in which the farmers are actually in control, but we are there as assets to them. We are there as supporters to the research and the innovation that they're actually already capable of. And that leads really to the link between all of this. And I think again in the project plan, the word was used catalogue and inventory. And I would rather see knowledge system, because catalogues and inventories are lists and they can be static, and scientists love making catalogues and inventories. But actually what we need is knowledge systems in which the knowledge of farmers is embedded and equivalent and coming from their sources as a knowledge resource that we then add to rather than the other way around. Because when it comes to unutilized crops, especially growing in marginal conditions, it is farmers who have protected these crops for generations who are the experts, not us. And they are the ones who actually should be leading this, but we should be able to support them in identifying and overcoming challenges that they themselves have identified but cannot address directly for their own conditions. So I think these were really my take-home messages from today's talks. And again, I commend all of the speakers. Fascinating day and full of ideas, but I think we leave with enthusiasm and energy in something which we now know the wind of change has come, and I think the time has come now for us to provide the support for this new type of agriculture, food system, and research to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Syed Azam Ali ji. So we are coming to the close of the day. Are we tired? Oh, so we are tired. Okay, so before we close, let us see, we have been sitting here in this hall, I think since 8:45 days. Let us see what we have done. Let us have a small synthesis of what we have done during the day. Please for this. I think we can clap louder for all of us. We've been very disciplined participants. So before we end the day, just like we start with prayer, at Seva we end with a song. But before we have that, I just wanted to make a small announcement. There are products of our micro entrepreneurs here. We had displayed them today. If you all wish to have it tomorrow also, we can bring them. Otherwise, we were hoping that they can go back to their shops. So please let us know. If interested, we'll definitely have them come again tomorrow. So we end the day with a song. We sing Hum Honge Kamyab, We Shall Overcome, Ame Par Karishu. So maybe 2 lines. So આપણે બધા ગીત ગાઈને મીટિંગ પૂરી કરીએ. So thank you, everyone. I think the next task for all of us is to assemble for dinner at 7:30. Till then, we are free birds. Thank you once again.